In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head-on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Nighthorde X Mobile Saiyans Qualifiers, a collaboration tournament where they have partnered up with the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy to give 32 teams a chance to compete again in North America for a cash prize of $1,000 US. And also, it's going to be playing the Qualifiers Part 1, where we'll be seeing 16 teams fighting it out of all 32 for a chance for the top 16. So, without wasting any more time, I admire everybody's patience. Thank you so much for standing by. Let's go ahead and get today started. We're going to go ahead and swing over to our casters, who will be painting that perfect picture for the first match. Here we go. UA, Kronos, how you guys doing?
Appreciate the introduction, Wheezy. Guys, welcome to the Nighthorde Tournament X Mobile Saiyans. Today we have a new guy on the show, Kronos. You know, I just met him earlier. Super fun guy, super happy. You know, and I'm just super excited to introduce you guys to Mr. Kronos here. How you doing?
Wait, thanks for the introduction. Yeah, Wheezy, I'm doing fantastic. Quite early in the morning over here, but we had a really nice wake-up call. That was a lot of positivity here in the chat, and looking forward to the Nighthorde tournament, and especially since it's the first game of the tournament.
Yes, sir. So we're pretty much gonna jump straight into the draft. Today we got two teams going on. One of them is called Halfwits. The other one is going to be called something Angels, I'm sure. I believe it's a all-women's team on the right side, and also Halfwits, one of the teams that I actually War Angels, sorry, but Halfwits is actually one of the teams that I've seen before, managed by Cindy. We've reached out and had a scrim earlier, so you know, a very strong team. Excited to see their performance. On the other side, it is going to be War Angels, a all-female team recommended by Mobile Saiyans. So super excited to see what's going to happen in this draft here.
Yeah, that's something nice to point out there. We got an all-female team. Not something you see really common going on these days, especially in the pro scene, where we're putting all the mixed genders going at one go. So at the moment, we see the first band being Kadita coming from Halfwits, and that's a really particular band. I would say maybe they are trying to get a different hero pool where they can actually just not get.
Well, here's the thing about the Kadita, right? Typically, when you see it so early on in the draft phase, we kind of look to some of the counterparts that a Kadita would normally lane against. So Eve is something pretty big. Maybe they're looking for a high priority onto that Siege Mage right there, but there's still a lot of things available. And from the side of Angels, they actually choose to ban out the Ling, and we've seen the Ling quite a bit in plenty of different tournaments. You got any insight on this Ling here?
Ling, quite nasty, I would say. Not even gonna lie, that's probably the best jungler given in this current meta right now. As you can see in all of MPL, MDL, Ling is everywhere. He probably has 100% win rate going on at the moment, especially given the fact that the new emblem systems come into play. He can just go with the extra 5% crit chance, the 10%, the flat 10% crit that he gets from the fatal talent. And then he can always opt for either a Season Hunter to get a faster jungle clear, maybe maybe a Weapon Match to get an extra 5% boost in the damage, maybe even Master Assassin just to get a single target 4% boost. So that adds up entirely, along with the killing spree. Man, he's just on a rampage after a certain point, and making it spreader really doesn't win so much. So looking at the second ban coming in from the side of Team War Angels, looking at Joy, and like you mentioned, that 50% nerf that went onto the Season Hunter, the jungle emblems, the tier talent right now, it makes quite a lot of difference, especially with the utility junglers. I would say one of the utility junglers that pops up right now is probably Baksha. But we're looking at the Faramis ban. I don't see that really often these days. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, you talk about the boxer. We saw the boxer actually played in MPL ID yesterday by RQ, and I think they won the game with the boxer pick. So it's quite interesting. You talk about the fairness. It's traditionally, there is a lot of good mages still available. There's the Eve, there's a Valentina. It might be that Halfwits have done a little bit more homework, and maybe from the side of War Angel, there is a Fairness player, but Fairness, is used quite a bit in the professional plays, even in North America, even solid hero overall, but there's so many heroes available. There's the Kaja, there's the Kufa, there's the Franco, there's even something like a Uranus, but whoa, a very fast first pick coming through. Chenga pick. We do know that Chenga has received a buff, and along with the new emblems coming in, Chenga is actually considered a pretty strong mage. Now, we don't see it much often as it used to be around probably M2 days where there wasn't such thing as a Radiant, but nowadays Chenga is still proven to be quite good, especially with the Falling Star Moon. It should still be able to do a lot of damage, especially paired up with the sets coming out from Kufa.
Yeah, it's a lot of AoE damage coming in from the side of War Angels, and we have a lot of true damage, I would like to say, coming in from Alpha and Carry, but also at the same time they have a lot of re-engage potential. So it's, if you miss the hook at first and then you just have Uranus to go around, poke around, and then maybe get another opportunity to go, because they have all cooldown, the skills of all the, the cooldown of all the skills are quite low on the side of Team Halfwits. And looking at Team War Angels, they're hovering over the Yuzong. Yuzong is a really good pick, I would say, over here, just to zone out the carry, and quite matchable in terms of lane when it comes with Uranus.
Yeah. It does seem like War Angels is choosing to go for a relatively early game, especially with the Yuzong locked in. They're definitely going to have quite the priority over the first objective, especially with the Fredrin that, doesn't really have trouble getting that first rotation clear round into that turtle. But from the side of Halfwits, they choose to go for the Alpha, and I've been warned by this Alpha pick Chronos here. Like, this man, you got like a 2-second first skill, 2-second second skill, just runs around, dashes around. Like, that pick is going to be dangerous.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. You weigh that second skill and the first skill with a 2-second cooldown.
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Or she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Hey everyone, this is Liz. Are you ready to witness some exciting changes this season? We got some fresh faces joining us in the caster teams, bringing in new insights and perspectives. Now, speaking of exciting changes, Drex, I heard you got some thrilling news to share with us about the prize pools.
I couldn't have put it any better myself, Liz. What's up, guys? You already know who it is. Trex here with the beard this fall season. Now, we've reconstructed our prize pool to reward more teams than ever, and that's not the only update. Private Dancer, isn't there a few things you want to tell them about the tournament rules?
You bet, Trex. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is I, the Potato King here, Private Dancer, bringing back that unique voice and unique sense of energy to each and every match. But this season, we are raising the stakes. We've revamped the tournament rules, aiming to make sure that each and every experience for you guys is more intensive, more captivating, more awe-inspiring for you, the viewers. But that's not it. Steph Wheezy here can tell you about what we can expect from the caster team this season.
Private, thank you so much for that. I'd love to share. For the NACT fall season, we are elevating things to newer heights. Steph Wheezy here. I can't wait to see you guys on the desk. But speaking of the desk, we also have some brand new faces. Ben, why don't you go ahead and introduce us to our new colleagues?
With pleasure, Steph Wheezy. Hey, I'm Ben, and we're delighted to welcome outstanding new talent to the team this season, Yue. He'll be joining us and providing exciting commentary and breaking down all the intense matches that are to come. Yue, I believe you have some insight about how this season is about more than just gameplay, right?
Absolutely, Ben. Hi, this is Yue, and the NACT 2023 fall season is not only about showcasing the talent and the dedication of North America's top teams, but also about creating a vibrant community. Eunice, as the final voice in our lineup, would you like to share some of your thoughts on the upcoming season?
Absolutely, Yue. Hi everyone, this is Eunice. This season is set to be our most exciting yet, with fresh faces, an updated rule set, and a restructured prize pool that's more inclusive than ever. But at the heart of it all, we're building a community. Isn't that right, Cena?
That's right, Eunice. We are making an amazing community. Hello everyone, it's Sina Lily here. For this season, let's make it a memorable one on and off the stage as we build a sense of camaraderie and sportsmanship. For the NACT 2023 fall season, let's embrace this journey together and make it an unforgettable one in esports history. I can't wait to share this adventure with you all. See you guys all soon.
Mobile Legends Bang Bang's new emblem system is about to launch. Master the new emblem system, unleash their potential, and conquer the battlefield. No matter which heroes you play, the new emblem system will open up new possibilities. In the new emblem system, talents will no longer be restricted to specific emblems and can be mixed and matched for greater customization and versatility on the battlefield. Imagine using Bargain Hunter with the Marksman emblem on Layla to gear up ahead of the enemy for an early power spike. Or Killing Spree on the Mage emblem for Guzhan to turn him into an even deadlier assassin that can pick off the enemy one after another. You can discover more ways to play your favorite heroes and really shake up the meta. We've streamlined the emblem types to make it easier to pick the right one. We've also optimized talents to focus on providing more options for your heroes. In terms of editing and applying emblem setups, it's now easier than ever to quickly adjust them on any hero. You can configure your talents in just 3 simple steps. When it comes to progression, your emblems will no longer cost battle points to upgrade, and your previous emblem levels will all carry over. Tailor your emblems to your playstyle, grab your friends, and queue up for some intense MOBA action. Mobile Legends Bang Bang new emblem system available 6/27. Master the new emblems, master the battlefield.
The upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara Aquino wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship, and you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT Fall season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow, and especially when we're looking at the top 1%. Good luck to all of you guys, and especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait. Alright. Hi everyone, I'm Nighthorde. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene. And I heard you guys are coming to ISF, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, LBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Nafel, and here's the thing, we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT falls. All of you guys will do good, because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up guys, I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster. Right now, casting for MSC. I'm eating, but they told me to do this. It's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for. I'm wearing their colors, BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support M5 BTK.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. Arclight Outlaw, Ixia.
Your team is banning.
Hayabusa, Sanjo.
Your team is banning.
Fighting Kimmy!
Your team is banning. Your team is banning.
For honor!
Your team is banning.
I am the moonlight that breaks through the darkness.
Your team is banning.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself.
Your team is picking. Your team is picking.
I shall succumb to my power.
Let's play together.
Your team is picking.
I've been waiting for too long.
Contest so many objectives, and that marksman, yes, you can contest objectives, but then there's no actual slow when you're in that full barrage zone, like when you compare to Eve's real world manipulation.
Well, I think you can also build the corrosion scythe for a little bit of the slow. At the same time, you could bring quantum charge for a little bit of the movement speed, but kind of like what you're saying, it's like a sitting duck. You kind of just walk around. You see it like for example, in this comp, right? The Kufra jumps on you, you die. The Yizong jumps on you, you die. The Uranus walks into your face, you die once again. So the new marksman, I don't really know. I've played it actually a couple games in the classic games, but never took it to the rank so far.
I mean, I think one small adjustment they could make. It's just a small thought perspective from my side, where when you are in the edge of the real world manipulation from Eve, right? You get this a split second of stun where you just stuck there for a second. So if they can add that to the ultimate, that will make a big difference, right? Because
maybe a slight slow or something onto it.
Yeah, something like that. Because when you're in there, yeah, the corrosion side gives the slow, but then how long do you have really to give all those basic attack out, right? Because the corrosion site doesn't apply to multiple heroes, if I'm not wrong. It's correct me. I think it applies to a single target. So when that happens, you're really basically not doing anything. You're just a sitting duck, like you said. At that point, we can't really do much. But looking at the draft once more, this gives us a little more time to speak about the emblems. The Uranus going with the Impure Rage to make sure it gets that HP and mana coming back again. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again to the Land of Dawn. Here I am, Kronos, and I'm sorry, Juve, I just took that over you, but it already happened. I couldn't say no. I've been dying to say that for quite a while. And yes, I am the new caster here today, and with the OG UA. And anything you got to say about this UA so far?
Oh, I mean, we got two really nice teams coming out. We got Halfwits, a West team coming out, and also War Angels, which is going to be an all-girls team coming in, sponsored by, or not sponsored, but recommended by Mobile Saiyans. So, these are two exciting teams coming through. Earlier, we saw Franco do quite a bit of harassment in the jungle. So this time, I do believe they're going to be looking to go for the same rotations here.
You can see Kufra actually taking out the blue buffs to make sure the Alpha doesn't come and try and pull a sneaky move again. But however, the Alpha quite on the aggressive, but misses out on that small camp. And Fredrin here going to the blue buff. You can see Alpha is already level 4 versus the Fredrin's level 2. And the Uranus just going into the blue buff zone, just trying to zone them away while he's level 3. If he's such a menace right now, we can only imagine what we will be later. And there's just a little bit of taunting going in, and Alpha goes in. However, he gets the first blood.
Yeah, Alpha already took from a red to a blue rotation into that little wander and invading, while the side of War Angels, the Fredrin only took the red buff, and he was struggling to even rotate to the blue side. So already a 1.5k advantage from the side of Halfwits. This is looking really bad for the side of War Angels.
And you can see Vincent connecting with the hook on Yujiro here. Yujiro not having a good time. When you have a Franco that's so good at hooking, man, you really can't do anything about it now, can you?
Yeah, and honestly, when we talk about the early game, the alpha is just really, really strong. He's going for this turtle buff already at this 2-minute mark, and it does look like it's going to be extremely uncontested. And when we look at Fredrin, he is still only level 3, and Vincent on this Franco is already looking to go for another invade.
And we see the Tyrant's Rage connecting. However, Vincent flickers out, and the Astral Sphere being used, but does not connect on the red buff. So this and Alpha actually steals another camp away. This is a 2-level lead coming in from the side of Halfwits in the jungle. However, this does give us a little bit of time to talk about that jungle emblem, the utility junglers, why they're not so much meta at this moment.
Well, you know, he has the Concussive Bless, and another emblem he might be looking to take is going to be the Brave Smite, but he chooses not to take that, and I don't even think a Brave Smite is going to be doing too much. It does look like a small invade.
Oh, the meteor shower coming in from the Chang'e. However, the Uranus just tanking all of it, and Frederick being chunked quite low. And Franco here goes in for the bloody hunt on. However, it just goes in, and that was for 1 kill going in there. Cookie Monster not really having a good day on this utility jungler, and Vincent and Yosef being quite the menace and a nuisance for this opponent team.
Yeah, you kind of mentioned the utility junglers not being super effective. I think the Fredrin has his stay in this meta still right now, but just, you know, a little bit outclassed by Halfwits. It just seems like they have been doing their homework, and they just understand how to make sure that they're getting such a big lead, especially early on in this game here.
Oh, Kufra cancels the Tyrant's Rage and the Tyrant's Revenge, and the Franco, however, hooks the Marksman and cancels out that engage entirely. And here we're going to see some backup coming in from Novaria. However, will she connect? Yes, she connects on the first kill, and the Astral Sphere taking down Yujiro quite low. Yujiro not really able to make an impact over here in this game so far. And Vincent and Mboy just zoning him out from the entire jungle. At this rate, if you ask me, the goal lead is just going to extend. It's already at a 4K mark.
Yeah, the 4K mark. This Halfwits is claiming all of War Angels' jungle right there. He says, oh, this is your red buff. Hey, no, let me take this. And they do pick up this turtle. So, you know, we're looking at this 4-minute mark. There is a lot of the items being made up. Uranus has the anti-heal already. Novaria choosing to go for a little bit of that damage and burst route, especially with the Clock of Destiny. But from the side of War Angels, you can already see there is no gold on the side of him, no completed item here.
That actually cost him quite a bit. Alpha going to the Alpha charge right now. However, does not connect, gets knocked up, and Bloody Hunt connects onto the Fredrin, and the kill goes into the Uranus. The Tyrant's Rage going in, and still that's not enough damage to burst them down. They are in enemy territory, but still taking them down, and another kill going in towards this Alpha. This Alpha here on a 2-0-2 right now. Hey, you mentioned that, hey, is this your red buff? I think that's wrong. Hey, that just belongs to M-Boy. It's my red buff, my blue buff.
Mboy is taking everything. That's a 2-for-0 trade at this 5 minutes. And another kill happening on the top side with Carry being able to take out that gold laner. And the scoreboard is going to be 5-0. You already see a 6-minute gold lead. Now, 6 minutes with a 6K gold lead at 6 minutes. That just kind of tells me Halfwits is already snowballing ahead in this game.
Yeah, you can see what's going on with the engages coming in from Vincent and Yujiro. Yujiro actually trying to charge up as much as he can, but Vincent sees that and lands the hook on them exactly when he's charging. So that's quite the smart play coming in from Vincent, showing that Kufra also can be countered. And the Bloody Hunt goes straight up, and the Kufra goes down to the Novaria. And however, we're looking as much as we get the Meteor Shower, still not an Alpha charge, and the Carry takes down the Fredrin. At this point, they're just going to snowball their way to victory. I'm looking at like a 10-minute game here.
Yeah, and I kind of talked about in the draft, the Alpha being picked quite often, especially in North America. I haven't seen it in the Indonesian side of their MPL format, but you know, from the side of North America, and I think even in the PH, everyone's been using that Alpha, and it really shows. But mid.
Oh, we have this carry who's on a killing spree. The Tyrant's Rage does not connect onto anybody. However, every time he tries to go in and misses that, that's an opportunity that Vincent is going to make the most of. As you see, he's not shied away from getting on the Bloody Hunt onto the tank because they have enough damage just to burst Yujiro down. If Yujiro can't tank anything, then I don't think it's a good day going on for War Angels.
It is definitely not a good day for War Angels, being down about 10k gold lead right now. Tyrant's Revenge coming down.
And that's, you can see the Meteor Shower already being used previously. However, you see the Frederick going in, the Kufra flickers out, the Frederick being taken quite low, and this Alpha on a killing spree goes to the Alpha charge, and the kill goes on to the Uranus, the Black Dragon form coming out right now. However, that's just simply to zone him away and disengage. And at this moment, I would say you just got to play for the Beatrix.
Yeah, you really got to play for the Beatrix, or even just use these two, lane clears, Beatrix and Chang'e. What is going on from the side of War Angels that can be benefit is going to be the wave clear, right? The Chang'e and the Beatrix should be able to defend at least on their inner towers most of the time. Now, as long as they don't get picked by Franco here.
Franco's hook, like I mentioned, Franco just going for the hook whenever Kufra is charging up his first skill, the Tyrant's Rage. And at this moment, I do see that Yosef has already built the Radiant Armor, so able to tank up all that damage coming in from the Meteor Shower from Chang'e. So that's something that Chang'e needs to look at and probably go for an early Divine Glaive, I would say. And here, Carry going in with all the damage, the Meteor Shower connecting, and the hook goes on to the Beatrix, and that Carry is having a mega kill and a mega perfect morning. Or afternoon, I should say.
And there's just so much gold on the side of Halfwits right now. 8 minutes and 30 seconds in. The scoreboard is 11-0. You're looking at a 12k gold lead on the side of Halfwits. All the items being completed. The Trinity build almost done for Carry. You see so much defensive items on the side of Uranus. That is just extremely hard to deal with. And especially with the Alpha, right? You have that War Axe, you have that Hunter Strike, and even a Brute Force. He just has so much cooldowns coming in. And, War Angels, they are just, trying to figure out what they can do to survive this.
Hey, you said it right. The only thing that they can do is actually get the lane clears going. They have really, really good wave clear. So all they can do is clear all these waves, make sure they get their marksman and their mage fed. So that's the only way they can actually progress into this game. As you can see, Carry taking down this Lord really quick. They're not wasting any time. Halfwits realizing that they are ahead in this lead in this entire game. They're ahead by about, that's a lot of gold. I can't even calculate. But it's to the point where they just have to snowball their rate of victory now. Make sure they don't give the opponents a chance to breathe. It's just a one-sided game, I could say.
You know what I just saw earlier, Kronos? I just saw the Kufa pick up his shoes. He finally got his tough boots available, especially with the Dominance Ice. I believe his gold right now is sitting at a whopping 3k. 10 minutes in, you don't even have a second item available. Maybe
it's not even 3k.
Oh,
it's not even 3k.
Look at the Frederick right there.
Oh my God, you said it absolutely right. And look at the Uranus, look at the Novaria, they're double their gold. So now all they got to do is Novaria just got to poke, Franco lands his hooks. At this point, it's game, set, match, I could say. The Lord charging in from the bot lane, and however, they're not quite... Oh, and the hook being connected. The Tyrant's Rage, Tyrant's Revenge connecting just to cancel out. However, the Bloody Hunt did take down one of them, and Beatrix here gets a kill in for consolation, and the killing spree going into what is Novaria here. Alpha, all that true damage coming. He's on a mega kill, takes his Frederick down. They are not even going for the crystal. They're making sure they're playing discipline, taking down the mid lane inhibitor, and now they're chunking at the crystal. Are we looking at game set? Yeah, that is game set match.
That is going to be game set match for the Halfwits between Halfwits and War Angels here. That was a very quick one, Kronos.
That was really quick, man. My first game here in the MLSA, and they're just making it like they don't want me here anymore. Yeah, it's so fast.
It's a 10 minutes match. 14-1 is going to be the scoreboard. Halfwits able to take this victory on this very first game of the Tyrants tournament here. M-Boy on the Alpha we were saying Alpha is so strong right now. He has 4 cooldown items, so he does have the 2 first and second skills, just like what we were saying. Uranus, once again, a menace, especially in the early game, cutting lanes, invading jungle, doing all that. But the Navaria first pick, wow, I was disagreeing with it, but look at that damage, Kronos.
I told you, Novaria as a first pick, you get all that space to your team. You get all that vision going on. So it really makes a lot of difference, especially once she hits that level 4 mark. When she's level 1 as well, or level 2, you can still try to steal away the jungle camp. So that makes quite a bit of a difference. And Alpha being an anti-meta pick, I called it. I told you, he's an anti-meta pick. You said Fredrin is the meta, Alpha is the anti-meta. It's been a beautiful game, I should say. However, Team Halfwits showing here that they're here to play.
Yeah, Team Halfwits definitely is. Do we send it back here to Steph Weezy here?
Sure can. I appreciate that, UA, sneaking up on the desk again. Yeah, very quick game. That was more of a one-sided story. Halfwits was able to win 14-1 in 10 minutes and 50 seconds. So, guys, again, we had a little bit of a rough start. There was a little bit of connections issues in the beginning, but everything has been established now. So we are going to move forward with the qualifiers day 1 for the Mobile Legends, a tournament Scrim Academy that we're hosting for Nighthorde and X Mobile Saiyans. It's definitely a time to be alive for North America. I love being able to host and kind of provide an opportunity for teams to compete for cash prizes and also diamond pools. This tournament provided by House of Pisces, collaborating with the Nighthorde and also collaborating with Mobile Saiyans, is giving out $1,000, and then on top of that, they're giving out 100,000 diamonds through Moonton. So what more could you ask for? Speaking about more, the next 2 teams coming up, one of my personal favorites that I've seen competing in the MLSA since season 1, and then they took a little bit of a break, but they're back in action, and that is Nova Corps, and they'll be going up head-to-head up against Team Starfall. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back with you for the next game.
We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. Arclight Outlaw, Ixia. Passive, Siphon Starlium. Ixia's basic attacks and skills apply a Starlium charge to targets on hit. When using a basic attack on an enemy with 2 Starlium charges, all charges will be consumed to increase the attack's physical damage, while healing Ixia for the same amount of HP. Siphon Starlium can trigger on all enemies in front of Ixia that are within her attack range. First skill, Dual Beam. Ixia fires 2 energy beams along the ground that deal physical damage and slow enemies within a rectangular area, while increasing her movement speed for a duration. Enemies hit by both beams will take double damage. Second skill, Star Helix. Ixia unleashes a canister of Starlium energy in the target direction and knocks back nearby enemies. After a short delay, the released energy pulls enemies to the middle line and deals physical damage. Ultimate, Full Barrage. Ixia reassembles her weapon into 6 small weapons and enters the barrage state for a period of time. In Barrage State, Ixia's skills can only be cast within the ultimate's fan-shaped area, but they gain much more range, and her basic attacks can simultaneously hit up to 6 targets, prioritizing heroes within the same area. When in Barrage State, the damage of Siphon Starlium is also increased. In the laning phase, Ixia can initiate by using her second skill to pull enemies together, then use her first skill to deal double damage to the lined up targets. Use the extra movement speed from her first skill to chase and finish off enemies with basic attacks. In teamfights, Ixia should get to a safe position that can cover the most enemies within the range of her ultimate, then use enhanced basic attacks together with her second and first skill to CC enemies and crush down her enemies. Ixia is strong in 1v1 situations and is also exceptional in teamfights by providing CC and AoE damage. Kite enemies with her skills in the early and mid game and wait for a good opportunity to unleash her ultimate in teamfights. Upgrade Ixia's first skill at level 1. Then continue to prioritize upgrading her first skill as the main source of her damage. Ixia's first skill deals double damage to enemies in the center, so use her second skill to pull enemies together before unleashing her first skill to maximize the damage. Ixia's second skill can knock back nearby enemies, so use it when the enemies try to dive in to keep them at bay. Corrosion Scythe and Demon Hunter's Sword are Ixia's core pieces of equipment because the high attack speed and basic attack bonuses fit her playstyle. Get Windtalker to further enhance Ixia's sustained damage, and Malefic Roar in the late game to increase her damage against tanks. We recommend the Flicker Battle spell for Ixia to make up for her lack of mobility. Ixia's skills allow her to easily kite enemies, making her a great counter to close-range heroes and heroes with no CC skills, such as Fredrin and Bane. Ixia is countered by heroes with burst damage or CC skills, such as Saber and Aemon, due to her poor survivability. Ixia's ultimate can deal a lot of continuous AoE damage, so heroes with CC skills are her ideal teammates, such as Atlas and Vexana. Ixia is great at kiting enemies, but her damage is not high in the early game, so make good use of her second skill CC and the movement speed bonus of her first skill to poke and kite enemies. In the late game, and fully geared, Ixia should find a safe position that can cover most enemy heroes in her ultimate and melt them with her endless barrage of attacks. Don't forget that her high HP lifesteal from her passive can keep her alive long enough to finish off her enemies.
Project Next was born from your passion, fueled by your hopes and expectations. At times, we stumbled, but you were there to support us. And when we succeeded, you were there to cheer us on. Now it's time to start the next chapter together. Creating bigger and better experiences.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Nighthorde X Mobile Saiyans tournament. My name is Steph Weezy and I am your host, and today we are doing the qualifiers as 16 teams are trying to fight it out of all 32 to move on for an official spot for top 16 of the qualifiers. So it's an exciting time for not only the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy to be able to host this event, but to collaborate with other organizations such as Nighthorde, Mobile Saiyans, and also House of Pisces. So next, guys, 2 exciting teams ready to go head-to-head. We are going to be looking at Nova Corps going up against Starfall. These are all best of 1, so whoever loses here is sent home. So let's not waste any more time. Let's go ahead and swing on over to our amazing caster's desk where Yue and Kronos are handling business and breaking down these matches.
Wheezy, a pleasure as always. Kronos here. We do got another best of 1 series against Nova Core and Starfall. How you doing, man?
It was a really great first game, so I got me real freshened up. So, you know, you got all this action coming in quite early in the game, but that was a less than 10-minute game, I could say. And looking at the entire thing, that was quite a debut for myself. Give me a 10-minute debut. Thanks so much. That was really helpful. Get it done really quick and over. And we're seeing here, we're going to the draft. I believe Nova Core is on the blue side and Starfall on the red. So looking at the bans, I don't really know much about these players. Anything you got to say, Yue?
Yeah, I actually know a little bit about both of these teams. Nova Core, I do know Nova Ash. Shoutouts to him. He does have a YouTube out there. He's been around the community for quite some time, but he's always been underneath Nova. But on the side of Starfall, there is going to be Paul, which I actually happen to be very good friends with. He is going to be slotted into that mage position. Also Vader, which I know to be slotted into the EXP. These are two powerhouse duos, best friends over there. And there's also Fallen, which is a very talented jungler. He actually used to play for OSP, did hit the second place in the NACT for the M3 qualifiers. So Fallen is going to be a powerhouse. He's not with his OSP buddies right now, but he does seem like he's going to be representing Team Starfall. Some bans out on the way already. A lot of assassins being banned out.
I wanted to say, I know Fallen, all right. I remember him now. He was the retry king on that M3 qualifier, out retrying Mobile Zane the entire game. He was on crack, I could say. However, we are looking at the assassin bans coming in from Team Starfall, Nova Core, realizing that Fallen is the jungler on the opposition side. And we're looking at the Alpha ban, the Yves ban, and the Leslie, all of these, which actually slightly counter the assassins, I would say, especially with the kickback coming in from Leslie, the real world manipulation, and Alpha, the anti-meta pick. You know, it's gonna stick, man. He's the anti-meta pick, I'm telling you right now.
Well, you know, there's not really too much mage being banned out. I do think the priority of Starfall is going to be going on to a Uranus or a Valentina. Now, for the side of Nova Core, you know, they could pick up a Kaja, but there's still so many available. Now, the Novaria did well last game, 30% damage dealt onto that winning side, but I don't think it's a great first pick here.
I'm telling you, Novaria first pick is really great, but then we got that two ends of a spectrum. But however, we got a straight up counter here coming in from Vader, going in for the Yuzong. The Black Dragon just gonna eat that Novaria up alive. And we have the Valentina here, so giving Nova Core a little bit of thinking room to pick out their heroes so that they don't get the ultimate stolen away by the IMU. And we're seeing another Fredrin coming here. I think North America really wants to Fredrin is probably a staple over there, isn't he?
It is a good pick. I wouldn't say staple because a lot of us actually chooses to play assassins, but it does seem like during tournament days they are choosing to go for the Fredrin. Just a little bit about the Valentina pick, Paul. You know, he is a master of a lot of the mages, but especially in that Valentina, this is his, you know, bread and butter. He's dominated a lot of tournament scenes with the Valentina, so I'm excited to see what he brings to the table here with that mage. But Nova Core choosing to go for a Kufra, you know, we're kind of seeing a pattern here, right? Game 1, game 2, the Kufra comes out so extremely early on in the draft phase, Kronos.
Yeah, I think the Kufra is just to make sure it counters all these assassin picks that could be taken. For example, the Lancelot, the Hayabusa, and a lot of single target tanks like Franco, maybe the Kaja as well. But however, we do see the Minotaur being picked up, and that is really quite, I like that pickup. But speaking about the bans, we have the Carry and the Arlot. The Arlot actually being let go till the second phase. Not something I'm used to seeing, because Arlot's OP according to me.
Well, with the carry ban, I do think from the side of Starfall, they're looking for a potential Beatrix or even a Claude, right? But you talk about the Arlot, I do like him. He is one of those heroes that get banned quite a bit, but right now there is still a Uranus on the table. At the same time, you could go for Esmeralda to deal with some of the damage coming out from Yuzong, but once again, there's just so many heroes still available. They choose to go for a Hayabusa and export ban.
Yeah, the Hayabusa to make sure that the Novaria has a better time in the laning phase and also while they're in rotation. And we're seeing the Melissa being picked up here. I think when it comes to new emblem setups, it didn't really favor Melissa all that well because it favored a lot of the other marksmen. Like you see the carry, the Leslie being banned out. Yep. So the Melissa here, I'm not really sure about that pick. But it does go well with the Minotaur synergy. However, we do have the Lapu Lapu coming in and the Mia bring out the OG.
No way, the Mia's not coming out. But the Lapu Lapu does get locked in, and Lapu Lapu and Yuzong, I do believe it is a 60-40 onto the side of Lapu Lapu just because his cooldowns on his ultimate is so low. And for Yuzong, he has to wait until for objectives for him to really use that Black Dragon form. But the marksman that does get locked in is going to be the Beatrix. I do think from the side of Starfall, they could have took the Beatrix themselves or maybe opt to go for a Claude. But when we go against the Claude, especially into a Fredgen or a Kufra, those two knockups definitely cancels out a lot of the ultimates.
Yeah, and then we're seeing the Bane being picked up here. The other so-called anti-meta pick, I would like to call it, is especially given the fact that they have multiple dives coming in from the Lapu Lapu, the Kufra, the Fredren, a little bit of the dash and the knockup as well. So the Deadly Cat should be able to cancel all that out, give a lot of space. They got a lot of a wombo combo going on the side of Team Starfall. However, Novacore just looking to make sure they can get a couple pickoffs here and there and make sure this Fredrin snowballs his way, gets tanky enough to make sure they can actually avoid being taken down quite easily.
And it's pretty interesting. You were kind of talking about the assassin meta, right? And right now we're still seeing the fighters and the tanks in the jungle. But guys, welcome to the land of dawn of the game 2 between Starfall and Novacore for the Nighthorde X Mobile Saiyans tournament here. It's a beautiful game already, a beautiful afternoon in the United States. And we have Kronos, right? Kronos, this new guy coming in, beautiful caster here, bringing us a lot of these games here.
Thanks, Yue. Yes, welcome to the land of dawn. Indeed, we just get a sneak peek of the latest skin coming in from the Bane. And I would like to say, while the Bane was running around, he was, it looked really nice. I like the skin. Take a look at that skin of that Bane. It's one of the best skins of Bane out there. He gets that ale going in, get that movement speed, spits out the ale, all that damage coming in. That's pretty nice. That's a nice skin you got going on there. However, we're seeing the normal jungle rotations. Novaria trying to poke out this Valentina and Paul. However, not. And Fallen here in the gold lane and actually getting zoned away from his minions. However, but there we can see that the Minotaur there just there to provide vision to make sure Fallen has a much better laning phase.
Whoa, a little bit of a skirmish happening. Bane chooses to use the ultimate, but wow, a small invade still happening from the two junglers.
Yeah, the retribution being used there by the Bane to secure that. However, Fredrin just does reach level 4. Fredrin goes in with a taunt on the top lane on the Yuzong. However, to no avail as Yuzong is quite tanky himself for Fredrin to burst down. And we're seeing the junglers here mirroring each other's rotations and just saying hi to each other before the turtle spawns up.
Yeah, the turtle is going to be coming up in 15 seconds. But something that's interesting, we were talking about the Retri Kings in the draft, but the Retri King is onto that gold lane onto the boss side. This is the first time I actually seen Fallen onto the marksmans. And it's very interesting to me because I've never seen him play onto this role. So this is going to be something pretty new. But the turtle does get started by Novacore first.
Yeah, as you can see, both the tanks, the roamers going in to soak up the mid lane bait to make sure they reach level 4. However, the Minoan Fury comes out, but Fredrin still secures the turtle. Ooh. And you can see the Deadly Catch being used as well, but the Fredrin should go down. That's the first blood, the bravest warrior being used as well. And to no avail, trying to get a consolation prize in the midst. However, there's a lot of regen coming in from the side of Team Starfall. And for the Lapu Lapu, you're trying to overextend a little bit, I think. And Yuzong here to save the day.
Yeah, but that is a 1-for-1 trade for both of the teams. But the turtle, the objective, does go to Nova Core's side. So already a small advantage. And whoa, another kill from that Novaria first pick. Just like what you're saying right there. That is going to be a 2-for-1, 3 minutes in this game.
Yeah. And we can see the gold laners here just trying to make sure they get farmed up, not missing out on those last hits. That gives a little bit of additional gold. And the Novaria, they're there to poke out, get those snipes in to make sure you can get that KS going. And you don't have the Angela here with the link to get that KS. You just got this Novaria who's going to snipe everything down.
Yeah, and right here, there's not, we have this 1k gold lead, but top side, the Bravest Fighter stance does get popped, but both teams chooses to disengage. You see Jinxasaur on that top side bush, looking to try and see if there's another minion on that top side for him to farm.
Yeah, here will the Lapu Lapu walk into a death bush, and he does. I believe the knockup coming in from the Yuzong as well, and that is a kill being secured on the top side. And now the score is at 3-2. And while that was going on, you could see the Beatrix soaking up the mid wave as well, especially given that she has much more mobility than Melissa. So that gives a slight bit of advantage towards the Beatrix, and the top lane being shut down quite low. This turret being taken down by the Bane and the Yuzong.
Yeah, Bane is one of those heroes that do pretty well in terms of tower pushing right here, but some of the items that have already been picked up onto this 4 minutes in is going to be the Corrosion Scythe onto that Marksman, but Mion Fury coming down.
And here we go, the Deadly Catch being used as well. The Black Dragon form comes out. The Lapu Lapu goes into the Bravest Fighter. And the Shot Essence being used. And that's the Bennett's Rage coming out. The Tyrant's Rage going in as well. That gets a knockup on this Yuzong. The Yuzong in no man's land right now, being ganked up by 5 of the opponents in Nova Core. Nova Core here to secure the turtle quite easily. That should have been a miscommunication coming in from Team Starfall, because the Black Dragon went in all the way. There was no follow-up from the entire team.
Yeah, you kind of talked about how good the Novaria first pick is, but the Beatrix gets a kill onto the Valentina, but does get shut down back over by the Bane. We see the Novaria already at a 0-0-5, but the Kufra coming in.
And the Kufra goes in with the Tyrant's Rage, and the Tyrant does not have the Tyrant's Revenge. However, the Fredrin uses his ultimate and the Minotaur there to save the day, to make sure that their jungler survives. And especially since he has a bounty on him at the moment, it's after getting that shutdown, you want to make sure that this Bane has a much better time to make sure he hits this power spike in the mid game.
Yeah, talking about the power spike, you already see Starfall taking the first tower of the game and chooses to go for a switch. Maybe that is going to bring in a little bit of a strategy difference and making sure that Starfall can continue to go past this game. Now, some of the items, you have the Hunter Strike on the Bane already, the yellow item on that mage already finishing up. The Clock of Destiny, but
there we go.
Yeah, the lollipop over there, and also, a lot of the jungle items, a lot of the tanky items have been built up by the members of Nova Core.
Yeah, you can see that they're trying to push in the middle lane, but however, you can see that the Nova Core quite deep into the enemy jungle with a 4-man rotation towards that blue buff. They're going to try to invade, especially knowing that they have a tanky jungler going on. Tyrant's Rage being charged up right now. Will he connect? He misses. However, Minotaur goes to the Minoan Fury, and that Black Dragon form comes out as well on the back line. Gets the Beatrix, and that is a 1-for-0 trade and does not even get the blue buff. And this is not a good trade going in for the side of Team Nova Core. And the Minotaur going, and the Tyrant's Revenge connecting on the 3 of them, chunking them down real low. However, there is no follow-up, and he is forced to flicker out and lives to see another day.
Yeah, Nova Core, Ashe with the 3-man set, but unfortunately, not really much of a follow-up going on, and they were choosing to engage onto the enemy's blue buff, but actually took the losses instead. And even Starfall now bringing up another objective onto their palette here. The gold lead has already shrunken down to almost nothing 7 minutes in.
I mean, so far, if you look at it, it was supposed to be Nova Core's game, right? It's but however, it's looking like they're biting off more than they can chew. So it makes it quite difficult for them, especially for Nova Ash, to actually get such an engage going when he does not have the ultimate. So speaking of, they get the top tier one, the first turret in the top lane, and we can see a mid push coming in by 3 of them. Will they actually be able to secure? No, they do not. And there's a gank coming onto the top side. However, Beatrix sniffs that out. Kufra actually goes in for the concealed play. Charging up the Tyrant's Rage will not. Everyone's out of range, so I don't think he will complete that. And so far, so good, Juve.
Yeah, both teams, a little bit cautious on their decisions. They don't kind of want to all in and throw this game because it feels like whoever loses these fights, they're definitely going to be punished for it.
Yeah, that's the Banished Rage going in there. The Deadly Catch being used as well. And the Bouncing Ball and the knockup coming. The Appraiser's Rat takes down the Minotaur. And the Black Dragon coming in right now. However, everybody flickers out. 2 flickers being expended. Tyrant's Revenge as well. And that's a lot of skills. The knockup coming in from the Black Dragon. And Will secure again? Does not. The Beatrix gets away with 1 HP. And the Bane falls down in the process as well. That was a really good trade coming in the side of Team Novacore.
Yeah, and we kind of talked about the Fredrin. It may be kind of out of the meta, but right there, the Praiser's Wrath was just so good. And he was able to CC so many of the members from the side of Starfall, making sure that they have a hard time getting onto that Beatrix. And, Code Day with this hero, he was barely able to survive on that last team fight. And that is huge from the side of Novacore.
I mean, Corday there, just, small micro plays coming in where he used the regen just when he was about to die to make sure he could survive that last bit. And that paid quite the dividends to him. And we can see the Lord Dance happening. So we see the Nova Ash actually sniffs out Paul in the mid bush over there. And Novaria trying to get in snipes to make sure she can chunk them down quite low enough to make sure they can go and engage. Here, the Lord just being poked around. Make sure the Lord goes on a fashion show, a ramp walk, and goes back into his base.
Yeah, the Lord does have a little jump around, but a small fight.
And the Minotaur actually not being able to complete the Minoan Fury goes down towards the Banished Rage. And we're seeing here that they are going to take this Lord. This should be quite an easy Lord. However, Fallen should be able to get the bot lane. We're seeing the Lapu Lapu rotating there as well. That is a clean Lord take coming in from the side of Team Novacore, who are, so far I can say, not dominating this game, but making sure that they're having a good time. Lapu Lapu going in on Fallen. However, it goes into the Bravest Fighter. The go away being used as well. He does not have enough damage to take down Fallen. Fallen actually, will he survive? He does not with the, he does actually with the flicker. However, the Fredrin gets a kill going in with his first kill. Will he sees the Appraiser's Wrath connecting as well. Bane with all that ale being able to regen, and the Petrify being used as well, and the knockup coming in. And however, Bane does go down to the Kufra. That is quite a lot of engage coming in, being committed towards this one Black Dragon, and the snipes going in there.
Yeah, that was a 2-for-3 trade on the side of Novacore. Although they were able to grab up 3 of the targets onto that bot side, the marksman did get taken down. And we were kind of talking about how there was some small micro decisions coming out from Condor, but he was taken out from the side of Starfall. And with the Lord marching down at no marksmans, Starfall is going to be able to defend this relatively well here.
And you can see the gold lead being extended to 3k right now. Not that much that can be covered up. However, that is one full item. And the junglers going in, just rotating into the jungle. Will we see a bot push coming in? There's nobody here in the bot lane, and they should be able to get that second turret in the bot lane. And at this moment, all I can say is you need that wombo combo going, man. You need that Minoan Fury, you need that Black Dragon, the Deadly Catch, all at the same time to make sure Starfall will live to see the next phase of this entire tournament.
Yeah, and maybe some magic resist would be good, but whoa.
The Tyrant's Revenge connecting, and Beatrix takes the kill on the Minotaur, and the Fredrin going in quite deep to make sure they can zone him away to get this turret. And you can see the snipes connecting from Novaria. That one misses, however. And for those of you who did not know, actually, the Novaria's first skill does a lot of true damage. Not just magic damage, it does true damage as well. So if you stay there long enough in a particular team fight, you just get taken down low and low and low.
Oh, you're talking about the one that he puts out that's like a little circle? That one does true damage?
Yeah, that does true damage.
Oh, that is pretty tough. But we talk about the Novaria. I am not a big fan, but this man has proven me wrong. 1, 0, and 11. That is going to be the priority target on the side of Starfall.
The Tyrant's Revenge connecting in. The plan has been just take down this Minotaur and we'll see what happens next here. Inspire being used by Fallen. However, the Fredrin is tanky enough. The Deadly Catch going in. The Shutdown going in onto the Valentina. Paul here showing that he's here to play and gets the IMU with the Bravest Fighter. Goes in, gets the Lapu Lapu as well. The Yuzong connecting Petrify with the 2-man knockup. However, does get taken down. And here... just the zone to just disengage, and here we go to another Tyrant's Rage. The Beatrix get a double kill, and the Bane takes him down. The shutdown going into where's the Ballista? Will the Novaria get a kill? Will we see this happening? Oh no, towards the other side. Fallen lives to see another day.
Yeah, that was a 4-4-4 trade. So many members falling down. 13 minutes in. This is going to be that Luminous Lord coming down. So this is a priority objective coming out from both sides. And both teams kind of choosing to fight it out. Although Starfall did have a good initiation, was able to grab up 2 relatively early on in that fight. From the side of Novacore, they just have this Novaria. And you can already see there's not much magic as this still coming out from Starfall here.
I mean, they're just underestimating Novaria, right? Who's just gonna poke. They just think that's gonna hit them once and then go. But Novaria actually has enough damage, enough cooldown items to make sure that she can keep hitting them one by one. And just before they can even get into a fight, they're gonna be too low. And sorry, my friend, I probably misinterpreted that first skill. It's called the Astral Meteor. It's actually not true damage. It's HP based damage. So the more HP you have, the more damage it does, and it scales along with that as well. So looking at these heroes like Minotaur and Yuzong and Bane, who have quite a bit of HP, you know, it just makes sure it deals a lot of damage to them.
Oh yeah, and definitely shreds them. But a little conceal play coming in right now. It does seem like Novacore has this Lord up in his arsenal, and whoa, coming down, Black Dragon.
And the Black Dragon being used, the Lord being secured by Fredrin. However, the Tyrant's Rage connecting onto his Valentina, and the knockup going in from Minoan Fury. The 2-man knockup coming in from the Yuzong as well with the Petrify. Will they get? That's a 2-for-0. That's a 1-for-0 trade. And we're seeing the Minotaur going in. However, the Bane gets a kill on this Kufra. And that is an, I would say, a 50-50 trade. They gave the Lord, but they got 2 in the process, so they won't be able to push.
A 50-50 trade. They do have the Lord in process, but they're still looking to fight, and the Beatrix is relatively low.
And the Minotaur goes down to the Bravest Fighter. The Lord still being chunked low. The Beatrix gets a shutdown on this Melissa. However, now we're looking at the Lapu Lapu being taken down by this Valentina, and Valentina uses the IMU and the Bravest Fighter to make sure she gets out of the Astral Sphere. And now will the Valentina be going down? Oh, and that was a lot of damage being done to the Beatrix, however. The Black Dragon comes in. Will it goes onto the Beatrix? Will he connect? And Beatrix dashes away only to be taken down to the Furious Dive.
Yeah, it is a punish onto the Beatrix's side, but you can already see the minions onto that bot side. That is a free inhibitor coming down over there, and there's just so much minions coming down. It looks like the mid is going to be unprotected here.
Yeah, that was quite a lot of overcommitment coming in from the side of Vader as well to make sure just to take down the one Beatrix. Yes, you get all that gold, but you lose that inhibitor in process. So I think it's not really worth the trade because you're really down by quite a lot of objectives in terms of the towers. Yeah, the win conditions getting lower and lower at the moment. As we can see, all the 5 of them grouping up together. At this point, Novacore's strategy, I could say, has been just take down the Minotaur before he can even use the Minoan Fury.
Yeah, but you know what's good on the side of Starfall, though? They're able to take out Beatrix relatively consistently. They're able to find that target, especially with the Black Dragon form, or, you know, even on that Valentina, they're able to just focus down and making sure. But wow, a small 4-man walking onto the boss side, but it doesn't seem like Novacore knows.
Oh, and here Kufra walks into the potential death bush. However, Minotaur, knowing that it's only a tank, does not want to commit onto that singular target. Want to make sure that he gets the most out of the Minoan Fury. And we can see Lapu Lapu pushing in from the top lane as well. This should be going a stalemate into the Lord, I can say, since the Lord comes spawning up in the next 30 seconds. And the Tyrant's Rage connects onto nobody here. As we take a look at the items, Yue.
Yeah, the items are very interesting. This is typically where we start to see a lot of immortalities being brought up by both sides. But, you know, even the junglers that have full items, no one has immortality. This makes me, you know, a little bit question, because I do think immortality is something that we should be seeing relatively common, especially, you know, the higher up that we go. Most teams are going to be almost 5 stacking immortalities to make sure that they live for another day. But both teams, Paul in a good position.
Here, the Minotaur Chavon in a good position as well. However, Klasky just sniffed that out. The Bennett's Rage being used. The Tyrant's Rage going into the Tyrant's Revenge onto the Minotaur, taking him down before he can use the Minoan Fury once again. The Black Dragon goes in. The Beatrix on a double kill. The Petrify combo coming in from the Yuzong. However, Valentina does get a kill on this Beatrix, and the Yuzong takes down another in the process in the Lapu Lapu, and this should be quite the trade coming in for a 2-for-2 trade, and with the marksman going down from the side of Team Novacore, this should be easy Lord take coming in from the side of Team Starfall. However, without the jungler, they're not able to do that.
Yeah, just like what you just said. Without the jungler, it's going to be a little bit hard, but without the marksman coming in from Novacore, they really don't have that much damage. Now, Starfall, they have the option to go and kill the Beatrix. They're able to make sure that she is dying every team fight, but something that they're unable to find an answer is the first pick, Novaria, sitting at a 2-0-8. That is a very, very slippery Novaria, and especially with the range and the mobility that she has, I have trouble finding her.
Yeah, especially with the Astral Echo and the ultimate coming in from the Novaria, right? They're able to sniff out any possible positions or any possible ganks that comes in from Starfall, for providing all that vision for the team. As we can see, Nova Ash here in the top Tribush, will he be able to secure one of them big fat ultimates, as he can sniff out the Chaewon as well? And Klarsky here going in, and will they? Yes, they connects on the Tyrant's Revenge on the Minotaur. The Bennett's Rage being committed. However, the Minoan Fury does connect, but to no avail. There's the Deadly Catch being used, and the Lapu Lapu there to zone him out. This is a 1-for-1 trade, and the Black Dragon form comes in right now, and it goes onto this Beatrix. The Beatrix runs in, the Furious Dive connects with the Petrify combo as well, and the Shah Essence enough to take down the Beatrix. However, the double kill does go onto Paul, and the Appraiser's Rat, that was nasty, even after the Winter Truncheon being used.
Oh yeah, they do grab with the Lord, but the Bane was able to grab up Clarky on that Fredrin right here. That is a 3-for-2 trade on the side of Starfall right here. And with the Lord marching down, you know, even with the minions being shoved from both that top and that bot side, Starfall has an opportunity to really push out and try to get some of the towers down. And the Lord is marching onto the top side. And I do think that is in the favor of Starfall. They have the Lord marching on this far lane here. Starfall can just gather some of their members, making sure that this Melissa stays peeled and healthy, and maybe potentially grab a tower here. But the setups coming in from Novacore, they are getting that Novaria onto the mid side.
And you can see that was quite the disciplined push, because knowing that they do not have Vader here to maximize this Lord, especially since it's a level 3 Lord, the enhanced Lord. Now, since Vader is here, they will have the Black Dragon form to engage onto this, make the most of this Lord. However, the bot side not being pushed, and this should be an easy Lord take from the side of Team Novacore. Here we're seeing the Tyrant's Rage connecting. Oh, and it misses. The Tyrant's Revenge misses as well. Nova Ash not really able to connect. That's not something we see often coming in from him. And the Minotaur here goes in to zone away the back line, and this should be giving them enough time to make sure that they take all their turrets, as we see. And they're trying to push in for an inhibitor, and Minotaur goes in quite deep. The Minoan Fury connecting as well. The Deadly Catch being used. However, they're not able to take down the turret, and the Black Dragon form being used as well. Melissa in no man's territory gets taken down, and that was the inhibitor trade for their marksman. And Nova Ash, along with the Lapu Lapu, I would say very, very worth the trade.
Yeah, that is going to be a trade worth for the side of Starfall. They were able to kind of get back into this game with that Lord, grabbing up all the outer towers and even a bottom inhibitor. And that was a 2-for-1 trade. Although the marksman did fall from the side of Starfall, they were able to pick up 2 of the members from Nova Corps. Now, with the map looking like in hands of Starfall, all the items are being finished up from both sides. You could already starting to see a little bit more immortalities. I do think the Yuzong and the Melissa should grab up the immortality. So should the Lapu Lapu and also the Navaria. But, you know, we are the ones that are casting on the desk. Those are going to be the professional players. So they definitely know exactly what they need to be building here.
And like you said, they know what they're doing. They got their own game plan to make sure that they can actually know what's going on at this moment. And we can see the Lapu Lapu here clearing the bot lane, 4 in the bot lane.
Yeah, 4 in the bot lane. The Lord is looking like they're getting started from the side of Starfall. They're choosing to completely go for it, but the Yuzong does get picked up before the Black Dragon Ford even is able to do anything. The Beatrix is marching down mid here. And the Beatrix is able to pick up.
Yeah, the Beatrix being left alone.
Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Juve. The Beatrix was actually not interrupted in getting that 2 kills, the double kill going in. And that was Vader and Paul, 2 of the main resources of damage and zone coming in from the side of Team Starfall. And that secures the Lord for Team Nova Corps.
Yeah, unfortunately, Nova Corps is able to pick up 2 of the members. Now, concealed play happening. They're looking to march down mid.
Oh, the Tyrant's Rage connecting in with the Flicker, the Minoan Fury as well, the Deadly Catch being used, and however, the bravest fighter breaks the immortality, and now with the Winter Truncheon as well, that should be a full 5-man wipeout coming in for the side of Team Nova Corps.
Yeah, it's a 5-man
on towards
wipeout.
Team Starfall.
Beautiful game coming out from Nova Corps. This is going to be a 23 minutes win coming out from Nova. The scoreboard is 13-2 here. The MVP, the Novaria first pick. The one pick that I choose to disagree with, grabs up this MVP at 4, 0, and 22, building up all sorts of magical items here. Next in line is going to be Kodar, Koday on this Beatrix. And, you know, we like the Beatrix picks. The Beatrix is great. You know, that's why I feel like the side of Novacard just had the comp, had the better comp coming in. And especially with the Fredrin and the Lapu Lapu and a Kufra, that kind of tells you they're playing this very front to back oriented style type of team fights. Now, you look at some of the damage coming in, right? Kronos, the Beatrix doing 33%, and look at the Novaria here.
I'm telling you, man, this Novaria is being slept on. I don't know why you don't like this Novaria pick. I say Novaria is the first pick staple. At this moment, given the fact that she can provide so much vision, so much damage, and also sniff out all the opponents, and she's so slippery, she did not die even once that single game. Having the Yuzong on the opponent as well. If you can escape the Black Dragon, what else do you need?
Exactly. Now, we're going to shoot this message right back to Wheezy, guys.
There we go. Thank you so much for the pass off. Man, we're getting through these matches, right? Nova Corps making their appearance out of nowhere. I don't know where they went, but definitely been practicing, and you can see they're ready to take their competition to the professional scene. Congratulations on moving forward and securing your spot on the top 16, but that's just the beginning, guys. We still got plenty of teams to go through. One of those teams being BTK as well, so got a lot of teams on board for today. Next up on the list, Game 3, we are going to be seeing Mystic West going up against Team Logo, so grab some popcorn, get some drinks, and we'll be right back with you guys momentarily.
Area, while increasing her movement speed for a duration. Enemies hit by both beams will take double damage. Second skill, Star Helix. Ixia unleashes a canister of Starlium energy in the target direction and knocks back nearby enemies. After a short delay, the released energy pulls enemies to the middle line and deals physical damage. Ultimate, full barrage. Ixia reassembles her weapon into 6 small weapons and enters the barrage state for a period of time. In barrage state, Ixia's skills can only be cast within the Ultimate's fan-shaped area, but they gain much more range. and her basic attacks can simultaneously hit up to 6 targets, prioritizing heroes within the same area. When in barrage state, the damage of Siphon Starlium is also increased. In the laning phase, Ixia can initiate by using her second skill to pull enemies together, then use her first skill to deal double damage to the lined up targets. Use the extra movement speed from her first skill to chase and finish off enemies with basic attacks. In teamfights, Ixia should get to a safe position that can cover the most enemies within the range of her ultimate, then use enhanced basic attacks together with her second and first skill to CC enemies and crush down her enemies. Ixia is strong in 1v1 situations and is also exceptional in teamfights by providing CC and AoE damage. Kite enemies with her skills in the early and mid game and wait for a good opportunity to unleash her ultimate in teamfights. Upgrade Ixia's first skill at level 1. Then continue to prioritize upgrading her first skill as the main source of her damage. Ixia's first skill deals double damage to enemies in the center, so use her second skill to pull enemies together before unleashing her first skill to maximize the damage. Ixia's second skill can knock back nearby enemies, so use it when the enemies try to dive in to keep them at bay. Corrosion Scythe and Demon Hunter Sword are Ixia's core pieces of equipment because the high attack speed and basic attack bonuses fit her playstyle. Get Windtalker to further enhance Ixia's sustained damage, and Malefic Roar in the late game to increase her damage against tanks. We recommend the Flicker Battle spell for Ixia to make up for her lack of mobility. Ixia's skills allow her to easily kite enemies, making her a great counter to close-range heroes and heroes with no CC skills, such as Fredrin and Bane. Ixia is countered by heroes with burst damage or CC skills, such as Saber and Aemon, due to her poor survivability. Ixia's ultimate can deal a lot of continuous AoE damage, so heroes with CC skills are her ideal teammates, such as Atlas and Vexana. Ixia is great at kiting enemies, but her damage is not high in the early game, so make good use of her second skill CC and the movement speed bonus of her first skill to poke and kite enemies. In the late game, and fully geared, Ixia should find a safe position that can cover most enemy heroes in her ultimate and melt them with her endless barrage of attacks. Don't forget that her high HP lifesteal from her passive can keep her alive long enough to finish off her enemies.
Project Next was born from your passion, fueled by your hopes and expectations. At times, we stumbled, but you were there to support us. And when we succeeded, you were there to cheer us on. Now it's time to start the next chapter together. Creating bigger and better experiences. And telling new stories and legends. Let's treasure every moment together. Celebrate every accomplishment. Your love and dedication is what makes all this possible. Together, let's shape the future of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Next for you.
In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head-on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Or she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Ixia.
Eruditio. Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Hey everyone, this is Liz. Are you ready to witness some exciting changes this season? We got some fresh faces joining us in the caster teams, bringing in new insights and perspectives. Now, speaking of exciting changes, Drex, I heard you got some thrilling news to share with us about the prize pools.
I couldn't have put it any better myself, Liz. What's up, guys? You already know who it is. Trex here with the beard this fall season. Now, we've reconstructed our prize pool to reward more teams than ever, and that's not the only update. Private Dancer, isn't there a few things you want to tell them about the tournament rules?
You bet, Trex. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is I, the Potato King here, Private Dancer, bringing back that unique voice and unique sense of energy to each and every match. But this season, we are raising the stakes. We've revamped the tournament rules, aiming to make sure that each and every experience for you guys is more intensive, more captivating, more awe-inspiring for you, the viewers. But that's not it. Steph Wheezy here can tell you about what we can expect from the caster team this season.
Private, thank you so much for that. I'd love to share. For the NACT fall season, we are elevating things to newer heights. Steph Wheezy here. I can't wait to see you guys on the desk. But speaking of the desk, we also have some brand new faces. Ben, why don't you go ahead and introduce us to our new colleagues?
With pleasure, Steph Wheezy. Hey, I'm Ben, and we're delighted to welcome outstanding new talent to the team this season, Yue. He'll be joining us and providing exciting commentary and breaking down all the intense matches that are to come. Yue, I believe you have some insight about how this season is about more than just gameplay, right?
Absolutely, Ben. Hi, this is Yue, and the NACT 2023 fall season is not only about showcasing the talent and the dedication of North America's top teams, but also about creating a vibrant community. Eunice, as the final voice in our lineup, would you like to share some of your thoughts on the upcoming season?
Absolutely, Yue. Hi everyone, this is Eunice. This season is set to be our most exciting yet, with fresh faces, an updated rule set, and a restructured prize pool that's more inclusive than ever. But at the heart of it all, we're building a community. Isn't that right, Cena?
That's right, Eunice. We are making an amazing community. Hello, everyone. It's Sina Lily here. For this season, let's make it a memorable one on and off the stage as we build a sense of camaraderie and sportsmanship. For the NACT 2023 fall season, let's embrace this journey together and make it an unforgettable one in esports history. I can't wait to share this adventure with you all. See you guys all soon.
Mobile Legends Bang Bang's new emblem system is about to launch. Master the new emblem system, unleash their potential, and conquer the battlefield. No matter which heroes you play, the new emblem system will open up new possibilities. In the new emblem system, talents will no longer be restricted to specific emblems and can be mixed and matched for greater customization and versatility on the battlefield. Imagine using Bargain Hunter with the Marksman emblem on Layla to gear up ahead of the enemy for an early power spike. Or Killing Spree on the Mage emblem for Guzhan to turn him into an even deadlier assassin that can pick off the enemy one after another. You can discover more ways to play your favorite heroes and really shake up the meta. We've streamlined the emblem types to make it easier to pick the right one. We've also optimized talents to focus on providing more options for your heroes. In terms of editing and applying emblem setups, it's now easier than ever to quickly adjust them on any hero. You can configure your talents in just 3 simple steps. When it comes to progression, your emblems will no longer cost battle points to upgrade, and your previous emblem levels will all carry over. Tailor your emblems to your playstyle, grab your friends, and queue up for some intense MOBA action. Mobile Legends Bang Bang new emblem system available 6/27. Master the new emblems, master the battlefield.
The upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara Aquino wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship. And you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT fall season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow, and especially when we're looking at the top 1%. Good luck to all of you guys, especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait. Right. Hi everyone, I'm Ixia. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene. And I heard you guys are coming to ISF, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, LBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Tefel, and here's the thing, we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT falls. All of you guys will do good, because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up guys, I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster. Right now, casting for MSC. I'm eating, they told me to do this. It's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for. I'm wearing their colors, BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support M5 BTK.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. Arclight Outlaw, Ixia. Passive, Siphon Starlium. Ixia's basic attacks and skills apply a Starlium charge to targets on hit. When using a basic attack on an enemy with 2 Starlium charges, all charges will be consumed to increase the attack's physical damage, while healing Ixia for the same amount of HP. Siphon Starlium can trigger on all enemies in front of Ixia that are within her attack range. First skill, Dual Beam. Ixia fires 2 energy beams along the ground that deal physical damage and slow enemies within a rectangular area, while increasing her movement speed for a duration. Enemies hit by both beams will take double damage. Second skill, Star Helix. Ixia unleashes a canister of Starlium energy in the target direction and knocks back nearby enemies. After a short delay, the released energy pulls enemies to the middle line and deals physical damage. Ultimate, Full Barrage.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Nighthorde Mobile Saiyans Tournament. An amazing time for teams in North America to get prepared for a chance to win $1,000 and 100,000 diamonds provided by the House of Pisces, Nighthorde, and the Mobile Saiyans. And then also partnered with the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, so you'll see a lot of familiar faces on the desk from our side of the table as well, live on our YouTube channel. Now, 2 amazing teams ready to go head-to-head. Jumping into the next match of the day, Mystic West going up against the No Logo. And what better way to start this off with 2 amazing casters to paint that picture, Yue and Scared Jet in the building. let's go ahead and see how they're doing.
Thank you, Wheezy. MLSA represent. We do have Scared Yet over here, but we got two beautiful team, Mystic West and No Logo. Scared Yet? How are you doing? You had your morning coffee yet?
Yeah, indeed. Not even just morning coffee, even my night coffee, because I had to stay awake just to cast these amazing matches. I'm extremely excited. I saw the previous two ones as well. Two polar opposite matches. One a 10-minute game, the next a 23-minute game. So I guess this time we're gonna get somewhere around a 15-minute match.
Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna get something pretty interesting. Now, Mystic West, this is a squad that I've seen that has a team not only in the west side, the central side, but also one on the east side. So this is a very, very big squad. But from the other side, it is the No Logos team. I believe that is their name. Some familiar squad. We have 7X, which is a East team that's dominated. We have Craxy, which is actually my old squad mate, plays the marksman and is in the Empire, which is a very good squad. We also have Tomato Toucher. I believe that is in Misu's squad. Sir Bossy on that EXP lane, and Batty with the Fatty, which is AKA Chacho, played for the Wasians on NACT last spring here.
Someone's been doing the homework pretty you, man, I guess.
No, I've just been watching too much. I've been watching too much of these games.
I mean, I have to start watching these games as well, just as much as you do, because again, this kind of information is something that people out there do not know, and yet they crave for it. But nonetheless, very well explained about the compositions, basically the members that both of these teams have. But for now, let's just quickly focus back in the draft as the first three bans being a Fanny, a Joy, and a Kufra.
Well, I like the Fanny bans. That means that there's a lot of people playing Fanny in North America, and you know, we've always been trying to go towards some of the Asian metas like the Fanny and the Ling, but there was a good period of the time where a lot of the North Americans, especially at the mid and lower tiers, they just weren't willing to play the Fannies. But it looks like every team overall, we saw the Fanny being banned out on the second game. I don't remember the first game, but now it's coming out again. I really do like this, but something that was not prioritized last game was a Uranus, and I really want to see one happening this game.
Indeed, because of these new emblem changes, now we are seeing the old picks that used to be like destructive meta picks coming back again, and seeing, you know, we're seeing them in the draft. So again, I was very, you know, frustrated with the tanky jungle meta either ways. A marksman main, I just used to cry whenever there were 3 tanks in the opponent, but now I'm still a little bit happy. Yes, there are assassins chasing me, but alright, I can get them off though. But okay, so there's an Arlet ban. It was not banned in the previous game in the first half. We did see the Arlet being banned in the second half, but this time being prioritized first. But there are a ton of assassins left open, even the Ling, Hayabusa, there's a Lancelot. So quite a lot of assassins on the table, but I believe first pick might be a Valentina.
As you say, the Valentina. We do have a Marta's first pick. This is something we don't see quite often. Typically, especially with the available mages, I would personally choose for a Valentina, right? And if not a Valentina, maybe a Uranus or even a Ling if you're bold enough. But this team, Mystic West, chooses to go for the Martis. And we've seen quite a bit. Lots of fighters and tanks jungle in the first 2 games. This one, it is not, you know, not an outlier. It is going to be a fighter in the jungle.
It is possible. Again, probably for a flex pick is something that they have secured the Martyrs, but coming in first 2 picks from the No Logo, a Lunax along with the Purify Franco. Alright, we'll see how that works out. But again, the Lunax also a flex pick. I guess
He heard you.
Indeed. So again, the Lunax can actually go into the gold lane or also can play in that mid lane. So it depends on the composition of your opponent where you want to put the Lunax in. But I like the opening coming in from both of these teams. Franco being revealed way too early does leave room open for a Minotaur, even an Atlas or a Kufra for the opponent to pick up. So I believe there might be targeting it in the next phase, but they're gonna lock in the Lolita. So I missed one tank and they secure that exact one. Good gracious.
You know, I do like the flex picks coming out. You talked about the Martis being flexed into the EXP, the Lunox being flexed into that gold position. But, you know, right now, it's just like what you said, it's a little bit too early. There's a lot of picks that are relatively safe, right? A Uranus is very safe, a Kaja, a Valentina, Fredrin, Ling, even something like a Claude onto the marksman. But the side of Mystic West is choosing to reveal all its cards. There's no flex. We're taking this Ruby onto that EXP lane, the Lolita in that roam position, and also that Martis in the jungle here.
Indeed, these two picks just reveal the entire draft as long as it goes for the first few phases. But again, I love the Lapu Lapu pick. It's very good to brick wall the Ruby. I would have liked the Uranus too, but seeing the amount of crowd control that is in the hands of Mystic West, I love their pick gone for the Lapu Lapu, because the bravest warriors cannot be crowd controlled, while the Uranus can be. And seeing the amount of damage that the marksmen's deal, looking at the damage of Beatrix in the previous game, I mean, even Yuzhong was being melted within seconds, so Uranus would have gone down the same road, but Carry being targeted now. So it does show that they might put the Lunox in the goal because they're taking away that marksman, but still a lot of them open.
Yeah, they're choosing to ban out some of the marksman picks. Now, Craxy is traditionally a marksman player on my end, but a lot of the players coming out from No Logos can be flexed into different roles. I know Craxy can play both that marksman and that EXP, along with even some of the mage position. And Sir Bossy has been, you know, one of the old tournament veterans out there, should be able to play majority of the position also. But Batty with the Fatty, you know, he can play the marksman. He could probably even play that jungle position even better. Now, the ban's coming out from No Logos, going to go for that carry, but the counter ban, looking to ban out some of the assassin. The Lancelot gets banned out from the side of Mystic West.
Agree. They're basically taking away those kind of junglers who can steal away those neutral objectives from the Martis. So I guess they might as well ban the Fredrin in the next phase. But again, looking towards the ban coming in from TNL, taking out the Valentina. So still keeping us in that confusion where this Lunox would actually go. But I really feel that they might need some early bit of damage just to poke that Martis down or to stop him in his tracks. Otherwise, if the Martis gets that snowball in, he would snowball uncontrollably, and their marksman would have a good amount of leeway to just farm up and, you know, throw that damage output on TNL. But the final ban, again, could be another assassin, maybe a Ling, could be a Hayabusa, but I personally think that the way this draft is going, they might as well take a bit of Fredrin.
Well, you know, there is a marksman that the side of No Logos can try to go for, and also the jungle. So the Ling and the Claude could be something that they're looking for, but they choose to opt to ban out another magic damage dealer, the Faramis. Now, with the Lunox already on the table, for me, that's not something that I would look for. Maybe a Claude ban, but they do have knockups. Maybe a Beatrix ban, but they also have the Lolita shield.
It is possible that they might actually be forcing this Lunox towards that mid lane, banning out that mage, you know, lowering down those options, as 3 of them have already been banned out by TNL. So they are kind of forcing the Lunox in towards that mid, so that the priority of that mid lane might fall into the hands of Mystic. But nonetheless, even they need their own mate. So the Lily is still on the table.
That's your hero. That's your hero.
That's my hero.
Now, we were just talking about this earlier. We're like, you know, that new marksman, I think it's kind of like a Hanabi, and you're like, there's no way. That hurt me a little bit. Talk about your hero here. Scared yet?
All right, so going with the ages, I really, I wouldn't exactly say love the Hanabi pick in this situation. There's also Brody Open, and there's a Beatrix. All right, as much as I love Hanabi, there are meta marksmen that can be picked over her, just as you mentioned the Claude as well. So I would have preferred those kind of options, or, you know, even maybe if they wanted to lean in a little bit more towards their comfort, a Nathan, though he's basically out of the meta at this point. But
a Nathan?
Hanabi, yeah, maybe they do lack the magic damage a little bit at least, unless they pick up a mage in the jungle or a magic jungler, maybe a magic bane. Hanabi can immune that crowd control, but it's gonna be difficult to pull out that combo, especially when you're facing the Lolita, who can literally block your entire ultimate with that shield.
Now, on the other side, they do lock Rem's favorite, Odette, and you guys will see Rem a little bit later. I know he is out there excited, rooting for this year, especially with that new skin, which is absolutely beautiful, right? But the side of Mythic West does lock in this Beatrix, and you know, the response coming in, Sir Bossy on this Ling, you know, a little bit interesting from my end. I have not seen Sir Bossy jungle in quite some time. I do know that when he streams, shout outs to his YouTube, he does jungle. So, you know, I'm excited to see what type of game Mythic West is gonna bring, especially against an all-star lineup, in my opinion, from the side of no logos here. Scared yet?
Indeed, sweet looking skins. I mean, just look at that. Lunox,
beautiful.
God,
Legends.
Literally looks like God. Yeah, exactly. And again, there's Beatrix with that skin as well. But nonetheless, guys, we're not going to stall you longer than that. We're jumping in the Land of Dawn. Mystic West on the blue, taking on the no logo in the red. It's just a best of one, so it's a do or die. Let's see who gets the win.
Now, hear me out, Scared Yet. There is two legend skins available on the side of no logos. I do know we have a couple more, so when are we gonna get a 5-man legend skin type of game here? Like, that is something that I really want to see in the professional arena.
We've seen a Hanabi in the marksman now, so it might not be far away.
But yeah, a lot of the emblems that are pretty interesting, right? We have the Quantum Charge on one of the marksmen. I do believe Beatrix should opt to go for the Quantum Charge, but it's choosing to go for, I think, the Weakness Finder, the one that provides a little bit of slow. I don't really 100% agree with that. And from the other emblems, you see a lot of lethal ignitions onto the jungle and onto the onto that mage position, which is very agreeable, but a little bit of an early aggression, a 3-man rotation coming in from Mythic West early on onto the gold side.
Yes, now that should be their priority. They need to stop the farm of Hanabi because, yes, as much as she is a standing unit, the damage output is going to be insane when we'll be moving in towards that late game of fauna. We're going to see a pick probably coming in as Franco seems to be in trouble. Uses the flicker, but does he have enough tankiness to sustain? No, is the answer, as the first blood's going to go in the hand of anti-fire. Now, this is the thing that I was talking about. They needed a pick, they've got it. And looking at the composition, it is extremely late game favoring comp of the no logo. You have a Ling, you've got a Lunox, you have the Hanabi. All your main damage dealers are late game. Mythic West need to take the priority early game. Yet another engage as the bravest fighter comes out. We're going to see the damage falling in, and along with the chaos as well, they're able to take Ruby down. That's one pick already. Now, this is the thing that they need to do.
Solo.
Still not stopping. Double kill for Kraxi while Hanabi takes on Beatrix in the bottom. Now Lolita seems to be in trouble, but does have the shield, so will sustain.
Yeah, so after that first kill onto that boss side where Mythic West had 3 members down there, No Logos was able to come back with 3-for-0 trade onto this 2 minutes. The Hanabi was able to grab up that Beatrix 1 versus 1 along with 2 kills and the turtle. Now, the Franco coming down for a grab, but unfortunately, No Logos' snowball halts here a little bit. We see the 3 minutes in, it's already a 2k gold lead, and some of the items Scared Yet.
A double steel leg plates? Alright, that's
thick.
too much different.
That's thick.
That's too much. Alright, we're gonna see the hook landing in on Shiva though, but he's got the mortal coils to run away. Now, coming back to those items, Beatrix again building up for that Blade of Despair. But for now, we're gonna see the normal dash volley in the bottom side. Flicker not being invested, but it still connects. We're gonna see the flicker forward with the chaos assault. And what a play from JY21. My goodness. Wait, Hanabi.
Sleeping a little bit. Yeah, the Odette does pick up the Hanabi, but does get hooked. Now, you talked about those 2 steel leg plates that we saw on the items. Those were some thick leg plates because the Beatrix could not get that kill. But Ling,
indeed, goes for the Tempest of Blades, but still there's Martyrs right in front of him. He would not be able to chunk him down right away. Lolita, though, does not have the Nomenon Blast as of now, just for the disengage, jumps in. And in the EXP, we are seeing the priority going in the hands of Craxy, just as we were talking about. So, early game, the rotation is on point. And, Blood Assaults being secured in by him. Shiba, though, tries to clear the minions out. That's a very good Nomenon Blast connecting onto Franco. They've already taken one of them down. Brilliance pops in. JY21 saved for now. Bravest fighters. Ooh. He needs to go in. He's not being allowed. Being brought in the tower with Don't Run Wolf's King. And that's going to be another pick coming in from their side. Ling with the Tempest of Blades finally connects. Gets the pick off, but needs to run away. Is not able to get that sword. Finally catches it. Bossy. Oh, another hook coming in from Franco. Gets him in the tower with the bloody hand. The minion was inside it. Nonetheless, Lolita will fall. The fights do not seem to end. It basically seems like both of these teams just want to brawl out right away.
Yeah.
And how is Hanabi winning?
Yeah, look at, there goes another kill. The Lunox is able to pick up the Martis near the mid side. This is 5 minutes in. A lot of the items are going to be popping up. But before we can talk about some of the items, the Franco looking to come through the boss side, is able to give up that grab.
Fire! Uses the flicker as well to run away. Lucky for him. That was some quick finger axe coming in. And again, you just mentioned about talking about the items. Oh, my goodness, they're not stopping. They just want that pick no matter what. Another hook. And that's going to be Tempest of Blades connecting in. Nomenon Blast connects, but not on Ling. As Bossy just steals away, dashes away. And that was just picture perfect timing coming in from the Ling.
Yep, 2 corrosion sight picked up by the marksman and the jungler coming in from No Logos' side. They are able to grab up that turtle. Boss side.
Yeah, we're gonna see the bloody hunt connecting, making sure that Beatrix falls and Lapu Lapu securing another one on Lolita. So I thought that maybe the early priority should go for Mythic West, but they're not having a good time at all. This is basically extremely bad for their side. Antifa has fallen 3 times already.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. The side of No Logos able to pick up objectives and the first tower and winning trades. And it looks like there's a 3-man on top side.
Indeed. Now Ruby has the flicker, so would be able to run away. I'm offended. Available. What? Steals away the go crowd. That was a good steal. That was a good steal. At least some redemption some way.
We do see that the Beatrix is able to bring up his Blade of Disser, but Sir Bossy looking to go in on the Lolita.
Indeed, gets on the Tempest of Blaze. Now should be in trouble, but jumps on that wall. Now this is one of the most annoying part of Lingo, you can say. An extremely good part. Your Sir Bossy just use the ultimate, get a couple of swords and run away. But Beatrix would not be allowed to run away. But nonetheless, he manages to take Baddie down with him.
Yeah,
I'm going forward, but not before taking you down.
Yeah, but the baddie was just unable to tank up that damage. He had 2 steel blade plates, but maybe he needed 3 in order to defend against. But the Lapu Lapu Brave Spider Stance able to take 1 and is looking for a Ruby potentially.
I believe he would just go in backside. I'm offended, connecting on 2 people, 3 in front of them, but no damage whatsoever. Now their majority part of their damage lies in the hands of Fire as well as Dory. So they need to be present in those fights, but they've been picked off a combined of 7 times. Now this is the priority that No Logo has, and they're basically winning in those objectives. So as long as they're able to get these picks, they would be winning in those trade-offs. But again, if you're talking about a full 5v5 fight, Mystic West should have an advantage in that. So they should be looking into that win condition wherein they would jump on most of those members. But for now, Krax is just tanking everything coming out from Fire. And we're going to see the invade. Tempest of Blades in the backline. Lolita falls yet again. No more Tempest of... he was still going in for his swords. Fire survives for now. Nibiru's passion comes out, but he cannot dodge those swords. Brilliant. Connecting. We're going to see the Swan Song from... Rio dead, but that's all we're gonna get. No picks They do not have the damage.
Yeah, that is going to be a 5-for-1 trade. Advantage towards the side of No Logos here. We are at about 9 minutes in. Almost a 7k gold lead for the Kings over here. And, you know, looking at some of the items, the Franco's able to build, you know, that tanky antique item. But our side here.
Yeah. We're going to see yet another pick. Oh, what a flicker from Craxy! Dodges the Nomenon Blast. My goodness, the amount of time X gonna give it to you has been outplayed. But for now, we're going to see another outplay coming in towards that mid jungle. Mart is still surviving, tanking through the bloody hand. Ling wants to go in for that chase. He still gets that pick, uses the Tempest of Blades for the exit. And that's another hook landing in on Lolita though. So they're not going to go in for that engage. But nonetheless, they've got the top inhibitor. That's what they needed. But we might possibly see a pick coming in favor of Mystic West. They need something. But how is Hanabi tanking everything? Now it's going to be a pick in favor of Hanabi as Ruby falls. They do not have enough tankiness and a godlike for Lunox. JY21 on a hot streak.
It's the double leg picks that the Hanabi had early on. But another hook coming down.
Jeez, the way Lolita has been melted first by Hanabi and then that hook. It's basically one bonk over the other. They're just not stopping at all. The no logo not giving room to Mystic West. Another Tempest of Blades in the backline. Beatrix seems to be low in HP, but they're going to go backwards, respecting the damage. But every single minion has been cleared, and now the waves will be crashing in onto that crystal.
Look at Chacho. Look at Batty with the fatty. 1 versus 5 in the base, almost looking like he's about to kill, but should choose to disconnect. No,
I'm offended. This seems to be an overextension by Batty. Yeah, he basically just stayed a little too long. Overstayed the welcome, was punished. Now, this is something that I was expecting, right? Whenever I am playing a Hanabi in that rank game, I am getting stomped by everyone. While Batty is stomping the opponents in such a way that is literally distracting them from going towards the Lord. So that was a pretty good play coming in, because the wave is going to come in the next 10 seconds. He'll be back in that time.
Yeah, let's hope Batty will be back in that time. That is a perfect Lord kill. They were able to kind of just slow down the Lord enough where Batty can spawn along with this Lord. Now, 11 minutes in, you look at a 13k goldie, one of the biggest of this tournament, and Ling.
Beatrix just deleted. Tempest of Blades did connect, and Nomenon Blast cancelled in such a way as Bloody unconnects from Franco, and we're going to see the Swan Song onto a couple of people, but they do not have the damage. That's another re-engage from Sir Bossy, and they win the fight in style. Lord's going to crash onto the crystal, and this should be it. But wait, Mr. West still standing, but not strong, because they have no damage, no tankiness, and the crystal's going to fall finally. The no logo winning with a Hanabi. Now this is something that I did not expect, but what a way to play, and Lunox gets the MVP 8-0-9.
Yeah, the scoreboard is 27-7 for the side of No Logos versus Mythic West. Now the game was 12 minutes in, and Lunox JY21 able to grab up the MVP 8-0-9, grabbing up all her core items in such a fast-paced game. But Sir Bossy and Craxy, you know, these two members, that Ling and that Lap Lap, was able to just create so many opportunities for the side of No Logos to kind of get the advantage. You can see the highest damage dealt is by the man Craxy, and you know, this is just kind of tells you, hey, these members, they can do it all. They are multi-role players. They can go anywhere they want. But also that Hanabi pick that you were kind of talking about, Scared Yet, 22% here. He did so well this game.
Yeah, of course he did so well, because he tanked 33% of the damage. On a Hanabi, that's the highest tanking damage. You've got a Lapu Lapu in your team, you've got a Franco, but wait, I'm on a Hanabi, I'm gonna make double steel leg plates, and I'm gonna tank more than anyone in my team. But what a play. I was half of the match, I was like this, how is it happening? Why can't I do that? But nonetheless, that was a pretty amazing game. Weezy, break it up.
Weezy.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't know what I was seeing. Hanabi scaling through the game, 1v5. Talk about confidence. That's definitely when you know you pretty much got the game in the bag. And I was excited to see them compete. I think they did a great job. The objectives were there. Prioritization of what they needed to focus on to close it out early was there as well. It was an 11-minute, 50-second game, guys. And that is going to be the third match completed today. We are going to be moving to the fourth game. This is going to be Notorious going up against Wildcard. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you guys for match 4.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Or she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Ixia.
Ixia? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Ixia.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Hey everyone, this is Liz. Are you ready to witness some exciting changes this season? We got some fresh faces joining us in the caster teams, bringing in new insights and perspectives. Now, speaking of exciting changes, Trex, I heard you got some thrilling news to share with us about the prize pools.
I couldn't have put it any better myself, Liz. What's up, guys? You already know who it is. Trex here with the beard this fall season. Now, we've reconstructed our prize pool to reward more teams than ever. And that's not the only update. Private Dancer, isn't there a few things you want to tell them about the tournament rules?
You bet, Trex. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is I, the Potato King here, Private Dancer, bringing back that unique voice and unique sense of energy to each and every match. But this season, we are raising the stakes. We've revamped the tournament rules, aiming to make sure that each and every experience for you guys is more intensive, more captivating, more awe-inspiring for you, the viewers. But that's not it. Steph Wheezy here can tell you about what we can expect from the caster team this season.
Private, thank you so much for that. I'd love to share. For the NACT fall season, we are elevating things to newer heights. Steph Wheezy here. I can't wait to see you guys on the desk. But speaking of the desk, we also have some brand new faces. Ben, why don't you go ahead and introduce us to our new colleagues?
With pleasure, Steph Wheezy. Hey, I'm Ben, and we're delighted to welcome outstanding new talent to the team this season, UA. He'll be joining us and providing exciting commentary and breaking down all the intense matches that are to come. UA, I believe you have some insight about how this season is about more than just gameplay, right?
Absolutely, Ben. Hi, this is UA, and the NACT 2023 fall season is not only about showcasing the talent and the dedication of North America's top teams, but also about creating a vibrant community. Eunice, as the final voice in our lineup, would you like to share some of your thoughts on the upcoming season?
Absolutely, UA. Hi everyone, this is Eunice. This season is set to be our most exciting yet, with fresh faces, an updated rule set, and a restructured prize pool that's more inclusive than ever. But at the heart of it all, we're building a community. Isn't that right, Cena?
That's right, Eunice. We are making an amazing community. Hello everyone, it's Cena Lily here. For this season, let's make it a memorable one on and off the stage as we build a sense of camaraderie and sportsmanship. For the NACT 2023 fall season, let's embrace this journey together and make it an unforgettable one in esports history. I can't wait to share this adventure with you all. See you guys all soon.
Mobile Legend Bang Bang's new emblem system is about to launch. Master the new emblem system, unleash their potential, and conquer the battlefield. No matter which heroes you play, the new emblem system will open up new possibilities. In the new emblem system, talents will no longer be restricted to specific emblems and can be mixed and matched for greater customization and versatility on the battlefield. Imagine using Bargain Hunter with the Marksman emblem on Layla to gear up ahead of the enemy for an early power spike. Or Killing Spree on the Mage emblem for Guzhan to turn him into an even deadlier assassin that can pick off the enemy one after another. You can discover more ways to play your favorite heroes and really shake up the meta. We've streamlined the emblem types to make it easier to pick the right one. We've also optimized talents to focus on providing more options for your heroes. In terms of editing and applying emblem setups, it's now easier than ever to quickly adjust them on any hero. You can configure your talents in just 3 simple steps. When it comes to progression, your emblems will no longer cost battle points to upgrade, and your previous emblem levels will all carry over. Tailor your emblems to your playstyle, grab your friends, and queue up for some intense MOBA action. Mobile Legends Bang Bang new emblem system available 6/27. Master the new emblems, master the battlefield.
The upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara Aquino wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship, and you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm getting Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, combined with Nighthorde X Mobile Saiyans tournament, where Nighthorde, Mobile Saiyans, and House of Pisces have offered 32 teams a chance to compete for $1,000 cash prize, and also 100,000 diamonds provided by Moonton. And that's just the beginning of it, right? All these teams preparing for the spring season, or the fall season for the NACT, and we get to get a sneak peek on the competition. Today, we're on match 4. These are all best of 1. Since this is the qualifiers, we're watching Notorious going up against Wildcards. We have 2 amazing casters. Go ahead and paint that picture as well. One going by the name of UA, and the other one we all know all the way out of India, Scared Yet. So let's not waste any time. Let's go ahead and swing on over to our amazing caster's desk.
Appreciate it, Wheezy. Today, me and Scared Yet have another exciting game between Notorious versus Wildcards. Now, I know a little bit about these teams. Wildcards, you know, dominating significantly throughout so many different scrims, but Notorious is a team that I haven't heard too much. Now, Scared Yet, I know you're from India. How you doing over there today?
Doing absolutely amazing. Though I'm a little offended by you, Weezy. Why did I not get that cool intro before my name? Why did only you get that?
Right here. Chicka. Scared Yet?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It looks cool, man. Either way, another jokes apart though. Yes, Notorious seems to be the underdog at this point now. Even I've heard about the wild cards, I've seen them, I've casted for them, so they're pretty awesome. But again, that means that Notorious had enough information to actually, study the draft and then counter draft. So it is possible. They're on the first pick side as well. They might be able to get their hands on maybe a Valentina or even a Novaria now. Even you would have to agree on to that.
Now, I'll take a little bit of a stab right here. Tongster is going to be assigned onto that EXP position. I've seen him do extremely well on the Esmeralda, on the Uranus. You are looking to see big things coming out from this guy. He is going to be the energy of the team. Now, July, aka known as Saku, is going to be played into that mage position, and last time I saw her, she was going off on the Kadita. But Miles Morale, right? A lot of people have not seen his name quite a bit. He is formerly known as Spade QT and an extremely talented assassin jungle player. But we cannot forget Ispa on that marksman and Jay onto that new roam position. Ispa has been the bread and butter. They call him the Gina God Mode 2.0, so expect great things out of it. But scared yet? We are into the draft phase here.
Indeed, and I love the fact that we are seeing the Alice being banned out. We know how Wildcard actually love to use the Alice, and they basically banned it away. So it is highly possible that they want to have a mid lane priority. Again, a Novaria and a Valentina, both of them are open at this point and up for grabs. Only one thing can be banned out, but I really get that reaction though. You never usually see the Erithiel and a Khalid being banned in the draft. So it does mean that Wildcard probably want to keep the draft open, probably want to prioritize two of those picks, which, and might not be able to get their hands on.
100% agree with you. Wildcards is always looking to go for an open draft. The Rithel, the Sandman, Khalid, and also the Minotaur. You know, these are the heroes we never see being banned out. So they're definitely looking to opt to go for something like an open draft. Now, open draft comes with some benefits and some disadvantages. The good thing is you can pick up all the best of the best hero. Fredrin Ling available, the Claude, the Clary, the Beatrix. You can also pick up any of the EXP, the Uranus, that's been such a good pick over in Asia, the Arlot, Kaja Kufra, you know, the suppressions. But that also means the opponents can pick up all those good heroes, and wow, the fish on the first pick here.
I wasn't exactly expecting them to go for that mermaid pick right away, and no way we are seeing a Eudora after a Hanabi game. When there's a Valentina Novaria open up for grabs, even a Lilia, Xavier, there's everything in that maze department. I'm not expecting to see a Eudora, but nonetheless, we cannot expect anything from these teams. They might as well just, bring something out of the box for surprises at this point. But one of the picks that are good against a Kadita, you know that she's going to jump in towards your backlane, she's going to burst you down, so you might want to have some crowd control in your hands. And picking up a Lolita seems to be a pretty good choice.
Yeah, so talking about the Kadita, sorry, I was just super excited to see this. You know, some of the good picks that our Kadita is good against, that I like to talk about is going to be an Eve. Right, Eve is a stationary, a Farsa is stationary. Kadita can always just attack, especially after those ultimates. The Valentina is like a 50-50, but the Valentina can't really steal a Kadita ult effectively. So maybe something like a Novaria, which is very far reach, but can get caught in the rotations, or even a Faramis, but they opt to go for the Hylos and the Novaria. This is something I've seen before. They like this Hylos pick, and they're going for it once again.
Indeed. Now, they're basically doing something that they're comfortable with. So that's a pretty good start for the draft, I would say. Yes, not something that you might expect them to pull out of the blue. They're just going by the books, and they're not also revealing a lot of their cards. In this draft, they've secured their room, they've secured their mate. Now, it probably seems to be a good option to secure that EXP lane because there's a Leslie in your opponent. So you might as well want to go with the Yuzhong or probably even Lapu Lapu. Esmeralda and Uranus would work as well, but I really feel like that Leslie would be able to chunk them down, and Uranus has already been picked by NT. So Esmeralda could also be a pretty good option. But I feel that in the mid to late game, Uranus actually wins the lane against the SP. So you probably want something that can brick wall him and can out-rotate the Uranus, because you do not want to see him in your base within the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, you talk about the Uranus pick. The Uranus is extremely strong, especially in that EXP position, but does have matchup difference. And something that I would like to see would be the Yuzhong is a good pick, but there's also plenty of different picks to be able to kind of lock the Uranus down, especially when your teams are ganking. Something like a Fredrin EXP or even a Paquito EXP, those are going to be counters in that matchup. And you see that Leslie being locked in. Ispa is actually quite known for his Leslie, but we go into this second ban phase here. Scared yet?
So I personally feel that NT might be looking to ban out those marksman options because they've already logged Leslie, and they might as well take it with the carry and the Beatrix at this point. Because those two can literally win in against those tanky heroes as well as Beatrix. We know how insane that damage is. So you do not want your opponent to get their hands. But I am surprised about the Leo mode ban coming in. Maybe a restrict ban at this point, but we'll just have to see how this draft goes at the end of the day because NT need their jungler as well as their roaming. Those two are the things that they lack. But for now, they're going to focus down on the assassins, taking off the link from the board, already banned the Fanny out. Maybe the next ban might be Lancelot, who Leslie cannot dodge at this point.
Yeah, well, Notorious seems to have a game plan of who they want to kind of file down on these bans, but Wildcards, in my opinion, is choosing a more disrespectful route. They are saying, hey, I do not care what you want to play. Take the best of the best. We will beat you at the best of the best. And that is something, you know, is quite scary. That takes confidence. That takes guts. That takes a very solid game plan and a wide amount of hero pool because, you know, truth to be told, if you were willing to ban out these heroes against the best of the best teams, that might be tough because they might just be better at you, especially against, you know, some of the more overpowered pick. And looking at Notorious's draft already, the Uranus is something pretty hard to deal with. The Leslie is good, and also the Kadita is good. So Notorious has already stacked up their lineup of really, really strong picks that Wildcards have opened.
True, and looking at the composition of Wildcard, the first 3 picks, 2 of them are diving heroes. You know Yuzhong's gonna jump over you in that Black Dragon form. Alos is gonna go in with that ultimate of his and is going to try to close in that gap. So what are the chances that this might actually be a Kadita roam and they might want to lock in the Valir at this point? Because yeah, I know Valir has not been in the meta for a long time, but nonetheless, we're seeing the assassins back. So I believe it might be time to bring back the Flame King at this point because you have that pushback, you also have that continuous skill 1 which can, you know, deal that additional HP based damage to the opponent, especially when you have a glowing wand. Tear it up with the ice cream wand and you're basically going to stop the opponent in their tracks. Whoever gets close is going to get pushed back. So might be a good option to save the life of Leslie at this point. But for now, the jungler, it's basically going to be Hellcut. I was not able to call it out, but I was expecting them to go for the Hellcut now.
Yeah, you talked about the 2 dives coming in from the Hylos and the Black Dragon form, and then the Hellcut coming out. You know, that is 3 dive heroes onto the back line. The Leslie is not going to have a good time, but something that Notorious can, you know, potentially pick up are going to be peel-oriented heroes, right? Maybe a Diggy, maybe an Akai to anti-aggress, but they choose to opt to go for the Lolita, which does well, right? The Lolita does well against the Novaria and maybe even the Hellcurt's first skill, but it might be trouble when the Black Dragon comes in and the Hylos comes down with his first skill. That is going to be 2 stuns that go against the Aluminum Blast.
That is true, and I was probably expecting them to pick up the Bane in the jungle because whenever you're facing a dive-in composition, yes, firstly you need the peel. I've got the Lolita for that, would not be able to peel everything in that mid to late game wherein Brody and Hellcut along with the Novari would be melting Lolita in an instant. But nonetheless, a Bane would have been a little better choice. That's I personally believe because you have the deadly catch, you've got that disengage tool, you can create that cap with the AL, Clock Wrap Cannon, you can deal the damage to your opponent as well. But nonetheless, we've got the draft in front of us. Alpha being picked up and logged in as the jungler. So we're seeing a lot of alphas coming in. Let's see how this one actually rolls out.
Yeah, and a lot of early game coming out from Wildcards. The Brody, the Hellcut, the Yuzong, the Hylos. Those are all really, really strong early game heroes that doesn't need extremely too much item. The only one is going to be the Novaria into the late game. But when you look at the other side, Kadita needs level 4, you know, needs a couple items to make sure he can one hit. The Leslie needs also a couple of items. So it's going to be a clash between the Notorious, which are trying to push towards that late game, and Wildcards just brute forcing with that Brody and the Black Dragon form coming in.
Yes, indeed. It is highly possible that we're going to see yet another 10-minute game. Possibly if they're able to get the Brody snowball in. But Again, we would have to wait it out and see at the end of the day, because you do have a Leslie that you would need to worry about, and we clearly know the win condition for Notorious is to get Finesse farmed as much as possible on that Leslie, because those Blade of Despair are going to hurt, and if Miles misses his deadly stingers, then he would be caught in a deadly position. But there's also a Petrify on Tonksers that you would need to worry about, and you've already mentioned how good the players of Wildcard are. But we would have to see how things are going to roll out, as we'll be jumping in the Land of Dawn. Notorious, the underdogs, up against Wildcards. Let's see who gets the win.
Yeah, and again, everyone that's watching, ladies and gents, this is the Nighthorde Tournament X Mobile Saiyans, brought to you by those two people and probably a couple more people that we do not have on the screen. This is going to be the day one of Qualifiers Best of One series, and a lot of exciting matches coming in, but you can already see an EXP cut coming out from that bot side. This is exactly what wildcards always do. They grab up this early aggression, but a small fight happening.
Indeed, you take the aggression on EXP. We're gonna aggress into the jungle of Helker. They have the priority towards the Little Wanderer. Now the Miles want to go in for the contest, gets in, uses the red tree. Petrify comes in along with the knockup. What a wonderful combo, and a first pick for Notorious. Jay seems to be in trouble. True damage, slowing him down, but that's about it. He is pretty bulky at this point.
Yeah, and we're talking about a first pick sardines, the Kadita that I like to call it, using that Petrify extremely early on. When we talk about the Petrify, it always comes down to Yuzong and also the Kadita, and these two heroes with that spell, it's a 60-second spell, but the impact that it has, the kill pressure that it has early on, it's absolutely ridiculous.
Indeed, but again, Miles at this point is level 4, while Renly's still looking for that level 4. He is level 3 at this time. Going for the invade, kills it away with the ultimate. We're gonna see the ultimate from Hillcut coming in. Silence pops up. Renly needs to be out of that position, would not be allowed to do so, as Yuzhong gets that pick. Tonksers going with some bonker damage.
Yeah, it is a 1-for-1 early on, but the side of wildcards, the jungle is still alive, so he's going to be able to farm up quite a bit. But you could already see the Uranus, MOBA Kings, inside that base already choosing to cut 1.5 wave, but the dragon, the turtle is being set up by the side of wildcards so early on.
I called it. You never want to see a Uranus in the 4-minute mark in your base. Well, he's done one better. He's there in 2.5-minute mark. And he is getting those waves. But that is going to lead to a shortage of those minions for Kadita. But again, you are on a Kadita. All you need is a level 4 and a Petrify for that combination. But Turtle, just as you mentioned, is being secured by Wildcards, and Notorious have no interest in that at all. They're focusing on the farm of Finesse, and Wildcards, they do realize that. They're finally putting and pushing those members towards that top side.
Hey, I like that move coming out from Notorious, choosing to ignore the turtle, because, hey, the fact is they have that Hulker with that global ultimate that completely darkens your screen. They have that Yuzong also, but mid side.
Indeed, that's going to be the pick coming in, along with the furious drive of Yuzhong, who wants to trade it 1-for-1, and he should be able to take Alpha down. No, he survives on the nick of an HP. There's literally none left. By looking at the top side, Jay is making sure to zone Finesse out so that Brody can actually get some of that gold back, which he lost in his own lane. So that's, I would say, still a decent trade coming in. A pick for Notorious, while some gold for Wildcards, and now they're looking in for that invade, while Alpha jumps in with the charge. Does not have an idea that there are two people in front of him. He will be taken down, and that's going to be another pick, as well as the red buff for Wildcards.
Hey, has anyone seen MOBA Kings on that Uranus? Because I definitely have not. He has been sitting on that position literally for 2 minutes, and no one on the wildcard side seems to even care. They're like, hey man, you want to sit up there? Let it be. Now, 4 minutes in, Aluminum Blast comes down.
Indeed, Brody seems to be in trouble. He will be taken down, but so should be Leslie, as Finesse needs to run away. Jumps into the tower. Jay will be taking a couple of that damage. July misses the Astral Spear, and Jay caught in the Alpha Charge now. He needs to run away. Does not have any more skills to actually go out of that harm's way, but will be saved. for now, as Miles and July show in for that support. Now, it's just as you mentioned, MOBA King, you enjoy those waves. You have fun. You have as much fun as you want. You're not impacting us at all since we are the ones who are winning in those trades. That's probably the thinking of wildcards at this point. They still have their own standing, but we might possibly see the pick coming. You've been there for way too long, bro. Go out.
Oh, tanky.
Dark Knight Rise, everything has been used up. They basically use a lot of utility to take the Uranus down, and this should be the key card for Notorious to take the trade elsewhere.
Wow, another counter fight onto that top side. They're able to put a lot of pressure onto the gold, but Aluminum Blast
just connecting on the high lows. They actually want to go in as the Roughest connects on two people in the back lane. All of them extremely low in the HP. Where's the sniper shot from Leslie? To see the ultimate not available, so everyone's gonna survive at this point, and Helker takes the turtle down, so basically trying to take that pressure off in some way.
Now, we do like that Wildcards is able to grab up 2 of the objectives, but Notorious's game plan of just getting pressure onto that gold lane early on and the opposite side of the map is seeming to open up a lot of these objectives, these towers. And, you know, with a tower being down for the side of Wildcards already, they're choosing to put the Brody onto the Uranus, and suddenly MOBA Kings is back into his lane once again.
Indeed. Normally we see a Uranus on a Purifier, but this time MOBA King is actually running on that flicker. He knows that he would be playing in such a way, but for now Dark Knight actually falls on to Finesse, who is picked off with the deadly stingers, and we see him priority towards that bottom as the revelation will reveal a position of a couple of them. Alpha probably wants to go in for the charge. Yes, definitely uses it. Brody still standing strong. Where's the Tone Apart Memory? Has already been used up, not enough damage to take the Uranus down. Rough Waves not connecting to anyone. Jay still surviving, still tanking everything. Now they need Leslie to actually chunk a Jay down, and the early priority, as you mentioned, in towards that goal was only because you know that Ispa on that body. But for now, we'll talk about that later as the Alpha Charge connects with 2 people, and that's gonna be Yuzhong taken down. Nominal Blast along with the flicker. You're not going to escape, Miles. You will be taken down, but maybe not yet. The dash takes the tornado for that dash again. Goes in that safe position. Now Hylos joins in for the glorious pathways. Puts it down in the middle so that no one can chase anymore.
Yeah, but they gotta push. They're getting these fights happening. They're winning in some of these small trades, but Notorious needs to gather some of the towers back. They need to grab up this mid lane and maybe potentially try and siege the boss side because Wildcards has already gotten their top and their mid tower, right? And we did see a relatively gold even in 5 minutes of the games, but Wildcards is already up.
Indeed, that's gonna be the turtle slain in by Hellcut yet again. Tone Apart Memory to secure the pick off on Alpha. Not gonna survive any longer. Nominal Blast cancel. Glorious Pathway just to stop them in their tracks. MOBA King still surviving. Should be able to take Yuzhong down. And Jay low in HP, but there comes the cavalry from the backside who wants to join in the fight. As Finesse will be able to chunk them down. That's gonna be one shot. Jay out of the picture. Miles still trying to run for his life. Dashes away. While from the backside, that's going to be July connecting a shot. MOBA King with full HP. That's the Uranus for you, especially when he's palmed up. Ispa now jumps in, dashes on the wrong minion. That's part memory not allowed, deleted, and halfway. What?
Yeah, some misplay happening for both of the teams actually, but it does seem like Notorious comes out a little bit more ahead. Wildcards did grab up this very third objective, but the gold lead is still relatively even. It is still a 2k gold lead on side of Wildcards, but Notorious, desperately needs to grab up some of these towers or even look for some of the picks. But one thing that is in their favor, that Uranus seems like something that is extremely hard to deal with, even with a Brody on a Malefic War or even a Hellkurt, especially paired with a Novarian Hylos. They might have the ability to stop the Uranus in its tracks, but to kill it, that might be a little bit tough.
True. And then there's one more thing, right? This is the point from which now Brody is going to downscale. You've got the Blade of Ecstasies, you've got the Malefic Roar. Now you will be looking in to build some defense. Probably, I don't think so it'd be going in for a Wind of Nature at this point. Alpha, Leslie both deal true damage. So maybe something along the lines of a Rose Gold Meteor. So give yourself some extra shield. or something defensive, basically, and Athena to dodge Kadita in her trucks. Now, Uranus is basically going to get even more tanky at this point, so it's going to become difficult for wildcards to actually chunk them down.
Oh,
so
engage!
One for their one win condition. That's going to be Alpha Charge to stop Hylos in the glorious pathways as usual with Black Dragon form. Tries to search in for Finesse, desperately finds him, goes in for the Furious Drive, Petrify connects. He will be able to take Finesse down. That's the target they've been looking for. Rough Waves connects, but on nobody as it lands in no man's area. Uranus still surviving, but you do not have your marksman. And now Ispa should be able to chunk him down as Petrify comes in. Furious Drive along with the flicker. So MOBA should survive. Says no as the torn apart memory tears his HP apart.
Man, the initiation coming out from wildcards, the glorious pathway coming out from the Hylos starts up the whole entire fight. And with the Hylos running down, you have the Hellcurt coming in with the Dark Knight Falls onto the side along with the Black Dragon form onto that Leslie. Wildcards just focusing all onto that right target, using their ultimates so extremely well. And Notorious right here left to defend on this very first Lord.
Indeed, and Alpha being chunked down pretty low. There's just a little bit of poke coming in from July along with Jay. They should be able to defend the Lord. And yes, they managed to do so, losing the tier 2s in the process. I believe that's a pretty decent trade for their side. Yes, they're behind in gold now. You were mentioning that it was just a 2k gold lead for wildcards a couple of minutes ago, but look at it now. If my maths is correct, that's somewhere around 6.5 to 7k gold lead in their favor. Please don't judge my maths. I'm not very good at it. Yes, I'm Asian, but I'm not good at maths.
Oh no, it is definitely the right math. Now, some of the items, you have Uranus not opting to go for any of his utility, but going straight for defense, which I do think that is correct. But on the other side, Hellcurt already building up 3 of his core items, one including an anti-heal specifically to target that Uranus. So I was talking about, hey, maybe there's not many people that can shut him down, but the Hellcurt has already looked into building some of that anti-heal here.
Indeed. Now, again, some people might question it. He could have gone in for a beauty first, but you need as much anti-heal as possible to make sure that MOBA King does not get that region back. Because a Hylos might fall, a Yuzhong might fall. Both of them will dive towards the backline. So you'd still need someone to apply that constant anti-heal. Now we're going to see this never-ending skirmish between MOBA and Yuzhong in that bottom. So let's just focus in towards the top a little bit, wherein the Lord is going to spawn in the next 55 seconds. But for now, we're seeing it engage in the bottom as the Rough Wave connects onto Yuzhong, who goes in for the Black Dragon form. Should be able to retreat back to safety. So they wanted a pick, but they did not get any. And they've used a few resources, so no more Petrify for the Lord fight now.
Yeah, the Petrify did get used along with the Rough Waves, but I do believe the Black Dragon form's ultimate cooldown should be just as long as that Petrify. But with one single ultimate down the Black Dragon form, Wildcard still has a lot in their pockets. They're not really showing too many of what they have, and especially with the Hellcurt ultimate that's been coming down along with the Navaria. We're talking about vision along with anti-vision, along with a slow coming out from the Hylos and the Navaria. That's just so much dive, so much control of the vision and the information coming out from Notorious.
And wait till you see the Ice Queen Bond paired up with that Revelation Astra. Lekko, you're basically standing. Oh, goodness! It's gonna be a massive Rough Waves coming in from Kadita, and that's the pick off on to July. Now, I was thinking how would they clear in the gap, but for now, Jay looks in to clear that space, wants to jump in along with the Yuzhong, goes in for the Furious Drive with the Black Dragon form, now wants to look for Finesse, who he should be able to zone away perfectly as Lolita falls, and they've got their revenge. Takes 2 of them down, and Lord in their grasp, so they will be able to get at least a couple of inhibitors now. That is a very good re-engage from Wildcards.
Yeah, their engagement from Wildcard just seems so absolutely beautiful, right? The Hellcurt, you know, we did see July get chunked down and completely assassinated, but the Hellcurt comes out and pops the Kadita right away, and then you can see the Hylos and the Yuzhong just chasing the members, and the Yuzhong is just able to kind of just lock down some of the members from Notorious and just completely pushing them away from this this second objective, and this is a Luminous Lord marching down. And looking at the sync coming out from wildcards, this is definitely going to be something hard to defend from the side of Notorious.
True, and if they're basically left with one of those inhibitors, I would call it a pretty good defense, which does seem to be troublesome at this point. But MOBA King wants to get some of the aggro. Oh, from the Lotus Spa gets deleted, obliterated, but we're going to see the Dark Knight Falls coming in. They want to go in for the re-engage, fully engaging, taking Alpha down. Dongsters taking a ton of damage, should be able to go back to safety as everyone still survives apart from Renleaf, and they should be able to take care of this Lord. They have cleared it, would be able to clear the minions as well as no more engage tools left for the side of Wildcards, but they want to focus on more. Jay, that's way too deep into that tower, and he still survives. How is that possible? And July is going to just block that final shot from the snipe. Immortality gets used up, but Jay is going to survive at this point, and that's just one inhibitor remaining.
Yep. You literally just said, hey, a good defense is with the one inhibitor still alive. So Notorious hanging on their life by a thread right here, able to defend at least one of their 3 inhibitor towers. Now, Wildcards does have the whole map available, but Notorious has a Leslie available, and Leslie a late game here, especially compared to the Brody. So time is ticking, but Wildcards having really strong engagements. They're kind of able to just say, hey, we want to fight now, and we're going to force a fight, and we're going to chase you with this Hylos ultimate, with the Glorious Pathway, with the Black Dragon form, with the Novaria's ult, and also the Hulker ult. Those are 4 abilities that just completely is going to take away Notorious's ability to team fight, and that might just be too much in terms of trying to defend against the Wildcards.
Exactly, that's what I wanted to state, and very well said, UA. Plus, there's one more thing that I want to focus on. That's, Wildcards, they're basically going in with that combined effort. Hillcut with the Dark Knight Falls, but for now, we're going to talk about that later, as Jay seems to be the target person. Astral Echo reveals the position of 4 of them, though, and Jay still has the Glorious Pathway. Yeah, he'd be able to survive. He's basically a centaur with an HP of a tank, a literal tank. But for now, that's going to be Val yet again deleting his spa. And Dark Knight Falls, they should be able to chase Val down, but he actually jumps towards the other side of the wall and now comes in the support. We're going to see the Black Dragon form on the Yu Zhong. Finesse seems to be the target who flickers away. Jay would be pushed back with that knockback, but nothing to stop Yu Zhong now, who actually goes in with the Furious Strike. Takes 3 of them, double knockup. That monster is still standing. The Godzilla refuses to fall in the hands of Ghidorah, and that is going to be a 3-for-3 trade-off. That has been a massive play, making it a 4 as Miles welcomes Alpha back into his base. And that's just MOBA King remaining, who needs to make sure to just take the aggro of the wave that's coming in from the mid. But Miles wants to focus on the base, away from top. His wave should be coming in within a few seconds, but Miles wants to just go in for the crystal, and they will be able to do so as Wildcard takes the game.
Yeah, congratulations to Wildcards, able to get this very first victory on day 1 of the qualifying stage. It is going to be a 17-12 victory and only a 17 minutes game. Now, I would honestly still have to say it has been an extremely clean game coming out from Wildcards. The combination of the Hulker ult, the Hylos, the Black Dragon form, and also the Navarre is so hard to deal with. But just looking at some of the stats, the MVP does go to Miles Morale, 5, 1, and 7. But oh my gosh, the Novaria.
Again, 34% damage dealt, 84,000 damage in total. Now, Espa was shut down perfectly, and that was one of the win conditions for the side of Notorious. But guess what? Wildcard were there like, alright, take our Brody, no worries, we're just going to stomp your backline with our combined ultimates. Now, the one thing that I wanted to focus was the fact that Wildcards were relying on the combination of those ultimates. You see the Dark Knight Falls, immediately you're gonna see the Glorious Pathway by the Hylos and the Black Dragon form by Yu Zhong. All 3 just diving in that backline. While the gameplay of Notorious, kind of relied towards the side of those individual plays, wherein Val was going in for that pick, and then they were trying to just follow up on whatever wildcards was throwing at them. But the composition was something different. They wanted to go in for that picks, and then they would have just rolled it over to the other people. But nonetheless, a pretty solid game coming in from both of these teams.
Exactly, a pretty solid game indeed. And right now, sending it back to Mr. Wheezy.
Oh, you know what that is. Even though it didn't really work out in their favor for that game. So, man, what a match, right? That was Wildcards able to take the victory, taking down Notorious for the 4th match of today for the qualifiers. But it's not over, guys. We're only halfway done. We still got some powerhouses ready to go head-to-head. Up next for Game 5, we got the Nighthorde, interesting enough, who is also hosting this amazing tournament behind the scenes, and the Mobile Saiyans as well, alongside House of Pisces. So they're going to be competing, the team that represents Nighthorde, and they're going to be going up against Blackout Thrones. I'm excited to see where this match takes us, but don't go anywhere, guys, as we get these teams ready for Game 6.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Hey everyone, this is Liz. Are you ready to witness some exciting changes this season? We got some fresh faces joining us in the caster teams, bringing in new insights and perspectives. Now, speaking of exciting changes, Trex, I heard you got some thrilling news to share with us about the prize pools.
I couldn't have put it any better myself, Liz. What's up, guys? You already know who it is. Trex here with the beard this fall season. Now, we've reconstructed our prize pool to reward more teams than ever. And that's not the only update. Private Dancer, isn't there a few things you want to tell them about the tournament rules?
You bet, Trex. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is I, the Potato King here, Private Dancer, bringing back that unique voice and unique sense of energy to each and every match. But this season, we are raising the stakes. We've revamped the tournament rules, aiming to make sure that each and every experience for you guys is more intensive, more captivating, more awe-inspiring for you, the viewers. But that's not it. Steph Wheezy here can tell you about what we can expect from the caster team this season.
Private, thank you so much for that. I'd love to share. For the NACT fall season, we are elevating things to newer heights. Steph Wheezy here. I can't wait to see you guys on the desk. But speaking of the desk, we also have some brand new faces. Ben, why don't you go ahead and introduce us to our new colleagues?
With pleasure, Steph Wheezy. Hey, I'm Ben, and we're delighted to welcome outstanding new talent to the team this season, Yue. He'll be joining us and providing exciting commentary and breaking down all the intense matches that are to come. Yue, I believe you have some insight about how this season is about more than just gameplay, right?
Absolutely, Ben. Hi, this is Yue, and the NACT 2023 fall season is not only about showcasing the talent and the dedication of North America's top teams, but also about creating a vibrant community. Eunice, as the final voice in our lineup, would you like to share some of your thoughts on the upcoming season?
Absolutely, Yue. Hi everyone, this is Eunice. This season is set to be our most exciting yet, with fresh faces, an updated rule set, and a restructured prize pool that's more inclusive than ever. But at the heart of it all, we're building a community. Isn't that right, Cena?
That's right, Eunice. We are making an amazing community. Hello everyone, it's Cena Lily here. For this season, let's make it a memorable one on and off the stage as we build a sense of camaraderie and sportsmanship. For the NACT 2023 fall season, let's embrace this journey together and make it an unforgettable one in esports history. I can't wait to share this adventure with you all. See you guys all soon.
Legends Bang Bang's new emblem system is about to launch. Master the new emblem system, unleash their potential, and conquer the battlefield. No matter which heroes you play, the new emblem system will open up new possibilities. In the new emblem system, talents will no longer be restricted to specific emblems and can be mixed and matched for greater customization and versatility on the battlefield. Imagine using Bargain Hunter with the Marksman emblem on Layla to gear up ahead of the enemy for an early power spike. Or Killing Spree on the Mage emblem for Guzhan to turn him into an even deadlier assassin that can pick off the enemy one after another. You can discover more ways to play your favorite heroes and really shake up the meta. We've streamlined the emblem types to make it easier to pick the right one. We've also optimized talents to focus on providing more options for your heroes. In terms of editing and applying emblem setups, it's now easier than ever to quickly adjust them on any hero. You can configure your talents in just 3 simple steps. When it comes to progression, your emblems will no longer cost battle points to upgrade, and your previous emblem levels will all carry over. Tailor your emblems to your playstyle, grab your friends, and queue up for some intense MOBA action. Mobile Legends Bang Bang new emblem system available 6/27. Master the new emblems, master the battlefield.
The upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara Aquino wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship, and you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT fall season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow, and especially when we're looking at the top 1%. Good luck to all of you guys, and especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait. Hi everyone, I'm Ixia. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene, and I heard you guys are coming to ISL, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, MLBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Phil, and here's the thing, we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT falls. All of you guys will do good, because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up guys, I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster. Right now, casting for MSC. I'm eating. They told me to do this. It's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for. I'm wearing their colors, BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support M5 BTK.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard Talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. Arclight Outlaw, Ixia. Passive, Siphon Starlium. Ixia's basic attacks and skills apply a Starlium charge to targets on hit. When using a basic attack on an enemy with 2 Starlium charges, all charges will be consumed to increase the attack's physical damage, while healing Ixia for the same amount of HP. Siphon Starlium can trigger on all enemies in front of Ixia that are within her attack range. First skill, Dual Beam. Ixia fires 2 energy beams along the ground that deal physical damage and slow enemies within a rectangular area, while increasing her movement speed for a duration. Enemies hit by both beams will take double damage. Second skill, Star Helix. Ixia unleashes a canister of Starlium energy in the target direction and knocks back nearby enemies. After a short delay, the released energy pulls enemies to the middle line and deals physical damage. Ultimate, Full Barrage. Ixia reassembles her weapon into 6 small weapons and enters the Barrage state for a period of time. In Barrage state, Ixia's skills can only be cast within the Ultimate's fan-shaped area, but they gain much more range, and her basic attacks can simultaneously hit up to 6 targets, prioritizing heroes within the same area. When in Barrage state, the damage of Siphon Starlium is also increased. In the laning phase, Ixia can initiate by using her second skill to pull enemies together, then use her first skill to deal double damage to the lined up targets. Use the extra movement speed from her first skill to chase and finish off enemies with basic attacks. In teamfights, Ixia should get to a safe position that can cover the most enemies within the range of her ultimate, then use enhanced basic attacks together with her second and first skill to CC enemies and crush down her enemies. Ixia is strong in 1v1 situations and is also exceptional in teamfights by providing CC and AoE damage. Kite enemies with her skills in the early and mid game and wait for a good opportunity to unleash her ultimate in teamfights.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Nighthorde Mobile Saiyans tournament hosted with the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. My name is Steph Weezy, and it's a pleasure being on the desk to be able to see these games and also run the production and possibly be able to cast if some of these casters give me a turn, but there's just so much talent out there. So, guys, we are slowly but surely getting through the qualifiers as we are seeing teams brawl to the top, trying to find a way to make it to the top 16. 32 teams competing for a cash prize of first place, receiving $1,000 to split between their team, and also 100,000 diamonds spread between the top 16 as well. An amazing time for North America, and it's a great thing for us to be able to do this back-to-back after the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy hosted the Cyberpunk tournament. Next up on the board, two amazing teams ready to go toe-to-toe. Nighthorde, which you see the name up there, going up against Blackout Thrones. And we got some insane casters to paint that picture as well. All the way from India, next door neighbor to Scared Yet. We got our man Kronos, first debut for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and jumping in the tournament as well. Not something that everybody can pull off with ease, so definitely give him credit where it's deserved. And then we also have the number 2 Odette player in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, only falling short to myself. That's right, guys. Rim is back in the building. Let's go ahead and just swing it over to the caster's desk.
Thanks for that wonderful introduction, Wheezy. And guys, welcome back to the Nighthorde Mobile Saiyan tournament here. And Rem, what do you got to say about that being number 2 in the MLSA crew?
I mean, only one of us could say it was a wonderful introduction. Me personally, not slander. Anything that was said in the past 5 minutes about me, false, inaccurate, and I encourage you to report that to the proper authorities. But in terms of the tournament, I'm doing good so far. I've been watching the games, and man, welcome on board, and it's a pleasure to be casting alongside you for this game. It's gonna be exciting.
Thank you so much, Rem. The pleasure is all mine. And as we speak, we are going into the draft. Next time, let's make sure we have a report button right here in the caster's desk so that, you know, when someone slanders us, we can just report for intentional feeding or verbal abuse. Get that credit score down. I know, right? So we got Nighthorde versus Blackthorns. Nighthorde here, obviously going to be the powerhouse. They're the ones who are going here into the tournament. Strong, very known team. They actually sponsored the tournament as well. Going against Blackthorn, who are going to be the underdogs. However, we do see some familiar names coming out in Yato, Freezy, and Hush Fear as well. I mean, they're pretty good players. Coming to the bands, what are you expecting?
For the side of an age in particular, what I do know so far from Blackthorns is that Hush Fear is a really, really good Fanny player. I dueled with them a while back last season around the ending. So if they let that Fanny through, thank God they didn't. A safe first ban as usual. Really good call for them to ban out that Fanny. But in terms of pickups and stuff of that nature, I'm not too familiar with the hero pools of most of these teams. But I will say for Nighthorde though, I've seen some of their members, for example, Uranus there, or even Sailor as well, on a previous team before, and I've also played with them. Their synergy should be there, which should be reflected in the gameplay that we're potentially going to see in this game to come. So I'm excited to see how Blackthorns is going to respond to them.
Yeah, we can see the Nowaria being banned out, the Joy as well, and taking away the Fanny from Hush Fear to make sure, like you said, a Fanny player, you don't want to give a Fanny player their Fanny. And I would expect other assassin bands coming in from the Ling and the Hayabusa probably, just to make sure that, you know, take out all the assassins, take away the comfort zone, put Hush Fear on a utility jungler, possibly make sure that he doesn't have a really great time. We've been seeing Fredrin's being picked up quite often in this tournament as well. And we have the Fredrin band coming out.
Quite opposite this time around, and again, it's pretty strong, right? Once you can limit what you're allowing into that jungle position, I feel like if you can really get to counter that jungle in the early game, because I strongly believe that in that early to mid game, your junglers and your EXP laners are really the ones who can determine how your mage and your marksman is going to be able to segue into that late game. So I feel like once you're limiting down that jungle and EXP positions, which we're seeing reflected in the draft on opposite sides, actually one side favoring the XP laners, the other one for the jungles, I feel like it's really solid because you open some picks that it's easier to deal with, you know, and when you ban out everything that's meta right now, you leave certain things open that you can answer to, right? It's easier to answer to them. They're usually situational picks, and I feel like once you can put these picks into a certain composition, you can really see something shine or it completely fail, honestly.
I mean, absolutely, right? What you said is absolutely perfect and absolutely said right. Could not have said it any better, because you take away the EXP laners, you take away the junglers, 2 mages being taken away as well, 1 come from both the sides. Now this leaves open quite a lot of meta picks. Like you said, the Uranus, now he's gonna have a wonderful time in lane because some of the heroes that can keep the Uranus in check are actually banned, like the Outlaw and the Joy, who can actually cut the waves, make sure the Uranus has to be in lane, and the Joy and the Outlaw can rotate a bit faster. However, we are being shown that Khalid being hovered, no, the Freezy just goes for the Uranus. I mean, at this point, we saw the previous few games, Uranus was right in their base, clearing 2 waves at the same time, and that was just proving to be quite too much for them. However, there are ways to counter it. You can just ignore the Uranus for a bit. And at this point, coming from the side of Nighthorde, maybe you would want to see an XP laner like the Esmeralda picked up, and maybe Mage as well, maybe in a Farsa.
Absolutely right. I do think for them to secure some of that high ground assurance, especially knowing that the Yves is off of the board. But I will say something like the Farsa, the Valentina would be some solid compositions. Now, if we look at, they actually went in for the Kufra, so securing that roam, and I like it, right? When you have suppression on the board like the Kaja, who hasn't been banned out, even the Franco, I do think when you have such an engaged roamer up against them, it really puts them in an uncomfortable position because they have to pull you towards them. Meanwhile, we can engage whenever we feel like, and we have the means to disengage as well. So I do like that Kufra pick. Now, 121 has recently made its way back, and I'm seeing Black Thrones right now hover over this Yu Zhang. So I feel like we're not gonna see a marksman from them, and if we do, it's potentially going to be in that jungle. So that immediately sends my mind to something like the Granger, which has been really dominant in that jungle position, especially due to recent changes to items as well as the emblem system. But very solid pick so far from the side of Black Thrones. They have high frontline presence and sustainability, and right now I would like to see Nighthorde pick up something like the carry.
Yeah, that's a nice insight there. You know, a carry would be nice to make sure you can burst down this Uranus, make sure you can burst down with all that DPS towards this Yu Zhang as well, just to make sure that she stays a little safe coming in from this Kaja. You have this Kufra who can you can dive in at any time. Claude is a good pickup as well. He always has to disengage with the battle mirror image to make sure he does not get caught out. So Claude here would be a really good pickup. And we are seeing the Claude being locked in, and that's quite a lot of mobility coming in from the side of Team Nighthorde. We have Esmeralda, who has really fast wave clear, can go fast into rotations. Claude as well. Claude has late game scaling. Now we can look at the fact that Team Blackthorn does not have a marksman. Like you said, they might go for a marksman in the jungle, knowing that Nighthorde can ban out the Granger, ban out the Natan, ban out the Brunos, maybe ban out potential scaling assassins like maybe Lancelot or Hayabusa at this point, just to make sure that they don't have a great day. But they're opting to ban out the mid laners in the mages coming in from the Faramis to make sure they don't have that extra bit of sustains that comes in from the cult altar, right?
And I like it, right? Especially you mentioned the sustain. And if we look at the side of Black Thrones right now, they have sustain on their side. Each one of these heroes picked up so far, their passive allows them to heal, get a little bit of HP, right? Kaja, he has it with the whip. Then you have, you know, the shards, they're coming in from the Black Dragon, and then Uranus. He's literally your revive button, right? Is it, what's it called? Is it revive? You know,
revitalize.
Yeah, revitalize. He's literally revitalized in hero format, so I do like it. And it makes an easier time though, but I feel like they kind of shot themselves in the leg. I feel like they picked up the Claude, and Claude is usually a good answer into the Faramis pick, right? He can burst down the cult altar with the Blazing Duet when he does secure some of those items, but I think they just want that initial team fight. They don't want to have an engage, then okay, a response, the cult altar, and then having to still have an additional reaction time for that as well. So I think they're just trying to go in for that initial team fight, potentially bait out some utilities, and be done with the fight. So I do think it's pretty solid. And things that is also solid, the YSS being banned out for that jungle position. And right now, what I feel like could happen, Nighthorde could actually still pick up something like the Granger for themselves, as when this ban does go down, I'm pretty sure they're gonna have the first pick into that second picking phase. So I feel like they can really put Black Thrones up against the wall here.
I mean, the Yisun Shin band is quite the really nice band because you get the utility in the vision from the Mountain Shocker, and then you have a lot of objective easy takes. You can take out all these turtles, the lords, and if they take the Granger, that will put Blackthorns in a really tough position. However, they go for the mermaid, so-called the sardines, maybe the salmon of the Land of Dawn. You know, take that away in the mage, which has a knock-up as well, AoE damage. And to counter that, they want to go for the Kagura. The Kagura also scales well into the late game, but I think a Farsa would be much better here. And maybe a jungler, like you said, Granger, I could think is the best option right now. And they are going to lock in the Granger and the Farsa most likely.
Oh, they're actually hovering. I really do not like the Farsa pick. I want them to go for something like the Lily instead. I feel like Farsa into a Kadita, that's dive, right? Even the Valier, I think any pick besides this Farsa would be fine. You're going up against a Blazing Duet, and much like the real world manipulation, he can just dive on top of you with that BMI, you know. And then on top of that, you have Tasted there on this Kufra, and man, the Alpha, additional dive. I really feel like this Farsa is going to have a really hard time. And right now, what I mentioned before is when you lack an Aroma like the Kaja, he has to be that initiator, right? Other than that, who's going to be that peel? Who's going to be that body shield for this Farsa? Is it going to be Yato with that Black Dragon? He can only do so much. And then Uranus, yes, he has sustainability, but he has no crowd control at his side. So besides the Divine Judgment and then the Petrify coming in from the Yuzhang, where else are they gonna get that safeness from, right? There is none. And I feel like that's really where Nighthorde can capitalize off of this.
I definitely couldn't agree with you more. As we are jumping into this match, this is Blackout Thrones up against Nighthorde, as we are embarking on to game 5 of the qualifiers, right? This is best of 1, and that means anybody competing today who does not win are knocked out of the event.
Man, there's definitely so much on the line here for both of these teams. Now, if we look at the matchups again, I really want to harp on this Farsa pick, right? Yes, she did opt in to go for that Purify, but again, I feel like you could have gone for something like the Valier, right? The Valier has good anti-dive. Even the Lilia with that magic block shoe, she's also anti-dive, and she has the ability to bait out utilities as well. I feel like what Farsa can capitalize off of here, this is not her situation to be in. Like I mentioned, they're really, yes, they have some chunkiness to their side. I just think that the safeness of the Farsa pick is unknown. And on the top side, we're already seeing Uranus being bursted down here.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, that was what you said was absolutely right. You know, having a Farsa being dove onto by the Kadita will make it a little bit harder for the Farsa to actually engage. But having such peel coming in from Yuzong and Uranus will be good. Here you can see the Uranus being chucked down quite low. Claude going in quite deep with, and the first blood goes onto the Kufra, however. Not something that you want to see the kill go onto the tank or the roamer position. However, that is still the first blood, and it does help him secure the boots a little earlier than the Kaja as well. And we're seeing a standard jungle rotation coming in here from both the teams. And the alpha pick here being quite a nuisance, especially knowing that they have the squishy squishy carries in terms of Granger and Farsa. So you have someone like an alpha who can dive in at any point and just burst them down.
Absolutely right. And looking at these matchups here, they did decide to go for a 1-3-1 composition for Blackout Thrones. But before I get into that,
yeah, at this moment we're seeing Sha Sense will it connect, and the Esmeralda's shield actually helps her survive. However, the Yuzong goes down to the breath of the ocean, and that is another kill going on the side of Nighthorde. And will we see another here in the mid lane? The Kufra quite overextending to make sure he gets to the level 4 to unlock his ultimate, the Tyrant's Revenge, for this turtle fight. However, this turtle seems to be secured by the side of Team Nighthorde, where Sailor Uranus is just taking that turtle for free because they do not have the peel, like you said, to actually engage into this, especially in the early game, in the early stages of the game.
Absolutely right. Blackout Okay, so we're seeing a lot of damage being exchanged here in the mid lane, but Blackout Thorns, they have to try to look for some of these pickoffs. And speaking of things being picked off here,
Yeah, and then Uranus here just being a menace, cutting the wave. But then in the face of a Claude, I don't think it's the best idea, as he has the DPS to burst them down, especially since his Purify is being used as well. We have the Tyrant's Rage going in. Will the Uranus go down? Feels like it.
Ooh.
Yes, and he does. That kill goes onto the Claude. And at this point, you're just feeding the Claude simple kills, right? Uranus is overextending quite early in the game. And Kufra realizing that, just babysitting the marksman, knowing that the Claude has to reach his power spike, and then Uranus will not be a problem at all.
absolutely right. And speaking of things being a problem here,
Alpha gets a kill on Granger with the Alpha charge. That was just Granger being at the wrong place at the wrong time, nothing else. And here in the bot lane, we're seeing Esmeralda poking out the Yuzong as well. That is a really, really smart draft coming in from the side of Nighthorde, right? They have the peel, they have the engage, they have the dive, they have the DPS as well.
Ooh.
And the Furious dive just to disengage. The Black Dragon comes out as we see a 3-man rotation out bot. And Esmeralda is really low on mana as well. And the Tyrant's Revenge just connecting onto the far side to make sure she doesn't get anything. However, the Divine Judgment being used to secure the kill. And the Death Sonata comes out from the Granger as well. And the Alpha goes in the Alpha charge. And he takes down the Granger as well. The Petrify being used by the Katita. And the Feather Airstrike takes down the Alpha. And that is a 2-for-1 trade. And if it's a 1-for-1 trade, however, I think it's still on the favor on the side of Team Nighthorde.
absolutely right. And it's good to see Blackout Thorns trying to get some answers here. We're seeing them build up a lot of that early game physical penetration with some of these components that's being built in so far. And I want to take a minute to highlight some of the draft, right? Usually when we see teams run this 1-3-1 composition, it's usually to counter the side laners. But you mentioned the draft coming in from the side of Nighthorde. But speaking of things coming in,
yeah, we see the Uranus being overextending at the moment. The Tyrant's Rage connects now as well. Uranus is just overextending at this point. And the rough waves will it take down? No, it does not. Just and the Tyrant's Revenge connects as well. The Feather Strikes being used, and to no avail. The Death Sonata comes out just to disengage. And these are just trays of HP. Is nothing really there. Uranus could have gone down. However, there was not enough damage. I think the Uranus must be running the common emblem here with the Impure Rage. The Tyrant's Rage charged. However, Alpha secures the turtle. And at this point, I can say Team Blackout Thorns really can't contest any objectives.
as I said, they really have to play for the power of their scaling and their composition, right? But that can only last for so long. And speaking of things that can last for so long,
yeah, we can see Uranus HP lasting only for so long. However, he does use the Purify to get out as well. And in the mid lane, we see Alpha takes down the Kaja on a 1v1. And however, the Kaja must have been out of position. And we see the Tyrant's Rage going along with the Tyrant's Revenge onto this Uranus. A lot of resources being used on this Uranus right now. However, he will survive, and the Blazing Duet comes out as well. He still survives. What's this Uranus on at this moment? A little bit of emotes coming out just to show that the Claude doing all that work, you know, putting in all that hourly work to no avail. However, we're seeing a double kill being secured by the Esmeralda in the bot lane. Yes, you are expending a lot of resources to hold down this Uranus. However, we are still winning the opposite lane, so it's not really going according to the plans of Blackout Thorns. So Nighthorde still in the driver's seat here.
And I couldn't agree with you more. And while the Uranus, yes, he's using these emotes, but one of his strengths is his ability to rotate. And right now, having him in that still gold lane position is kind of limiting his usefulness and the potential why he's drafted in the first place. So yes, they have a good idea behind it, but in terms of execution, it's not really working out. But speaking of things looking to work out here, we're seeing the full team almost from Blackout Thorns rotating towards the top side. We saw a lane swap, a Feathered Airstrike being used there. Not too sure why though, but look at the positioning coming in from Thinker and Kufra here.
And you see the Tyrant's Rage and the Tyrant's Revenge connecting as well, along with the Rough Wave, just to secure a kill on this Kaja to make sure they do not get a pick off before this turtle. And this should be another clean turtle take coming in from the side of Team Nighthorde. Over here, I think this is a 3-for-3 turtle takes, right? If I'm not wrong.
Yep. They haven't gotten one early game objective yet. He's thankful that he's able to get some of his own jungle at this point, right? Alpha's level 12. He's just pushing for level 10. So at this point, Nighthorde has been snowballing so far. And if there was a time to accuse things of being rigged, it's this.
Oh my god. Did you see all that engage coming in from the side of Team Nighthorde on this Kaja? However, the Black Dragon 4 comes out. The Furious Dive connects on the 2 as well. The Shah Essence not enough to take anyone down. However, he does sustain enough to stay in the fight. And the Claude going into the back to the Farsa, however, not enough to take her down. And the Death Sonata connects just to clear off this minion wave to make sure they can defend this tier 1 turret coming in the mid lane. However, to no avail as it still goes down. At this point, the map is all open for Nighthorde, and the Tyrant's Rage connects. However, only onto the Kaja, misses on this Granger, and the buff gets reset, slows down the farming space of this Granger. However, even after all this, they're still not able to secure his jungle.
Oh, Uranus. They're really pushing for this top tower, but the Divine Judgment.
And it connects on Alpha Charge as well. And the Feathered Airstrike takes down the Kufra. However, the Rough Waves takes down the Uranus. And that is a 1-for-1 trade. That was a beautiful trade coming in. However, they go in again. The Furious Dive connects along with the Breath of the Ocean. That does get a kill. This Kadita is on a mega kill. This Kadita pick was proving to be quite a menace for the side of Blackout Thorns. And at this point, Blackout Thorns can only play a siege game. And they can play for the high ground whenever they're going to contest for the Lord or the Turtles. At this point, they can't really contest for any neutral objectives.
They have high ground, but at the same time, they have no high ground. We have only been able to see one successful feather airstrike, and that was earlier in the game down in that bot side, right? The engage, like, look at this one here.
And that's another kill going on. Okay, this time it goes to the Kufra. The Kufra wants to be a part of the action as well. The Alpha Charge being used on the Uranus. They're committing a lot of resources on this Uranus. If he gets away, and he does not, that secures the kill. And that should be an easy Lord take. That was a lot of resources being used on the Uranus. At this point, I can say Team Blackout Thorns got to probably play for this Uranus, man. You got to bait out a lot of these skills to make sure they can actually make something of this entire map and this put pressure on the lanes. Our Kufra in a beautiful position does not connect the Tyrant's Rage. And now, if you ask me, they should be able to easily take down all these turrets, maybe even an inhibitor.
Absolutely right. You said they had high ground, but Nighthorde is looking like Pocahontas out here. They want all of the land to themselves, and they're definitely in the position to take it. Look at the setups here, bud.
Oh, the Kadita with the Petrify and the Rough Waves takes down one Granger. They're just out of position. The Kadita proving to be a menace here, especially knowing that she is an assassin, not just a mage. People keep forgetting Kadita is not just a mage, she's an assassin mage at this point, and she's assassinating everybody, and she's on a 504, not even a single dead at this point, and they might go for an inhibitor. The Lord marches on the top lane. The Uranus trying to bait out as many skills as he can. The Kufra goes after the Uranus. However, they are not able to get a single inhibitor, and that is a successful defense if you ask me. Oh, and the Uranus goes down.
Man, it's just, but Nighthorde's not done here. They want to open up this base some more.
Oh, we got two waves crashing in top and bot. They might be taking another inhibitor as well. If they split the map up accordingly, they might take two of them. And that's one gone. The Claude goes on. This is all three inhibitors being... Oh, no, it does not. However, the Black Dragon form being used. And to no avail, just to disengage. There was no reason to actually use them.
Man, is the pressure coming in from Nighthorde again. And like I was mentioning before, like... You can't really do much with the Kaja when you're going up against so much dive. You have one Divine Judgment, but speaking of dives here.
Yeah, and we see the Tyrant's Rough Waves with the Tyrant's Revenge. That is 2 kills going down. 3, 4. Will they go for a 5-man wipeout? They do not. Team Nighthorde here takes the game against Team Blackout Thorns, showing here that they're not just here to sponsor the tournament, they're here to win it too.
Absolutely, and they played such a clean game, right? If we look at some of the itemizations here, we're looking at Thinker, who I would say equally contested for that MVP. Unfortunately, he didn't get it, but going for that early penetration, which is smart, right? You're going up against some chunky boys. They didn't even get time to secure some of their magic resist yet, so I do think the itemizations coming in there was pretty smart on her end as well. Looking at some of the statistics throughout this match, we're seeing the Claude being able to open up the map so much for his team with that 56% tower damage. Overall, team fight participation. Was Alpha the jungle, or was he the roamer at this point? Because he had 74% team fight participation, and I mentioned in the draft we were going to see some of the synergy that was going to come in for this team, and it was executed from the draft to the gameplay, and there was no answers for it, right? And they played a really strong game there.
I mean, at this point, you can only say, is Hushfear a one-trick Fanny or what?
I wouldn't even limit it to him being a one-trick. I just think if we look at the draft, right? When you run a 1-3-1 composition, it's to win the side lanes. But the way that Nighthorde drafted, regardless of where they swapped, they had answers for it, right? The Esmeralda, she could go into the Yuzhong. She could also go into the Uranus. Yes, it's going to be slow in that lane, but if you look at the Claude, he's still going to be able to scale and burst them down. His core item, Demon Hunter Sword, that's usually the first item. What does the Uranus and Yuzhong have in common? High HP. They're going to be bursted down. So I think in terms of draft, I wouldn't limit it down to just Hushfear. I feel like it's a team thing, and they definitely lost out as a team in terms of the drafting.
Yeah, we can say they just lost the draft phase. So draft phase is pretty much 50% of the game, so they lost out half the game right there, even before the game even started. However, this should be all, and take it away, VZ.
And take it away we will. Thank you so much, Kronos guys. Officially getting near the end, man, right? We got to see Nighthorde take down Blackout Thrones. Nighthorde having their own super team, and I like what Kronos said. They're not here just to play. They're here to win. They're not here just to sponsor. They're here to win. You got to watch out. You guys got to take them down. $1,000 for the winning team throughout this entire tournament. So got to be careful with everything on the line. Things are going to get even more heated, and the competition is going to elevate. Speaking of elevation, as we're getting lower and lower in depth for this ocean, guys, we got another team, 2 teams to go head-to-head. 2 teams everybody in North America should know. And who are we talking about? We're talking about the champions. That's right, BTK. That's right, I seen a lot of people asking, when's BTK? Well, they are up next, so go on over there and go yell at Zane and say, get in here, boy! And they're going to be going up against Team Outlaw, so that's going to be exciting nonetheless. I can't wait to see where that goes. But don't go anywhere, guys. This is where I really can say, grab some popcorn, get some drinks. We'll be right back with you guys for the next match.
Absolutely, UA. Hi everyone, this is Eunice. This season is set to be our most exciting yet, with fresh faces, an updated rule set, and a restructured prize pool that's more inclusive than ever. But at the heart of it all, we're building a community. Isn't that right, Cena?
That's right, Eunice. We are making an amazing community. Hello everyone, it's Cena Lily here. For this season, let's make it a memorable one on and off the stage as we build a sense of camaraderie and sportsmanship. For the NACT 2023 fall season, let's embrace this journey together and make it an unforgettable one in esports history. I can't wait to share this adventure with you all. See you guys all soon.
Mobile Legends Bang Bang's new emblem system is about to launch. Master the new emblem system, unleash their potential, and conquer the battlefield. No matter which heroes you play, the new emblem system will open up new possibilities. In the new emblem system, talents will no longer be restricted to specific emblems and can be mixed and matched for greater customization and versatility on the battlefield. Imagine using Bargain Hunter with the Marksman emblem on Layla to gear up ahead of the enemy for an early power spike. Or Killing Spree on the Mage emblem for Guzheng to turn him into an even deadlier assassin that can pick off the enemy one after another. You can discover more ways to play your favorite heroes and really shake up the meta. We've streamlined the emblem types to make it easier to pick the right one. We've also optimized talents to focus on providing more options for your heroes. In terms of editing and applying emblem setups, it's now easier than ever to quickly adjust them on any hero. You can configure your talents in just 3 simple steps. When it comes to progression, your emblems will no longer cost battle points to upgrade, and your previous emblem levels will all carry over. Tailor your emblems to your playstyle, grab your friends, and queue up for some intense MOBA action. Mobile Legends Bang Bang new emblem system available 6/27. Master the new emblems, master the battlefield.
The upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara Aquino wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship, and you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT fall season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow, and especially when we're looking at the top 1%. Good luck to all of you guys, especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait. Hi everyone, I'm Ixia. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene, and I heard you guys are coming to ISL, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, MLBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Phil, and here's the thing: we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT falls. All of you guys will do good, because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up, guys? I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster. Right now, casting for MSC. I'm eating. They told me to do this. It's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for. I'm wearing their colors. BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support M5 BTK.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. Arclight Outlaw, Ixia. Passive, Siphon Starlium. Ixia's basic attacks and skills apply a Starlium charge to targets on hit. When using a basic attack on an enemy with 2 Starlium charges, all charges will be consumed to increase the attack's physical damage, while healing Ixia for the same amount of HP. Siphon Starlium can trigger on all enemies in front of Ixia that are within her attack range. First skill, Dual Beam. Ixia fires 2 energy beams along the ground that deal physical damage and slow enemies within a rectangular area, while increasing her movement speed for a duration. Enemies hit by both beams will take double damage. Second skill, Star Helix. Ixia unleashes a canister of Starlium energy in the target direction and knocks back nearby enemies. After a short delay, the released energy pulls enemies to the middle line and deals physical damage. Ultimate, Full Barrage. Ixia reassembles her weapon into 6 small weapons and enters the Barrage state for a period of time. In Barrage state, Ixia's skills can only be cast within the Ultimate's fan-shaped area, but they gain much more range, and her basic attacks can simultaneously hit up to 6 targets, prioritizing heroes within the same area. When in Barrage state, the damage of Siphon Starlium is also increased. In the laning phase, Ixia can initiate by using her second skill to pull enemies together, then use her first skill to deal double damage to the lined-up targets. Use the extra movement speed from her first skill to chase and finish off enemies with basic attacks. In teamfights, Ixia should get to a safe position that can cover the most enemies within the range of her ultimate, then use enhanced basic attacks together with her second and first skill to CC enemies and crush down her enemies. Ixia is strong in 1v1 situations and is also exceptional in teamfights by providing CC and AoE damage. Kite enemies with her skills in the early and mid-game and wait for a good opportunity to unleash her ultimate in teamfights. Upgrade Ixia's first skill at level 1. Then continue to prioritize upgrading her first skill as the main source of her damage. Ixia's first skill deals double damage to enemies in the center, so use her second skill to pull enemies together before unleashing her first skill to maximize the damage. Ixia's second skill can knock back nearby enemies, so use it when the enemies try to dive in to keep them at bay. Corrosion Scythe and Demon Hunter's Sword are Ixia's core pieces of equipment because the high attack speed and basic attack bonuses fit her playstyle. Get Windtalker to further enhance Ixia's sustained damage, and Malefic Roar in the late game to increase her damage against tanks. We recommend the Flicker Battle spell for Ixia to make up for her lack of mobility. Ixia skills allow her to easily kite enemies, making her a great counter to close-range heroes and heroes with no CC skills, such as Fredrin and Bane. Ixia is countered by heroes with burst damage or CC skills, such as Saber and Aemon, due to her poor survivability. Ixia's ultimate can deal a lot of continuous AoE damage, so heroes with CC skills are her ideal teammates, such as Atlas and Vexana. Ixia is great at kiting enemies, but her damage is not high in the early game, so make good use of her second skill CC and the movement speed bonus of her first skill to poke and kite enemies. In the late game, and fully geared, Ixia should find a safe position that can cover most enemy heroes in her ultimate and melt them with her endless barrage of attacks. Don't forget that her high HP lifesteal from her passive can keep her alive long enough to finish off her enemies. Project Next was born from your passion, fueled by your hopes and expectations. At times, we stumbled, but you were there to support us. And when we succeeded, you were there to cheer us on. Now it's time to start the next chapter together. Creating bigger and better experiences. Telling new stories and legends. Let's treasure every moment together. Celebrate every accomplishment. Your love and dedication is what makes all this possible. Together, let's shape the future of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Next for you.
In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head-on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Horsey gets it, then you'll have to answer to Ixia.
Ixia? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Hey everyone, this is Liz. Are you ready to witness some exciting changes this season? We got some fresh faces joining us in the caster teams, bringing in new insights and perspectives. Now, speaking of exciting changes, Drex, I heard you got some thrilling news to share with us about the prize pools.
I couldn't have put it any better myself, Liz. What's up, guys? You already know who it is. Trex here with the beard this fall season. Now, we've reconstructed our prize pool to reward more teams than ever. And that's not the only update. Private Dancer, isn't there a few things you want to tell them about the tournament rules?
You bet, Trex. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is I, the Potato King here, Private Dancer, bringing back that unique voice and unique sense of energy to each and every match. But this season, we are raising the stakes. We've revamped the tournament rules, aiming to make sure that each and every experience for you guys is more intensive, more captivating, more awe-inspiring for you, the viewers. But that's not it. Steph Wheezy here can tell you about what we can expect from the caster team this season.
Private, thank you so much for that. I'd love to share. For the NACT fall season, we are elevating things to newer heights. Steph Wheezy here. I can't wait to see you guys on the desk. But speaking of the desk, we also have some brand new faces. Ben, why don't you go ahead and introduce us to our new colleagues?
With pleasure, Steph Wheezy. Hey, I'm Ben, and we're delighted to welcome outstanding new talent to the team this season, UA. He'll be joining us and providing exciting commentary and breaking down all the intense matches that are to come. UA, I believe you have some insight about how this season is about more than just gameplay, right?
Absolutely, Ben. Hi, this is UA, and the NACT 2023 fall season is not only about showcasing the talent and the dedication of North America's top teams, but also about creating a vibrant community. Eunice, as the final voice in our lineup, would you like to share some of your thoughts on the upcoming season?
Absolutely, UA. Hi everyone, this is Eunice. This season is set to be our most exciting yet, with fresh faces, an updated rule set, and a restructured prize pool that's more inclusive than ever. But at the heart of it all, we're building a community. Isn't that right, Cena?
That's right, Eunice. We are making an amazing community. Hello everyone, it's Cena Lily here. For this season, let's make it a memorable one on and off the stage as we build a sense of camaraderie and sportsmanship. For the NACT 2023 fall season, let's embrace this journey together and make it an unforgettable one in esports history. I can't wait to share this adventure with you all. See you guys all soon.
Mobile Legends Bang Bang's new emblem system is about to launch. Master the new emblem system, unleash their potential, and conquer the battlefield. No matter which heroes you play, the new emblem system will open up new possibilities. In the new emblem system, talents will no longer be restricted to specific emblems and can be mixed and matched for greater customization and versatility on the battlefield. Imagine using Bargain Hunter with the mark.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Nighthorde Mobile Saiyans tournament. We are seeing 32 teams competed out for an $1,000 cash prize and 100,000 diamonds. Currently, we're on the qualifiers, and we're making our way to figure out who's going to be top 16. We are now on round 6, and we have 2 amazing teams ready to go head-to-head. The champions of North America, that's right, BTK is in the building, and they'll be going up against Team Outlaw. And today, we're going to mix it up a bit. We got 2 amazing casters, brand new to the MLSA, and they're all the way out in India and have been dominating in Season 3. Let's go ahead and swing on over to our amazing casters desk to go ahead and meet Scared Yet and also Kronos and see how they're doing.
Hey, thank you for that introduction, Wheezy. And wonderful to be here alongside Scared Yet once again. And I think this is the first time we've casted together. Haven't we scared yet?
Yes, absolutely. Definitely the first time, but we will not at all make the audience feel that way. And again, I am extremely excited about this match. And with that said and done, Weezy's gonna put us right into this drafting phase as Minotaur gets banned out right off the bat. VTK do not want to deal with that Taurus who's gonna, knock them up a couple of times probably, and now are gonna take care of the Fanny. So looking at the bans, pretty standard bans, nothing out of the ordinary. I'm gonna ask you a question, Kronos. Do you think BTK will go in with a Anki jungler or maybe a marksman in the jungle?
I mean, looking at the way Zane's been playing this whole time, right? He's been trying to pick up more practice towards the assassin junglers since the assassins meta. I think we've been seeing the Julian come out a lot. We've been seeing maybe the Hayabusa, the Lancelot as well. He's been practicing these heroes. He's playing the Alpha a lot as well. We got the Bane. However, the real question is not Zane. What's Keyboy gonna play? What's Keybodge gonna play? Sorry, what's Keybodge gonna play? He's the shot caller he's the one who sets them up. He's the one who gives space to Zane. And we got Chicken as well. So this is a fully stacked team. Like they said, they're the champions of North America. And as you can see, they banned out the Hilda to make sure Zane has an easier time in the jungle. So this shows that he wants to probably go for a little squishier damage jungle. So especially since you don't want the Hilda being in your face the whole time. So at this point, I would say pick up an EXP laner or the Valentina, since Yato is actually a really good Valentina player as well.
Highly possible, but they're gonna go in and lock a comfort for Keyboard on that Cho. So a Cho coming in for the first pick. Definitely not what we expected. Your reaction said exactly the same thing, but you must not underestimate Team Outlaws. Yeah. Okay, you can go ahead. I know you want to say something.
No, I mean, look at it, right? Keybodge is really, really comfortable on the Cho, right? The other day, I was watching Zane's stream as well. They were playing, he was playing all the way from Vietnam in 120 MS, and he was still playing Cho. Yeah, he still got the flicker combos done right. So that's something that you would want to watch out for, especially when you're gonna go like a squishy jungler. And that's why I think it's a good answer to that is the Yve and the Kufra, where the Kufra's bouncing ball can cancel off all these dashes coming in, cancel off the Way of the Dragon as well. And also the real one manipulation will make sure she gets locked down in a singular place since it's immune to CC. So at that point, Keybodge's Way of the Dragon is not really doing that well. And we see Chicken going in for the carry here. However, I think you would want to give Chicken space to farm. So I would say Zane's planning to go in for a tanky jungler right now.
Possible. Maybe he can pick up a Julian, but I think so he would lack that range. So maybe take a Bane for yourself so that you definitely have that one specific knock-up to stop that engage that would be coming in from the Kufra. And of course, you'd be able to knock up the Eve, even though it might not cancel the real world manipulation, but it's going to give you some breathing room. But they're going to lock in the Angela. Okay.
All right. Listen. Yeah. Angela is really good right now. People underestimate the Angela a lot. All you need is the level 2. But then now, just to counter that, we have the Esmeralda. So now you know Yato is not going to really have a great game, especially after he uses the Heart Guard, which gives the shield. And Esmeralda is going to eat it all up and call it a day. So I think at this moment, looking at the second phase of the bans, second ban phase, they should be banning out a lot of junglers. Maybe Alpha and Bane is what I would say. They're banning out the Granger. And Zane's known for his Granger.
I expected it because, just as you mentioned, Zane is known for his Granger jungle, and I would not be surprised if in case they ban out the Nathan as well. We know that Zane has been playing Nathan into the jungle. Might not actually work out all the time, but still can be extremely devastating. But they're going to focus down on that EXP, will lower down those options, taking away the Yuzhong. But there's still a glue up for grab. You can definitely pick it up. There's also a Uranus. But I don't think so they're actually going to focus on that EXP because they have the Angela who should go in that roam position. Cho has been logged in, so he should be playing in the EXP unless, hear me out, if they want to put the Cho in that mid lane. Angela asks for the roam and they go with some magic in the EXP. I know it is not very common, but we have seen something like that happen in the MPL a couple of times.
I mean, throwback to MPL Season 10, right? That's when you used to see Blacklist, Haji playing Cho in the mid lane, and we see the Claude being picked up. That is a possibility, but I don't know if Yato is really comfortable on the Cho. And like you said, they're going in for the blue pick here. And Zane hovering over the Ruby and the Argus, I think he's just showing around to see, practice a couple of heroes maybe. And he locks in the Argus. I mean, BTK here disrespecting the other side just to show that they are here. They're bloodthirsty kings. They want to get a lot of kills. They're the champions of North America. But I think this disrespect might cost them quite a bit, especially knowing that there's an X-Borg in the jungle and they have a Claude and a high ground coming in from the Eve as well. And looking at the draft phase, I know BTK is the champions, but I gotta say, I'm not really liking that draft so far.
Outlaw has won the draft. In every single scenario, they have won the draft. But so they've basically got 60% game in their bag, right? But the next 40% is going to be the determining factor and to the result of this match, because of course Esmeralda up against that Glue will be getting those slams, he will be getting those immobilizations onto Esma, but Macario should be fine. He should be able to clear that wave out easily without any major problems. He was on the show. Now one thing that is hitting me is the fact that BTK do not have magic damage apart from Glue and Angela. Angela is not going to deal a lot of that. Yes, on that early level 1s and 2s you cannot underestimate the damage, especially if you're a Claude or you are an Eve. But even after that, when you're going towards the mid stage, the later stage of the game, it's just Glue who would be dealing the true magic damage. That too, with his passives and with probably the glowing wand if you want to go in with that. But nonetheless, we're gonna jump in the land of dawn, everyone. Bloodthirsty kings on the blue side with an Argus in the jungle, taking on the underdogs team Outlaw on the red side, who have definitely won the draft. Let's see if they're able to win the game or BTK denies that.
Of the skins being showed here, right? Those are beautiful painted skins, the San Rosio skins. Those are some beautiful skins being shown out, and like we see, we have quite a bit of wave clear, quite a bit of leash going on for the side of Team Outlaw for this X-Borg right now. And speaking of Blue being just a menace, I think at this moment BTK need to go for pickoffs, right? They have the Cho. They need to wait for the level 4. However, in the bot lane, we get a first blood coming in from the side of BTK, and that's just showing them that who's boss, right?
Now that's something that I mentioned in the beginning, that Glue will be getting those immobilizations. So Esma does need to dodge all of that, but Glue will be having the priority now. He's got the first pick. That's what they needed, and Zane is just free farming, started with the blue, moving towards the bottom, making sure he's got the priority towards the turtle. But Fried Chicken will be just dashing out of the Tyrant's Revenge for now, staying safe, not getting picked off is his only priority. And BTK, they basically started the way that they wanted to. Retribution has been used by the Xbox, should come back at the time of the turtle. But again, Macarius is being the target in that bottom side. Argus does have the ult still remaining. Does not want to invest it right away. We're going to see slam coming in. Glue taking a ton of damage. Xbox joins the fight. Lasting Insanity not yet committed because it is not necessary. They just take Glue down like that.
And that was a really good play coming in from the side of Team Outlaw. Just a bit of overextension coming from BTK. Zane trying to get a kill by using the Argus at the moment, but however, it is not to no avail, as Esmeralda is quite tanky, has a lot of regen, so you won't necessarily be able to. However, Team Outlaw not prioritizing the turtle even after getting a kill on the side of Glue. And this might be a misplay coming in. However, Zane does get the turtle for free, and the Last Insanity being used as well just to disengage.
The car couldn't drift out of that wall. Now, I would really say that was a play that has been made by Keyboards. Amazing. Just jumping in, making sure that he's punishing Ace Wolf on that X-Borg, not allowing him to freely take his blue buff, giving room to Zane to farm up that turtle. Their calling is absolutely perfect at this point, and they are the ones who are having the control in the early game. But nonetheless, Team Outlaw still making sure that their Claude gets farmed. Isla, as the Purify, is also running in with the Marksman emblem, so we'll be getting those extra slows in with those basic attacks. Now, Fried Chicken is also doing the exact same thing, but we might possibly
You
see
can see
an
the
endgame
way of the dragon.
directly
And-
on the Kufra.
Well, that was, however, not enough damage to take down the Kufra at that point. And the way of the dragon being expended, however, the flicker was not. And this glue cutting the wave quite high up, making sure that the Esmeralda does not rotate quite fast enough. And the blazing duet just being used to clear the waves. Actually, at this point, we can see that Keyboard is just camping up top, making sure Chicken has a better time in the lane, making sure he gets farmed up too, because he should be able to. At this point, we are looking at the Blast Insanity being committed, the split coming down as well. Zane goes in. Will he get a kill on? And the Hard Guard being used as well. Will we see a kill on this? Yes, we do. And Xbox goes down. The real world manipulation being used as well. And Zane with the ultimate and the Tyrant's Revenge connects. The slam goes down as well. And Kufra goes down. And at this point, we're just looking at a 2-for-0 trade, and Glue overextending. Is he not? And we will see the kick on the way of the dragon coming in, and Angela gets a kill. You said not enough magic damage. I think that's quite enough at this point.
And that's just the early game of BTK that they're playing along. They know they need to have that advantage whatsoever. In the mid to late game, the magic damage is going to fall off unless they're actually building some mage build on the Angela, which I'm actually seeing probably a fleeting time. So that should be the first item on an Angela, so that you get those hard cards even more. But really well played fight coming in from BTK, just making sure that they're maneuvering around that lasting insanity. As soon as it was off, we see Zane jumping in with the Eternal Evil, but we are probably seeing a setup towards the turtle now.
And the way of the dragon connects, and the Tyrant's Revenge on towards Carry, and to no avail. However, Fried Chicken gets another kill, and gets the first kill actually, and the turtle should be easily taken by Zane. And at this point, seems like Team Outlaw are giving them too much space, maybe a little too much respect towards the side of the champions of North America. What do you think, Scared Yet? I think they're just paying a little too much respect towards Zane after even getting the first pick on the bot side when the turtle was spawning on the glue. They did not go for the turtle, and same here, they did not contest for this one either. I mean, you're going against the Argus jungle. I think again with an Xbox, you have all the tools that you need to actually contest for turtles.
That is true, but nonetheless, Argus is definitely coming in as a pocket pick for now. Glue with the hard card of Angela. We're going to see him jumping into the tower on 3 people. Ace Wolf, he actually connects onto him, should be able to take him down. And yes, that's the Angela you always see in the rank games, who steals away your kills. Glue falls in the process, but they've managed to take the jungler down. And it's exactly as you mentioned that, yes, Outlaw are playing a little extra passive at this point, probably because of the pressure, as now Esmeralda is going to fall in. He will not survive that burst coming in. Way of the Dragon, Argus with every single thing, demonic grip. That's just way too much for him to tank. We know Esmeralda is tanky, but that's in the later stages of the game.
At this point, you can see they're just paying a little too much respect towards the side of BTK, which gives them enough space. Because at this point, I can say it's only a mental block coming in from the side of Team Outlaw. They're going for the Blading Duet and the Tyrant's Rage and Tyrant's Revenge connecting. However, there's not enough damage for the follow-up, and Demonic Sword going in from Eternal Evil being used by the Argus as well, and the Last Insanity, the Hard Guard, and Esmeralda gets a shutdown thanks to the Hard Guard shield. And that was the kill coming in from the Argus, the passive of the second skill, where you move in quite a bit, you have a bleeding effect.
That's exactly what happened, and had he stayed in his place, he would have survived that. That was so very unfortunate. Or let's just say that they're playing a lot in pressure. They basically thought a lot. Then they do not have some calm heads, some clear heads. They need to maintain the equanimity at this point, and that's a page I took out of in Quirky's book. Either ways, we're gonna see the Way of the Dragon connecting perfect. Isla, the one who was surviving for all this time, has been taken down the second time, joining in all the other people of his team. Now, this seems to be the BTK who have the control, and it's extremely difficult to come out of this situation wherein you've lost all your tier 1s, not even 8 minutes into the game.
I mean, at this point, the BTK are just disrespecting them. They goes in the demonic grip and the meteoric sword being used as well, and the real world manipulation being used. The second phase of the demonic grip being used just to get out of the real world manipulation. The eternal evil being used by Argus as well. The hard guard coming in, and we will see. Yes, the carry gets a kill on this Kufra, and they are here, and they are here to take the game. They are here to show why they are champions. And at this point, we had Nighthorde. Sorry, my fault. We had Nighthorde who actually played the previous games quite well, showing that they are here to play, not just to sponsor the tournament, but to win. But BTK might have an answer to that. At this point, we can see Keyboard just taunting them and recalling in their base, Blazing to it just being expended just to clear the wave. However, carry with the spinning light wheels, that was quite a lot of damage coming in. At this point, you can say the carry Fried Chicken is fed with the 303 KDA, and the shields of the Xbox just being expended. Firaga armor of no use, where you see Xbox is of, at this point, Xbox is not really doing many damage. Demonic grip being used and just to take down this turret and to zone them away.
Indeed, and this should be the mid-tier 3 falling down. You do not have the split thread, there's manipulation cancelled right away. And the lasting insanity used in, but does not protect the mid inhibitor. We have the dragon inside the tower, but that's all they need as Cloud falls. And Zane targeting the crystal has the eternal evil, should be able to jump out of the harm's way, respects the damage, retreats back to safety. As Angela's heart guard goes on Fried Chicken. They should be able to take this Lord, but that is if they want to take the Lord to end the game. This situation seems to be in a way that they are ready to end the game right away. They do not respect 5 people standing there defending there. And again, the pressure coming in, the pressure building up. We see how quickly Mooney Cutie just cancelled out the real world manipulation. That's
you can see Keyboards, right?
Yeah.
Just look at Keyboards, he's just taunting them, and look at Zane as well, the demonic grip, and then he's going to use the second phase to get out the eternal evil. He's just baiting them at this point. I mean, we've all been in ranked games where we are Argus as our teammates, right? What do we want Argus to do? Just take the base. You have your ultimate. Just use that base lock. And at this point, I think BTK just want to end it really quick. They don't want to go for the Lord. They're just going for the inhibitor turrets and the bot lane as well. And you should know that Keepwatch is not is a 105 KDA. He's been getting those pickoffs with the Way of the Dragon, having the flicker right now as well. And the Tyrant's Rage misses. And at this point, the hard guard being used on the Fried Chicken. Fried Chicken going in for the kills. They're not really going in for the base. And the Fried Chicken actually targets the base. The Way of the Dragon being used on Eve. The kill goes on. The carry is unstoppable at this point. And the Blazing Duet being used. Oh my god, the minions are being cleared out. Zane does not have enough damage to actually take down the base. The last insanity. And at this point, Zane's on a double kill. This is just disrespect coming in. And Zane takes down. That is BTK. That take your game against Team Outlaw. They are here to show, not only are they here to play, you can pick Argus, you can have pocket picks, you can ban out whatever you want, you can ban out the Granger, but here they are the kings of North America for a reason.
They pulled out a Saber jungle in M3, if I remember, against Blacklist International.
Oh my god, who does not remember that?
They won that series, and now they're pulling out the Argus in the jungle. They're winning matches. That's just something BTK does. They pull out these kinds of pocket picks that you do not expect them to work, and then it works perfectly. Oh, look at Zane, 717, Corrosion Scythe, Demon Hunter Sword, Golden Staff. He's got everything that he needs. He's got exactly the same items as a carry apart from the Endless Battle. And Fried Chicken on that carry, 606 with the MVP. He needed to be targeted, but they did not allow that to happen. That's just the way BTK plays.
I mean, at this point, if you look at the itemization, right, you have quite a lot of anti-heal coming in from BTK, so that was really important. And then now we look at the damage stats. You can see Fried Chicken with 42%. 65,000 damage, and Argus and Zane 38,000. And look at the team fight participation coming in. Yato and Zane are on point, 74% each. And Chicken just, not only was he taking down all the turrets, he was also taking down, being in a lot of these team fights. And at this point, and on the side of Team Outlaw, I think it's just the fact that they were just giving too much space, too much respect to the side of Team BTK.
Agreed, agreed. They played a little more passive, but nonetheless, it was a pretty fun game, pretty exciting game. We enjoyed it a lot, and that was just some sheer domination coming in from BTK, just like the game number one that we saw. But this was even shorter than that, wasn't it, Wheezy?
It was definitely a fun and interesting game. I mean, BTK pulled out the Argus. Last time I seen Argus, it was in the hands of a player named Rose, and let's just say it was a fun time for North America. Out there in one of our brother tournaments, the NABA, which is running concurrently with this, was kind of funny. So it was an interesting game. Mobile Saiyans gets to move forward. They were able to take down Team Outlaw. It's a best of one, so they're going to move forward to the top 16. Now for Game 7, guys. Two big teams getting ready to go head-to-head. The Simpsons, for those who don't remember them, they were our grand finalists last year for NACT, who went up against BTK. So actually, back then it was the Valley, which is... you know how the teams all switch around, but they're going to be going up against Dark Immortals, a team that we've seen compete in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy and have been scaling through time. So I'm excited to see where that goes. That is going to be our second to final match of the day. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back with you. Grab some popcorn, get some drinks, go sneak in Zane's stream and go tell him GG's. Be right back.
Developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene, and I heard you guys are coming to ISF, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, LLBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Phil, and here's the thing: we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT falls. All of you guys will do good, because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up, guys? I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster. Right now, casting for MSC. I'm eating. They told me to do this. It's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for. I'm wearing their colors. BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support M5 BTK.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The lethal ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. Arc-Light Outlaw, Ixia. Passive, Siphon Starlium. Ixia's basic attacks and skills apply a Starlium charge to targets on hit. When using a basic attack on an enemy with 2 Starlium charges, all charges will be consumed to increase the attack's physical damage, while healing Ixia for the same amount of HP. Siphon Starlium can trigger on all enemies in front of Ixia that are within her attack range. First skill, Dual Beam. Ixia fires 2 energy beams along the ground that deal physical damage and slow enemies within a rectangular area, while increasing her movement speed for a duration. Enemies hit by both beams will take double damage. Second skill, Star Helix. Ixia unleashes a canister of Starlium energy in the target direction and knocks back nearby enemies. After a short delay, the released energy pulls enemies to the middle line and deals physical damage. Ultimate, Full Barrage. Ixia reassembles her weapon into 6 small weapons and enters the Barrage state for a period of time. In Barrage state, Ixia's skills can only be cast within the Ultimate's fan-shaped area, but they gain much more range, and her basic attacks can simultaneously hit up to 6 targets, prioritizing heroes within the same area. When in Barrage state, the damage of Siphon Starlium is also increased. In the laning phase, Ixia can initiate by using her second skill to pull enemies together, then use her first skill to deal double damage to the lined-up targets. Use the extra movement speed from her first skill to chase and finish off enemies with basic attacks. In teamfights, Ixia should get to a safe position that can cover the most enemies within the range of her ultimate, then use enhanced basic attacks together with her second and first skill to CC enemies and crush down her enemies. Ixia is strong in 1v1 situations and is also exceptional in teamfights by providing CC and AoE damage. Kite enemies with her skills in the early and mid game and wait for a good opportunity to unleash her ultimate in teamfights. Upgrade Ixia's first skill at level 1. Then continue to prioritize upgrading her first skill as the main source of her damage. Ixia's first skill deals double damage to enemies in the center, so use her second skill to pull enemies together before unleashing her first skill to maximize the damage. Ixia's second skill can knock back nearby enemies, so use it when the enemies try to dive in to keep them at bay. Corrosion Scythe and Demon Hunter's Sword are Ixia's core pieces of equipment because the high attack speed and basic attack bonuses fit her playstyle. Get Windtalker to further enhance Ixia's sustained damage, and Malefic Roar in the late game to increase her damage against tanks. We recommend the Flicker Battle spell for Ixia to make up for her lack of mobility. Ixia's skills allow her to easily kite enemies, making her a great counter to close-range heroes and heroes with no CC skills, such as Fredrin and Bane. Ixia is countered by heroes with burst damage or CC skills, such as Saber and Aemon, due to her poor survivability. Ixia's ultimate can deal a lot of continuous AoE damage, so heroes with CC skills are her ideal teammates, such as Atlas and Vexana. Ixia is great at kiting enemies, but her damage is not high in the early game, so make good use of her second skill CC and the movement speed bonus of her first skill to poke and kite enemies. In the late game, and fully geared, Ixia should find a safe position that can cover most enemy heroes in her ultimate and melt them with her endless barrage of attacks. Don't forget that her high HP lifesteal from her passive can keep her alive long enough to finish off her enemies. Project Next was born from your passion, fueled by your hopes and expectations. At times, we stumbled, but you were there to support us. And when we succeeded, you were there to cheer us on. Now it's time to start the next chapter together. Creating bigger and better experiences. And telling new stories and legends. Let's treasure every moment together. Celebrate every accomplishment. Your love and dedication is what makes all this possible. Together, let's shape the future of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Next for you.
In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head-on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Nighthorde Mobile Saiyans tournament, where we are seeing 32 teams fight it out in the qualifiers right now for a position in top 16. Today, we're only doing half the teams of the 32 teams who made it through registration. The winner of this tournament will officially receive $1,000 split between their team and also 100,000 diamonds. The amount of cash was provided over there by Mobile Saiyans, House of Pisces, and Nighthorde. They have collaborated with the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy to be able to provide you guys this amazing production and all this amazing talent on the desk. So special shout out to everybody who's been a part of this. Now, moving forward, we are on Game 7. We got the grand finalists from last year who went up against the Valley in NACT, the first ever Vegas event that we had. That's right, the Simpsons is back, and they're going up against Dark Immortals. We got two amazing casters who you just seen on the scene for BTK, and their amazing match, able to claim victory against Team Outlaw. Now gonna go ahead and cast this match as well. Let's go ahead and swing on over to Scared Jet and Kronos and see how they're doing.
The camera is not delayed. I love that fact, Weezy. Unlike the previous few times. But nonetheless, Kronos, welcome back. Yet again, another match and another amazing team. And what are your expectations from this one?
Scared Yet, let me tell you one thing. The Simpsons are not to be messed with. The Simpsons are here to play. I've been watching them from a really long time. Arvel, Cold World, Tarzan, Uzi, these guys are well known in the NA community. They're there in the ranked games, they're there in multiple tournaments, they have the tournament experience. Melon as well, might be going by a different name, I'm not really sure, but these four I have seen multiple times, multiple events, gone in many of some of the top best players in NA. So having them go against the opponents, I'm not really sure what to expect.
Well, again, something that we could have called was a fanny ban, because most of the first teams who are on the blue side are banning out that fanny. They do not want to face that at all. First damage that's going to come in from all of those guys. But yes, you mentioned how well the Simpsons have been known in the entire NA community, but I want to focus some attention on Dark Immortals as well. We've seen them in the previous few tournaments. They've been performing really well, so they're doing a pretty solid job. Even as the underdogs, they are not to be messed with, and at this point Banning out the Kadita clearly shows the ideology wherein they would want to probably go in and secure that Eve. Might as well leave the Novaria open. That could be grabbed in by the Simpsons because they've already banned out the Kadita. They can pick up the Novaria to make sure to counter that range with yet another range. So I really love the way that they are kind of drafting in this one, making sure that the draft is left open.
I mean, if you look at the Kadita ban, right, it opens up a lot of these high ground mages. Farsa, Yves. I think if you look at Dark Immortals, they're looking to play for the high ground. They do not want their mage player to have a hard time against a Kadita. So and Valentina being banned out because looks like Simpsons wants to go for the big flashy ultimates coming in from the Fatal Links, the Tyrant's Revenge. You know, it just looks, at this point we can't really say much, but it looks like it. And at this point I would maybe expect a Novaria ban. I was just about to say it because Novaria has been a staple in this as we've been seeing throughout this tournament so far. Novaria, I think, sitting at 100% win rate if I'm not wrong.
Well, you probably might have just jinxed it right away if in case it has not been doing beforehand. But yeah, you mentioned it correctly that they would probably want a little more room for their own mage player, but I believe the Simpsons would also realize that. So they might be able to take away the Eve. No, they ban out the Claude. Okay. So either it could be a target ban for someone on Dark Immortals, or they are kind of forcing mental play onto the members of Dark Immortals to think that since the Claude is banned, maybe Simpsons would want to pick something along the lines of a Farsa or an Eve, because both of them are open at this point and up for grabs. So one of them could be banned out, and it also leaves Arlott open, Joy open. There's also the Lancelot, Ling, Fredrin. There's just so many picks open at this point.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You know, all these high ground mages available. And speaking of, there's a high ground mage being taken out right there. And so at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if they go for the first pick Farsa as well. Because looking at the side of Dark Immortals, they banned out the Kadita, and you see the Claude being banned out. There's not much dive coming. Yes, you have the Yuzong, you have the Lapu Lapu, but then if you have enough peel for your team, they should be able to secure the high ground mage coming in. You get high ground defense. You know, once you have a high ground mage, you can also attack the back line where you. But speaking of, we forgot about the Kaja.
I was about to mention, as soon as you mentioned that there might be a dive coming in from the Yuzhong, I was about to say that they can just secure a Kaja for themselves to make sure that even if there's a dive coming in onto their mage player, they would be able to stop it right in its track with the Divine Judgment or even with the Bloody Hunt, because Franco is still available. And in the Cyberpunk tournament, we were seeing how well Franco was being prioritized. Even in the previous MPLs, we have seen Franco has been respect banned out. That Iron Hook is absolutely insane. He did receive a nerf on his ultimate, which increased its cooldown, but still the utility is exactly the same. You might not be able to utilize it as quickly as you used to previously, but you still have that suppression in your hands, which you can directly use it. But Paramis and Arlott, pretty solid opener coming in for Dark Immortals. Got the Arlott they needed. They would need someone to brick wall the Arlott now. So Simpson, Uranus would be a pretty solid answer, not for the early game though, because Arlott's going to stomp him in the early game.
Let me tell you something, it's not just any Uranus, it's Uzi's Uranus. So he is known, he is one of the best EXP laners out there in North America, apart from Fried Chicken, but he's been playing in the gold lane off late. So I think at the moment, you can argue he's probably one of the best EXP laners out there. So Uranus opens up the map quite a bit for Simpsons, right? Gives them enough lane pressure on one lane, make sure this Arlott does not have any time, any space to go around, rotate. And then we're seeing a Lunox being picked up just to be able to shred down the Arlott maybe and have the brilliance to escape from any sort of engage coming in from the Shadow Stampede of Faramis as well. And hovering over the Fredrin, I mean, Scardia, let me ask you this. We've been seeing a lot of Fredrins in this tournament so far, but since we're both from the Southeast Asian server, we have not really seen a lot of Fredrins, have we? It's only in North America that we see a lot of these utility junglers.
especially in a situation wherein now the emblems have been changed, assassins are back in the meta. So yes, Fridrin and all those tanky junglers which you might see in the form of Barats, even the Akai, they've been dropped off a lot now. So most of them are basically focusing on some kind of fighter jungler like an Alpha, or majorly the assassin junglers wherein you have the Link coming in, the Lancelot with the damage build now, even the Hayabusa arguably. But we're still going to see the Alpha being picked up right away. So yes, NA has been prioritizing Alpha a lot along with the Uranus as well. So both of these are picked up pretty proactively. Now, you can arguably say that Alpha can counter the Uranus with the true damage that he inflicts, but that is if Alpha is able to overfarm, if he's able to get that snowball in, because he is a type of hero that requires that snowball. You would be able to get that Alpha chart setup in, but you also need that continuous damage coming in from his skill, so that CDR is important. I would be looking in for the War Axe, probably the Bloodlust Axe, but majorly the Oracle and even the Brute Force Breastplate as the first few items on him.
I mean, you're seeing the Fredrin and the Florin being banned out. That's probably a target ban, I could say, because Florin not really something you would expect quite often. Maybe Simpsons is sniffing out some shenanigans coming out from the side of Dark Immortals. So looking at another ban, they should be banning it towards the jungle of the side of Scared Yet. Looking at the fact that they picked Alpha, I do not see Tarzan going for a Ling, not maybe a Hayabusa, because all these ults in the Cult Altar, the Alpha Charge, Final Slash, not really gonna be useful against, I mean, they're gonna lock down this Ling and Hayabusa, and the Lancelot not really being able to do. Arguably, Lancelot could be a good pick here, but maybe we're looking at a fighter in the jungler, in the jungle role, maybe in the form of a Martis, like we see Xborg being banned out.
Yes, we can definitely see a Martis in the jungle, but again, it could be countered by the Cult Altar, that too pretty easily, and Claude has already been banned out, so there's just a few more resources remaining to actually burst that HP down. Now, yes, there's basically a nerf on the Cult Altar that you need to be in its range to make sure that the effect lasts. But even after that, you should be able to, get that on board. You should not be able to focus too far off from Faramis during those team fights. Now, I love the bans coming in. It's just as you mentioned that Assassin would be a pretty dicey pick. They've already banned out the Fredrin, they've banned out the Xborg. Now, what are the picks that are remaining in that jungle position? Yes, you mentioned the Lancelot, they can pick it, has those dashes, can maneuver around using those minions, those creeps, even those opponents. There's also a Link, you can just jump onto those walls. We've seen the Link today as well. We've seen how well those Tempest of Blades can be used to iframes those kind of ultimates. Plus, again, just as you mentioned, Uzi on Uranus. I'm probably expecting another 4-minute Uranus back into your base, which we'll probably from the
4 minutes is too long. 4 minutes is too long. And we see a carry being picked up.
2.5 minutes.
You never know. Maybe cut the first wave, second wave quite in. And the carry being picked up. If you look at it, hear me out. What if they put the Faramis in the roam?
They can. They definitely can. But then what are they going to pick as their maze? There's a Farsa, yes. But you've got a Uranus who'd be right onto your face. I don't think so. The Feathered Airstrike should be enough to bombard him of that HP. Unless, of course, Farsa is also pretty farmed with the Lightning Transient, Cloak of Destiny, Holy Crystal, Divine Glaive. But that's going to take a lot of time. Enough for Beatrix to actually melt you with that sniper shot. Maybe a Lilia? But
Lilia could be nice.
What?
The helicopter comes out. The Balmond will be securing all these objectives that comes in. Or Team Simpsons playing for the neutral objectives. They have pick-off potential. They have the peel. They have strong laning phases. So at this point, I'm looking at Simpsons draft and can say that they are probably having a better draft compared to Dark Immortals. However, Dark Immortals quite tanky, and the Cult Altar would be quite a nuisance to the side of Team Simpsons. And this last pick should be maybe a Kufra or an Atlas, but then to no avail, because who are you going to engage at? Maybe a Franco.
And they might as well lack the magic damage. Yes, Shadow Stampede should do a lot of it, but you got a Kufra that they've gone with, making sure that they've got that chain CC to pull in. along with Tyrant's Rage, Tyrant's Revenge, Alpha Charge. They've got a pretty solid crowd control, and it totally depends on how well Dino launches that final slash onto that backline to bring Beatrix in range of that Tyrant's Rage and Revenge. So that's going to be pretty important. It is going to be difficult to pull out the combo of Dark Immortals, but if in case they manage to do that, they should be able to get a few extra kills over the Simpsons. But nonetheless, Simpsons are bringing us back in 2021 with the Balmond in that jungle.
Hey, don't forget, Bane as Balmond in the jungle was played by Zane in M3 and M4 as well. So that could be something that we could be looking at, running the Brave Smite emblem. And as we speak, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls and friends of all ages, we should be going into the Land of Dawn for this game of The Simpsons versus Dark Immortals.
Absolutely, and it's just as you mentioned, Simpsons back in action up against the underdogs Dark Immortals. Let's see who would be the ones to get the win in this game. So at least there's one good thing. We're not seeing a Uranus in the 30 seconds in your own base. So that I'm pretty glad about that. But either ways, if we're talking about the mid lane priority, so we will be seeing Dark Immortals rotating a little bit more quickly. Yes, Lunax can also clear that lane, but Kaja is focusing on helping Balmond get those creeps quickly. He's starting off... Wait, where is his blue buff?
You did not see that, did you?
Yeah,
so what happened was there was quite a leash going on in the blue buff as well. The Lunox helped him take down the blue buff, and then on the red buff side, they were and we have a first blood. Never mind. That was the first blood going in. Getting back to what I was saying, the Uranus and the Kaja actually leashed on the red buff to make sure that he could get it faster and get his scales up pretty easily as the power spike of Balmond will be level 4. Here, Dino actually not able to clear the waves quite efficiently. Uzi just being in his face the entire time. We'll have to recall and reset. And here we see Cold World and Arvel just being a nuisance in the mid lane, providing a lot of information for their team.
Indeed, Uzi just denied the second cannon minion to Dino. Was not able to deny it entirely, but delayed it for as long as he could. And that is something that helped him have the priority in the EXP lane now. Almost level 3. He probably missed his own minion though. Nonetheless, there should be the ones who would secure this next turtle, because you know the lethal counter is a ton of damage, has a better execution line than Hachi on that alpha. So they should be able to take control of this turtle fight. Kufra Alpha clearing the mid wave. Kufra not yet level 4 though. Ala takes down Lunax out of the camera. So that's some pick that they needed to get the win in that turtle fight. As we're going to see the Tyrant's Rage coming in. Revenge not available. And that's going to be the Cult Altar popped in. Tarzan just swinging his axe around. Retreating back to safety. Still wants to probably go in for a cheeky steal.
Yeah, at this point you can see the lethal coming, and the Kufra charging the Tyrant's Rage, and the Tyrant's Revenge does not. The final slash being used, and Cold War using the Brilliance to disengage. However, Arvel survives, and I believe the turtle went onto the side of Dark Immortals.
Yeah, it definitely did, and Sheev's life will be easily taken down by Uzi. That's the power of a Uranus. He will slow you down, he will chunk you down, and then there's going to be a burst of damage that you do not expect because of the stacking of a skill 1. So that's one of the core mechanic of a Uranus. But nonetheless, we're still going to see both of these teams almost equal in the farm. Basically, 50-60 gold difference, just about a minion or so. While focusing in towards the gold lane, Melon farming pretty easily, already has the Fury Hammer, has also secured the Legion Sword, who should be building towards the Blade of Despair now, just securing those few items that's going to help him maneuver around the map a little bit, while if you're going to focus on Scout, has the crossbow, heavy crossbow I believe, and is focusing on that corrosion sight. Has got the steel leg plates as well, so should be able to tank a decent amount of damage from those physical damage dealers. Now, nothing out of the ordinary, everything just by the book. So they're all focusing down on their major core items. Borax just being secured by the Balmond should give him a little more priority. Now Alat is the one who seems to be in trouble. Lethal counter should be used up.
Oh, the Tyrant's Rage and the Tyrant's Revenge with the flicker. And that was quite a bit. And you can see that that was Super Chief not feeling so super even after using his flicker there, especially thanks to the Divine Judgment coming in from Arvel. So we can see Alpha being taken down as well. Balmond here is just going on and on. He is going into the jungle, trying to take it away. Here, Super Dino just trying to make sure he can do something about it. Super Chief going in with a Tyrant's Rage. However, Balmond should be able to secure that blue buff with the lethal counter as well. And Uzi just being a menace the entire time.
I'm just getting the deja vu nightmares, flashbacks of the Balmond who used to never die. Just at the last second, he used to get a kill or so, gets back to an increased HP, and then just go bonkers with the lethal counter and every single thing, Cyclone Sweep and whatnot. He would never die, and that's the vibes that I'm getting in from Tarzan at this point. The only thing he needs to do is get that Tarzan shout out in and probably just go in towards that backlane. But for now, we're going to see Kufra charging up. They've got the Kaja, should be taken down. He does not have any utility to survive this one. But its Rage did connect on 3, so Scout should retreat back to safety. And we're going to see Tarzan jumping back, will maintain his distance, knows he needs to disengage.
You can see both the EXP laners just don't want to fight each other, right? They're just clearing the waves, making sure that they rotate to the team. The Tyrant's Rage connects onto Tarzan, however, not enough follow-up to give to burst him down because he is quite the tanky, beefy boy.
Well, plus there was no one else to actually burst him down, but holy smokes, Tarzan is like, wait, I've got enough damage to take you down. Cultata Force out. No lethal counters, should not be able to take Faramis out of the picture, but we're going to see Lunax going in with the UBDD combo in the backline. Archie falls by the hands of Balmond yet again, and they will have the priority in the entire jungle of Alpha. This is the early game spike. Dino seems to be in trouble, gets the final slash in, will dash in, get some HP back, but that's about it. He would be able to do as he would be chunked down as well. Tyrant's Revenge connecting along with the Rage on 2. Follow-up coming in, but the Nibiru's position absolutely perfect. It's carried down to the dangerous HP, and they're gonna fall like Skittles one after another. And finally, the disengage.
That was a beautiful fight coming in for the side of Team Simpsons, right? That's why I told you, don't sleep on Team Simpsons. They reached the finals of the NACT. They gave a good fight against the Valley. They're here to play. They've been here for a long time. We have quite a lot of powerhouses in this tournament. We have Nighthorde, we have the Simpsons, we have BTK. Dark Immortal is not really doing bad themselves. They're just having a really bad laning matchup. That's the only reason they're not able to do anything. If they play for a little later in the late game power spike, they will be able to do a lot. So right now, I would say Dark Immortals just play the patient game, and the Divine Judgment, the final slash going in. However, he will fall, and this should be an easy turtle take for Tarzan on Simpsons here. And at this point, they should just be able to play for their power spike in Dark Immortals.
Absolutely, and talking about power spike, we're probably seeing that in the hands of Simpson as they're trying to bite way more that they could chew, because Super Chief, he is extremely vigilant with the Tyrant's Revenge. And for now, they should be able to seize the bottom tier 2. That's top. Actually, Scout seems to be in trouble as he has been scouted out. That Stars, and with the lethal counter does not secure the pick off. Chief missing the Tyrant's Revenge. Rage should connect, but that's just on 1. And it's Uzi. They do not want anything that he's selling at this point. So they're just gonna stay disengaged. And another blue buff stolen away by Tarzan, and he should take down the red as well. They have the entire access to the jungle of Dark Immortals, and they seem to be in trouble as Final Slash actually connects, and this is the Kaja they needed. Immortality used up, and Carry goes in for the spinning light wheels, but again, they do not have enough damage to actually take them down. Even though, yes, they've got the Faramis, they have Scout on the carry. I want to look at the items because I don't think so Demon Hunter Sword has been built up. And even if it has been, yeah, he's basically going in for the Golden Staff first. So he would not be able to chunk down those Uranus, Kaja, as well as the Balmond, who's basically gone in for the Bloodlust Axe, War Axe, as well as the Brute Force Breastplate. So he's going to deal some damage that you would not expect him to deal.
I mean, but at this point, if you look at it, Carry does deal true damage, right? But will that be enough? You do need a lot more attack speed. You do need the Demon Hunter Sword. that will give you a lot of bit of the attack speed, especially after the dominance ices have been built on the side of Team Simpsons to slow down the attack speed coming in from the side of Scout. So that would be a problem for the side of Team Dark Immortals. However, Super Chief here, getting all the engages, getting all the Tyrant's Rage. He's landing those big ultimates. He's landing those three-man claps, you know? He's getting it all done. But however, there's not enough follow-up. There's not enough damage. So at this point, Super Chief not really feeling too super. And we can see here Team Simpsons just easily taking down this Lord.
Absolutely. And it's just as you have mentioned. Oh my goodness, divine judgment on Super Chief. That's the Kufra, and he's not having a good day at all. 0, 7, and 3. That's not something you would want on your Kufra. Yes, he's got 75% teamfight participation at this point. These are Asian mats, but still, it's not at all a good day. Look at all the other people in his team. It's 1 death on Scout, 2 on Hachi, 2 on Dino, and 1 on Yassi. And then 7 on Kufra. So that's basically him being picked off a lot of times. That's already given a ton of farm to Simpsons, who will chunk down the inhibitor of the mid lane. Super Chief probably wants to go in for a flicker revenge play. They were way out of range at this point and should be able to take down one of those inhibitors even more probably. They do not have the wave priority though.
I mean, at this point, you can see the goal lead is extended to 13k, right? That's a lot. That is a really big goal lead. And so at this point, the game is the game's in Simpsons' hands already. It's for them to throw. Will they throw it by overextending at this point? And they take down the inhibitor turret in the bot lane as well. Now the Divine Judgment connects. The Bennett's Rage goes as well. And the Karama is taken down before you can use the Cult Altar. And there we have a triple kill being secured by Beatrix. That's a Maniac going into Melon. I'm mesmerized right now. At this point, will we see the Cult Altar being used and the Shadow Stampede just to clear the wave? However, will they lock onto the base? Yes, they do, and this should be game, set, match for the Simpsons. They are here to show that they are here to play. No matter what happens, you can change a lot of your teams. However, they are here to play. They are here to win, and that was quite an easy victory coming in from the side of Team Simpsons. A one-sided game, if I may say.
11 minutes and 14 seconds is all it took for a scaling composition to actually get a win. And by scaling, I mean it. You've got a Beatrix, you've got a Lunox. Both of them actually scale. There's only Balman who would be able to deal some early game damage, and they made it work excellently. They made sure that Beatrix is actually going to get farmed up pretty easily. Gonna go with that snowball position. And look who's MVP. It's Uzi. You called it on the EXP lane. 4, 0, and 7 on the Uranus. Dominance Eyes, Oracle, Immortality. Talk about everything. This guy has all of it. You've got anti-heal. You've got your own region. You've basically got a ticket out of harm's way in the form of that Immortality. So you are the greatest bait for your own team and tank the most damage.
Uzi is here, Uzi doing Uzi things. He's done it before, he's doing it again. And you can see the teamfight participation here. The Arvel and Colville going hand to hand with 76%, roaming around together the entire time, making sure the synergy is always there. And this is one thing that Team Simpson is known for, is their synergy. And Tarzan as well, making sure he's able to be there in any of the team fights that's possible, taking away all these jungle creeps coming in from the side of Team Dark Immortals. So at this point, I can say Team Simpsons just had a really clean game. And Steph, Wheezy, do you got something to say about it?
I definitely do, man. Simpsons evolving through times. We've seen them compete last year in the NACT fall. They did a really good job. They made it all the way to the top team. They took Vendetta's place up against the Valley back then, but they were taken down. So I'm interested to see where we go from here, right? We have one more team or set of teams ready to go head to head. That is ETA Piscium. A little bit of an interesting thing about them is they are the House of Pisces team led by Silver, the individual who provided this big cash flow to this amazing tournament, that cash prize of $1,000. He's with ETA Piscium, so definitely shout out Silver and shout out their team for creating this opportunity for all these players out here competing. And then also they're going up against Sacred Cardinals, who's up to the challenge to try and take them down. Let's figure out where this is gonna go. We'll be right back with you guys momentarily for the final series of the day. BRB.
who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait. Hi everyone, I'm Nighthorde. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene. And I heard you guys are coming to ISF, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, LBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Stefel, and here's the thing, we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT falls. All of you guys will do good, because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up, guys? I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster. Right now, casting for MSC. I'm eating. They told me to do this. It's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for. I'm wearing their colors. BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support M5 BTK.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. Arclight Outlaw, Ixia. Passive, Siphon Starlium. Ixia's basic attacks and skills apply a Starlium charge to targets on hit. When using a basic attack on an enemy with 2 Starlium charges, all charges will be consumed to increase the attack's physical damage, while healing Ixia for the same amount of HP. Siphon Starlium can trigger on all enemies in front of Ixia that are within her attack range. First skill, Dual Beam. Ixia fires 2 energy beams along the ground that deal physical damage and slow enemies within a rectangular area, while increasing her movement speed for a duration. Enemies hit by both beams will take double damage. Second skill, Star Helix. Ixia unleashes a canister of Starlium energy in the target direction and knocks back nearby enemies. After a short delay, the released energy pulls enemies to the middle line and deals physical damage. Ultimate, Full Barrage. Ixia reassembles her weapon into 6 small weapons and enters the barrage state for a period of time. In barrage state, Ixia's skills can only be cast within the ultimate's fan-shaped area, but they gain much more range, and her basic attacks can simultaneously hit up to 6 targets, prioritizing heroes within the same area. When in barrage state, the damage of Siphon Starlium is also increased. In the laning phase, Ixia can initiate by using her second skill to pull enemies together, then use her first skill to deal double damage to the lined up targets. Use the extra movement speed from her first skill to chase and finish off enemies with basic attacks. In teamfights, Ixia should get to a safe position that can cover the most enemies within the range of her ultimate, then use enhanced basic attacks together with her second and first skill to CC enemies and crush down her enemies. Ixia is strong in 1v1 situations and is also exceptional in teamfights by providing CC and AoE damage. Kite enemies with her skills in the early and mid game and wait for a good opportunity to unleash her ultimate in teamfights. Upgrade Ixia's first skill at level 1. Then continue to prioritize upgrading her first skill as the main source of her damage. Ixia's first skill deals double damage to enemies in the center, so use her second skill to pull enemies together before unleashing her first skill to maximize the damage. Ixia's second skill can knock back nearby enemies, so use it when the enemies try to dive in to keep them at bay. Corrosion Scythe and Demon Hunter's Sword are Ixia's core pieces of equipment because the high attack speed and basic attack bonuses fit her playstyle. Get Windtalker to further enhance Ixia's sustained damage, and Malefic Roar in the late game to increase her damage against tanks. We recommend the Flicker Battle spell for Ixia to make up for her lack of mobility. Ixia's skills allow her to easily kite enemies, making her a great counter to close-range heroes and heroes with no CC skills, such as Fredrin and Bane. Ixia is countered by heroes with burst damage or CC skills, such as Saber and Aemon, due to her poor survivability. Ixia's ultimate can deal a lot of continuous AoE damage, so heroes with CC skills are her ideal teammates, such as Atlas and Vexana. Ixia is great at kiting enemies, but her damage is not high in the early game, so make good use of her second skill CC and the movement speed bonus of her first skill to poke and kite enemies. In the late game, and fully geared, Ixia should find a safe position that can cover most enemy heroes in her ultimate and melt them with her endless barrage of attacks. Don't forget that her high HP lifesteal from her passive can keep her alive long enough to finish off her enemies.
Project Next was born from your passion, fueled by your hopes and expectations. At times, we stumbled, but you were there to support us. And when we succeeded, you were there to cheer us on. Now it's time to start the next chapter together. Creating bigger and better experiences. stories and legends. Let's treasure every moment together. Celebrate every accomplishment. Your love and dedication is what makes all this possible. Together, let's shape the future of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Next for you.
In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Nighthorde Mobile Saiyans Tournament. Today is day one, the qualifiers, as we've officially partnered as the MLSA up with Nighthorde and Mobile Saiyans and also House of Pisces to provide a professional platform for teams to compete in 32 exactly for a chance to win $1,000 cash prize and 100,000 diamonds. Like I said, today's day one. It's the qualifiers, 32 teams. We split it in half for today, 16 of them competing for a top 16 position, and part two will be tomorrow. We have officially made it to our final match of the night, and we have two amazing teams ready to close it out. Ixia Piscium, which is House of Pisces, the team whose manager Silver is the one who donated the $1,000 for this amazing cash prize, so definitely shout him out. And then also Sacred Cardinals, it's going to be interesting to see them as well. For those who don't know, they are the Survey Corps revamped, so they were in the MLSA dominating. We used to call them one of the teams from the Wild Wild West, and they've been a problem, so we'll see exactly how much they progressed since the last time we've seen them in MLSA Season 2. But let's not waste any more time. We're going to mix it up a little bit for the final game. I'm going to jump on the caster's desk, and who better to cast it with than the man with the plan all the way out in India, Scarejet. Let's go ahead and see how he's doing. There he is. How you doing, my man?
I love the sound effect now. Thank you for that. I've been waiting it for the entire evening now. You know, when even the qualifying matches are this fire, I can only fathom what the main tournament would look like. So let's just quickly jump. Hey, where you go? Oh,
whoa. We'll stay here for a second. But go ahead, keep going.
Yeah, all right. So again, now both of these teams extremely solid. You've already mentioned about them. ETA, the manager, donated $100,000, and Survey Corps revamp, that is now Sacred Cardinals. Definitely looking forward to secure that prize pool for themselves. We'll be making sure to get a good hand in this specific draft. Wow, what a nice one. Easy.
They can't see it. But no, I definitely think you're it's funny because I'm editing the scenes, but you guys can't see it. So there's like I just popped up all over the screen. But yeah, I definitely agree with you. It's not too many teams or players would go that extra mile to be able to contribute that much to the community. So you definitely got to give teams and players who are willing to go that extra mile that recognition. And so I just want to kind of highlight just how important it is and how thankful we are for Silver and his team, Drax, House of Pisces, Nighthorde, and also the Mobile Saiyans to provide this amazing opportunity to cast this amazing game alongside you, and to also see all these teams compete, right? We got to see BTK in here today. Yeah, it was insane. So let's not waste any more time. Let's go ahead and jump on over to our amazing draft.
Finally, everything is set. Everyone saw how things are set. So yes, guys, that's how we do things. But again, just as you mentioned, talking about the draft, bring out that Leslie stuffed toy. She has been banned out. That to first ban coming in from TSC.
Yeah, you're looking at the ban so far, right? Taking out that Fanny, that mobile assassin that we've seen just swinging around with those cables, looking like a Marvel superhero. But on the other side of the table, something that's interesting that's caught my eye is this Hellcurt, right? But typically in North America, we haven't seen the Hellcurt picked up too much, but it's slowly been making its way into the North American scene. More tournaments that I've been casting, I'm slowly starting to see teams trying out, and it's been working in their favor. The power of that Darkness Falls to be able to blind the whole team, get that silence out, and then pinch them with those deadly stingers has been a problem.
I mean, even today we saw how well coordinated the Hellcurt's Darknight Falls was alongside the Hylos with his ultimate, and Of course, Yuzhong with the Black Dragon form. So the die potential is absolutely insane. Banning him out, definitely a good choice. So I'm expecting TSC to actually go in for yet another ban from the Assassins, but maybe they'll probably take away the Novaria or a Valentina because both of them are open and can be grabbed by ETA right away, who have now banned out the Kaja. So definitely making sure that there's no suppression onto the hands of PSC. There's a Franco remaining. It is possible that they might pick it up in the first half of the picking phase, maybe in the second pick or in the third pick. But for now, that's going to be the Arlet who will be taken away from that EXP lane.
You know, it's interesting that you're looking at these drafts and kind of breaking them down. Something I noticed was, like you said, the Navaria walked, right? You took out the Arlet, you let the Navaria walk, but is that the right answer? Time will tell. Now, the Navaria, like I said, it's having two junglers in one. The damage that you can do sniping from far away, we've seen how much it can scale and how much of a problem it is, especially spotting out when people try and hide in those bushes. So I'm expecting possibly the Navaria to be picked up. But no! How do you feel about this? They go in for the Valentina.
Love the pick, really love the pick. We have seen how insane that damage is from the skill 1 combined with skill 2. You will burst down those marksmen and mages in an instant. So I really love that first pick coming in. Kadita being picked up for the answer along with the Minsithar. So this is something that we do not commonly see. Minsithar being picked up that way early in the drafting phase. Now the question is, where is the Minsithar gonna go? Would that be the roam position or would that be the EXP lane? Because if you're gonna put him in the EXP lane, yes, you've got the wave clear, but there are a lot of other heroes who would be able to out-clear the wave than him and would be able to out-rotate him in that department. You've got the Lapu Lapu, you've got the Yuzhong, you have the access to the back line. So Yuzhong picked up right off the bat by EPA.
Well, I'm wondering when I see this, right? It could also be going in the gold lane. I mean, it is a 1-3-1 meta, so it may be a possible answer. I mean, they could pick a marksman up in the jungle, and, you know, they do have the CC from Benny Cutie to make up and have a pretty dominant diving composition. So I feel like right now we're looking at a 3D style draft that maybe, I mean, this is TSC. This is a team that I've seen pretty much dominate most teams in North America on the professional level outside of the top 8 teams in North America. They always fell a little bit short on getting that extra mile, but time will tell if they can get there. But I don't know, because they're picking up this Fredrin. Typically when I see a 1-3-1, I'm expecting a marksman jungle, maybe picking up the Yusun Shin with the assassin style with it, or maybe even going in for that Granger. But when you go with this Fredrin, that means they got one thing under control, and that is frontline presence and CC.
True, because you do not want to be caught in that continuous taunt, plus that Abraser's Wrath, a pretty good tool to secure those neutral objectives. And trust me, as a marksman player, when you see that 3.5k, 4k damage right on your face, you're like left with an open mouth at that point, and a phone which shows you the respawn time on your screen. But nonetheless, the bans are now gonna come in. Fredrin being picked up as their jungler. So yes, it's just as you mentioned, it is possible for the Minsithar now to be put in the EXP or in the roam. The jungle and Golin should be out of the question, but I am still doubting. He's got the Inspire in his hands, so it can be a goal in Minsithar with that entire Trinity build maybe on this hero. You've got 4 more guards coming in that King's Calling, which is now going to pose threat for the Yuzhong on that previous strike, as well as Alpha on that Alpha charge and Valentina with the dashes. So this combination could work out, and they are now focusing on the gold lane.
All right, so we're gonna place a bet on it then, right? So if they go XP lane, you send me an epic skin. If they go gold with the Minsithar, then I get an epic skin. Guys, place your votes in the chat. Let's see what's gonna be. But I don't know. It's interesting, right? We haven't seen the Minsithar pick too often recently, but you can't forget about how much he's been dominating. It's one of those forgotten metas because there's just so much on the palette now that it's like, no matter what you get, you're gonna profit in today's drafting with all the available heroes, and you can only really ban 10 of them, right? So looking at the draft so far, if we're looking at both sides, let me just start with the red, right? We have the Kadita that rough waves to be able to rush in, get that knockup. You got the Petrify as well. That is going to be a problem. And then just imagine if Bar drops that King's Calling on that knockup. God, they're not going to be able to get out of there. That's literally just going to be like a hurricane of CC. And then you top that off with Greedy running in there with the walking Petrify or that energy eruption. Now that is a problem, but something that I don't see them having is late game damage. So I want to see something that's going to be able to push through and close out the turrets. Yes, you have the Inspire on the Minsithar, but is it enough to close out a game?
Yes, definitely. They need to be looking in for that siege, and who better than a Beatrix would do the job at this situation, wherein you can get that mid-game snowball in and banned out the Diggy at this point. Claude was taken away by ETAs. The final ban from their side. Okay, I guess another marksman, maybe taking away the carry if possible, or they might want to secure carry for themselves and ban out the Beatrix. It should be either one of those two, or maybe just surprises at this point. Yes, you seem to have an idea.
Franco. I say they pick up Franco, they get suppression on their team, they band out the Diggy, and they have group CC from the Candida. That would be a very nasty combination, but the only problem is they allowed Valentina to walk. But they have a lot of ultimates at their disposal that Valentina could kind of semi-profit on, but I feel like the most one would definitely be valuable in making that Kufra Bloody Hunt valuable. So I don't know, maybe they pick that up. It wouldn't be the worst option. Now something else they could go is, I don't know, an Atlas or something of the group CC as well, but it's just the Rock Bomba on the Valentina that is going to give them a slight issue.
That is true. And talking about group CC, you also have the Minotaur rolling in, so they can pick that up as well. And it's just as you mentioned, ETA, they can basically have two of them. Now, you mentioned about the Kufra Siren's Rage. We have the Kufra being picked up right away. It's basically going to do the kind of the same job as a Franco and an Atlas combined, maybe. You've got the range with your Tyrant's Revenge, and you have got that group CC of an Atlas with your Tyrant's Rage. It's possible for them to actually go on with it, and we're going to see the Melissa being brought in for that goal lane after a while now, along with the Akai. This time in the wrong position. I love the disengage tool. King's Calling, you're going to heavy spins away out of that.
Now, I mean, I like it, right? You have the Melissa to keep them at bay with the go away, and you also have Akai to keep them at bay even further, especially with their heavy CC composition. Now, Melissa's mid to late game. She's going to take a little bit of time to scale, but looks like I owe you an epic skin because they have a marksman, right? No, wait a second. Do they have a marksman?
No, they don't.
Oh, because they
are in
picked
the goal
lane.
lane. You called it.
Yes, sir.
You called it.
I'll be adding you in. Actually, I should already have you in game, so I'll be requesting the next new skin coming out. But as we are going to be jumping into the draft, TSC up against the final team on our list, ETA Piscium, who's been hosting and also providing that amazing cash prize. Now, looking at the draft so far, how you feeling about this Mythothar gold lane? I know it's about to break the bank on that epic skin. Scared yet?
End the game in early, within the 12-minute mark, and that's an amazing draft. If it goes after that, it's basically Melissa's arena to capture. So it totally depends on the timing of the game, but they should be the ones who should have the priority in that early game. And Minsata is not even running with the Inspire, it's actually the Flicker.
Oh, well, that's interesting that, now that you mentioned that, that is going to really limit their push potential because Minsata with the Inspire, he has the burst. He can pretty much burst down anybody in front of him and also burst down the turrets, which is even more important. But without that, you're going to be putting a lot into the hands of Ling, Greedy, to get to the back line and possibly get a dive in on their mage and also their marksman. But ladies and gentlemen, this is our final match of the day. We are looking at TSC, also known as the Survey Corps and now known as Sacred Cardinals, going up against ETA Piscium, the amazing cash prize provider for the Mobile Legends tournament that we're hosting today, the Nighthorde Mobile Saiyans event partnered with the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Best of one. Whoever wins this one will finish out today and move on to the top 16.
Indeed, both of these teams would be looking for that specific slot and then even moving forward. So this is a hurdle that they both need to cross. Now, talking about hurdles, Yuzhong is going to be a big one.
What the heck?
Folks.
Okay, we got to talk about that. That was a minute and 30 seconds.
And you get a pick on Melissa? Just like that?
I don't know. I don't know.
That's just wow. Whoa. That could be the second one. That could be the second one. Hook does not connect. Thank God. That Tugisaki know what I say for the time being. But you were talking about push potential. That's already half of the gold out of that bottom lane tower. And yes, we were talking about hurdles. I wanted to point out how it would be difficult for Fredrin to actually clear the wave against a Yuzhong. But
We're seeing the attention of the mages towards the EXP, while the jungler has quickly made the rotation towards the gold lane to provide an advantage to Minsith. Oh, that's another rough waves, and it's extremely rough for Yu Zhong.
And they're going to go ahead and take down Kageterra on the Yu Zhong. And now the battle on the way in the turtle pit. Greedy hits the retribution, claims the turtle for Sacred Cardinals. Simpsons Blade drops out for the knock up. The trampoline is going to find Rock Bomba and take him down as well. Two members falling. But he's knocked airborne, and Vinicuti's going to find Kageterra. They're just getting everything they want in this engagement. 4-0, unanswered. Can they make it more? Kageterra taking the first kill for the side of ETA Piscium, but it's going to fall. Worst boyfriend is going to take him down. First of all, let's just look at these names. We got Kageterra YouTube Alpha, Kageterra YouTube Yuzong, and Kageterra YouTube Akai. So I think today we're just going to call them by their hero names, because that is going to be very confusing casting that out in the engagements.
That is true. When you mentioned Kageterra, I wanted to ask you, which one do you actually mean? And that's 2 times the Yu Zhong, because he fell twice in that fight. He was literally bonged back to that respawn timer by the Appraiser's Wrath. But nonetheless, we're again going to focus down towards that bottom side now. ETA need to prioritize the lane of Melissa. They need to make sure that the Melissa is the one who's farming in. And 3.5 minutes in, we already see a corrosion scythe into the hands of Greedy. That's basically him being pretty greedy at this point, as he would be able to chunk down those squishy heroes way too quickly.
Yeah, already having that corrosion scythe. But you know, the interesting thing about the Melissa is Melissa did fall a little earlier, right? And had some of that gold stripped off as well, which means you are going to see the Minsithar slightly ahead of him in that lane. The Minsithar also having that corrosion scythe as well. You just got to love to see the 1-3-1 methods. It's just how far the meta is starting to shift over with this new emblem system and patches. But there goes the fight on the way. The engagement has been called out. The gank on the bottom side, but the go away! He sustains himself, but the stun, the petrify, and Vinicute is going to go ahead and secure that kill. Rock Bomba going to find Nori's off screen as well.
That's at least something out of nothing, but I did not expect Melissa to survive for that long. It was the rough waves that was a little bit delayed in that fight, but nonetheless, they did find the target that they were looking for, only at a loss of Kufra. That's their tank, so they do not have any major problem with that, because the kill did not go in the hands of Melissa. It still went in the hands of Rock Bomba, and even Rock Bomba needs to farm up in order to deal the deletion damage, and when QTT, so definitely would be able to burst them down right away, but once that stun kicks in during the rough wave, should be able to chunk them down. But talking about chunking down,
all of that knockup onto Kageterra Kai, and it didn't even phase him. The heavy spin just pushed them out, and now the counterplay. But the rough wave goes in. Rock Bomba is going to find Norris on the Valentina. Kageterra Yuzong is going to find worst boyfriend, takes down the Fredrin. Kageterra Alpha gets a kill and a shutdown as well. Greedy Kenzo is going to take down Kageterra Akai. This is the biggest caster's challenge ever, trying to say their names. But you are going to go ahead and see Greedy still alive. He does have the tips of blades, but Rock Bomba is not going to allow him an easy path. Going to force him out of that Finch Poise, which is going to be a guaranteed turtle out of their hands.
And might as well take that green gargoyle creep while we're at it. So bottom tier 1 has been taken down, though, but we're going to see the alpha charge in the mid. Rough waves forced out, so the Katita will retreat. Nothing major comes out of it, but maybe not for long.
Ooh, Tyrant's Rage onto the wall and knocked airborne. Sloth going to take the kill. Is going to find... Man, their names are crazy. Is going to go ahead and find Alpha. Now, looking at these items, right? Alpha did go in for that War Axe, so yes, he is going to hit a punch if he can do enough damage to get those stacks. You know, when you're looking at this Minsithar, he's going in for a lot of that damage as well, and going to base off those basic attacks. But here goes a heavy spin from Kageterra. Not going to find the mark, but, you know, he picked this composition to pretty much zone out their CC, bait their utility, and soak up all that damage with this tank jungle.
Right. But there's one more thing. He used that just to make sure that the blue buff is not invaded. So keeping them at bay is something that Akai needs to do at this point, because they're not winning in those trades. The Melissa is not farmed up at this point. So these are all the win conditions for Sacred Cardinals that are coming alive. But talking about coming alive...
Black Dragon gonna hover around, but he's not gonna fly away. He wants the smoke. He's going in for the fight. He makes them run away. And he taunts them on their way out. What is going on right now? And oh, that's just an amazing gameplay over there from Yuzong. ETA Piscium having some highlights.
Jeez, that's something I did not expect to happen, and definitely did not expect Sloth to survive that burst. That Shice and just that one basic attack away from finishing him off. But nonetheless, we are seeing both the teams almost an equal amount of goals, just 1.4k difference between both of them. And again, looking at the compositions, ETA are the ones who want to make sure this game goes as late as possible. Kadita is coming alive. Yes, will deal that bursting damage, but after the Athena's shield would not be able to one-shot those Squishy heroes. In the meantime, Ling, yes, would be there. Tempest of Blades will provide him some maneuvering around that go away. But even after that, the Inspire should keep Melissa alive. This turtle should be easy for Sacred Cardinals. They do secure it. And a Lightning Transient for BenQTT.
And look at Akai, gonna go use that heavy spin. Black Dragon coming out. A lot of utility from the side of ETA. Not gonna find a member though from Sacred Cardinals. Just gonna force them out of the jungle. But you know, something interesting, you mentioned the Ling, right? He's had a good start. Greedy sitting 2-0 on 3, only 8 minutes in. I mean, that's not too bad, especially for the assassin. If you look at his itemization, oh, off screen though, you are gonna see a pick off, may lead to another Kage Terra Alpha, the jungler for ETA Piscium. Did get caught off guard and bursted down, but there goes this one-man army. The Yuzong with the Petrify, the Furious Dive, not enough to sustain himself, and Benny Cutie is going to take him down. Now, back to this Ling that we were talking about, right? Greedy. He went in for the Demon Hunter's sword. Oh, no, he didn't. Okay, he went in for the Berserk. Because I was going to say, I thought he went in for the Demon Hunter sword. I would have thought that would have been kind of crazy. But the Demon Hunter sword is on this Misthathar, which means he is going to be able to burst down their beefy composition. So I'm liking the way the items are going so far. But their problem is if it gets to the late game, he may be bursted down. But speaking of burst, Greedy is going to find Rock Bomba. Go away is going to go out Aquarius, taking some damage. A knock-up. Benny Cutie putting Aquarius on a trampoline and sending him to the moon. But TSC is still standing strong. They may be able to get some more pickoffs, and they are going to go in. Seize the opportunity. Kage Terror Akai is going to dodge the Spear of Glory. But wait. Maybe another engagement on the way. Furious Dive goes in with the Black Dragon. The Tonto Energy Eruption. Oh my god! The King's calling! The Chain CC too much to handle. And that was a counter play.
Did he get that much HP back? That is my question, because that is the reason why he actually went in for the re-engage, and then they all managed to actually win that trade out. That is some nasty stuff coming in from Sacred Cardinals. They know they've got the damage. They know who they need to prioritize in order to get the win in those team fights. They are making sure that Melissa is not winning, and talking about not winning, that's another pick off in the bottom.
And not just a pick off, they find the marksman, take down Aquarius. He's the mid to late damage dealer, and he has been bursted out. Oh my god, look at this CC, the double kill. Misthathar is going to find him and take him out. Benny Cutie is going to take down Kagetera Akai. But the fight's still going on. The chase into the base. Greedy with the Finch Poise is going to find Rock Bomba, leaving only Kage, Terra, YouTube, Yuzong to be able to rush in and defend. And that's not enough. All the lanes are open for the Seas. And it looks like they're going to take the opportunity. Down goes one. Down goes two. And now they are stripped to their inhibitors for ETA Piscium.
We were talking about the fact that they might not have enough siege, but they had the mid lane priority, they had the mid lane control, and that's exactly what they needed. They knew that Greedy would be able to get that rotation in, and they've been in control since minute 1. Greedy has been shutting down Melissa now and then. Like every single minute, you're going to see Greedy with the Tempest of Blaze over Melissa to take her out, and you won't be able to stop those dashes coming in whenever he catches his sword. So that's one of those things that they're making the use of. Plus, you've got the knockups coming in. You also have the Fredrin right on your face. Appraiser's Wrath with the AoE. Melissa's not being able to do anything at this point. Only securing the Corrosion Scythe and the Demon Hunter Sword. Still needs the Golden Staff, as well as I would personally feel like even the Wind of Nature. But again, fight breaking out.
King's Calling dropping down. Alpha is going to fall in the process. Benny Cutie is going to find Rock Bomb with the rough waves. Muddles is going to join the party. Furious Dive, the Taunt Energy Eruption. Greedy, Tips of Blade drops down, finds Kage. Aquarius is going to find Sloth, finds a Misthathar. Greedy gets a double, is going to find Aquarius for the response. Is going to Finch Poise out with 1 HP. But you know something funny? look at the Minotaur. He doesn't have the Inspire, but just having that golden staff, his basic attacks look like he's using an Inspire.
Jeez. And they only have two front lines. That's a Fredrin and a Kufra. And they're just tanking every single thing and dealing so much damage. Sloth has got the Malefic Roar at this point. So he's basically not at all, caring about the damage that he's going to tank. He knows that he's going to jump in. He would be behind one of those frontliners, and all he needs to do is just tap on that basic attack. Just log on to one hero, tap on that basic attack. That's all he is doing at this point. And again, even looking at the link, Endless Battle, Wind Talker, Berserker's Fury, Corrosion Sight, only cooking up the Malefic Roar at this point. Melissa does not even have a Wind of Nature, so even the go away would not be able to save her from all of that AoE coming in. Plus, what are you going to do about the rough waves? Yes, you have got a ton of CC, but you're not being able to land it on a perfect time. This Lord seems to be sealing the deal.
This is going to be a problem too, because they don't really have that much magic damage for ETA Piscium either. But here goes the battle on the way, trying to siege an inhibitor. Lord is going to crash into it, break it down. And now Sloth's going to find a kill, is going to take down Yuzong. King's Calling is active. But look at the airborne knockup on the worst boyfriend. Needs to get out of there. Alpha Charge does connect. Greedy Kendo, Godlike, is going to find Aquarius. Tip of the Blades, drop down, pass to the Blades. A double kill. Is going to find Rock Bomba. Bitty Cutie's going to go ahead and take down the inhibitor for the mid lane and pick up the Divine Glaive. Guardian Helmet from worst boyfriend for the sustainability for the regen. Finally building his boots. And Nori's just going to take down Kageterra YouTube, leaving Kageterra YouTube again. Clone 2 by himself. But look at Moskov trying to chip down the turret. Does have the golden staff. One-man army, but make that 2. Furious Dive goes in. Kageterra is going to find a kill. First boyfriend is going to take out Kageterra. Kageterra is going to take down Nori's. He's going to get a double. And now Black Dragon drops down from Kageterra. Yuzong trying to go in, trying to get a pickup, trying to hold him from closing this game out. May be able to do it. May be able to punish them on this possible ending. They almost pulled that off. 15% HP for the base crystal.
That's so very close. And again, this fight started with the Tempest of Blades coming in from Greedy and also ended with the exact same thing. So that has been an absurdly long fight. They've got all the 3 inhibitors that they needed. So Sacred Cardinals, they've secured every single objective of the map. All they need to do now is to get the next Lord and get that crystal. ETA, they are behind 11,000 gold. So I don't think so they even have enough to actually go in for those contests. Yes, they will be hitting that 43k gold mark. So their main damage dealers would have their core items. But even those last few items are actually going to affect a lot. And talking about effect,
battle in the mid-river. Black Dragon hovering around. Nori's very low. Is going to use the Time's Revenge to get out of there. King's Calling drops down. Spirit Glory connects to Petrify. The rough wave. Duty Cutie takes out a Kai and finds Kageterra YouTube Yuzong. That is going to be 2 members off the board for ETA Piscium. Already a slippery slope and an upscale battle, and they don't have the numbers, and now they're going to take down even more as Kageterra Alpha is going to fall in the King's Calling. Greedy going to find another, takes down Rock Bomba for a double kill, and that is all she wrote. A full wipeout and the full team of TSC pushing through the mid lane, but they don't have, they do have a Canyon Mid, and it was hiding in the thickness of their team. And they're going to be able to close it out and take down ETA Piscium with fashion for the final game of the qualifiers.
Jeez, I did not expect this game to go this way, and that too so very quick. I mean, yes, almost a 16-minute game. You would expect a Melissa to kick off. You've got the Wind of Nature, but you do not have the Malefic Roar. And Greedy just I-framed that damage, especially at the timing of the Inspire. Plus, even at almost 16 minutes, you do not have level 15 apart from an alpha. So that clearly shows how very much team Sacred Cardinals were in control of that match. They did not allow any farm to go into the hands of their opponent, made sure they've got the control of every single objective. And who, apart from BenQTT on that Kadita, who secured the opening pick and also secured that double in that last fight when you did not expect it to happen. 10, 1, and 17. That's some outworldly KDA.
And it's funny when you look at this itemization, right? I mean, look at Rock Bomba. He went in for more of a CDR build and a little bit of sustainability, right? He builds the magic shoes, which is fine, so you're going to be able to use your skills a little bit faster. Then he builds the Clock of Destiny, which means he's going to have, what, a couple of more mana regen, and he's going to have a big HP pool. But then he goes in and he builds the Enchanted Talisman on top of the Clock, which is just more regen, and also, you know, that's just more of a regen build. Yes, you get that Lightning Truncheon. There comes the damage that can echo and hurt the team, but it was too late in the game to pick that up.
Way too late.
Well, by the time he got that Lightning Truncheon, the game was almost over. You know, but when you're looking at Ben Cutie, he had the magic pin from the start. Just look at the boots. Arcane boots right there. Clock of Destiny went straight in for the Lightning Truncheon, and then topped it off with that Genius Wand, and then went for the Divine Glaive. And look at their defense against it. The only one who really had the Athenas, the third item for Athenas was Kage Terror. And then you look at, well, they're all Kage Terror. So Akai picked up that Athena's third, but Alpha picked it up for his fifth and final item, which means they had no magic defense to stop Benny Cutie from one-shotting anybody for majority of this game. And that is exactly why I got 10-1-17 as the MVP. It's insane. But nonetheless, another amazing game, and I appreciate casting with you, my man. Scared Jet, proud to have you on the desk for MLSA Season 3. Any last minute words to everybody, not only in North America, but out there in India, maybe looking to cast as well, or also compete?
Great pleasure. Pleasure is all mine, Weezy, and thank you for providing me this opportunity. And again, I love casting with all of you, Rim, Yue, Quirky, everyone. I enjoy it a lot, and I learn a lot of things, especially that accent. That's what I need at this point. But nonetheless, I'd be looking forward to more of these amazing games and casting with you all.
Well, I appreciate you, Scared Yet. Definitely enjoy the rest of the day. It's nighttime for me. It's like 1 in the morning, so I'm gonna go get some Z's. But you're probably gonna go get something to eat and start your day. So thank you, and I will see you next time for the Qualifiers Part 2 of the Mobile Saiyans tournament and the Nighthorde collaboration. See you next time. And guys, I appreciate y'all tuning by as well. Today was a long day. We had a little bit of technical difficulties in the beginning, but nonetheless, we were able to push through and keep the show going. Keep in mind, this is all community driven, guys, and it's just our passion to be able to provide this professional scene where there's not anywhere to compete. And ACT is right around the corner, so definitely looking forward to that. Knob is going on as well, and now we have the Nighthorde Mobile Saiyan tournament combined with MLSA. What more could you ask for, right? More events for North America. It takes a village to create a region and inspire more teams to compete, which in the long run create more opportunities for not only viewers, but players, coaches, casters, and so much more. So guys, my name is Weezy. I've been your host. Thank you so much for spending your time with us today. We've been 5 hours strong on the live stream today, and we just hit 1,000 subscribers on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Let's go! It's been a 7 months, 7-8 months. We started in December, and we hit 1,000 subscribers today. So thank you so much for everybody who liked the stream, who's been with us for this journey, who continues to support us each and every day, as we definitely put our all into this. 1,000 subscribers, man, I don't even know what to do. We'll have some crazy event possibly for it, so make sure you guys follow us on our Discord server now to stay up to date with us. If you haven't subscribed already, make sure you guys subscribe. As always, it's been a pleasure. Tomorrow we will be live same time with no technical difficulties, knock on wood, as we'll be seeing the remaining teams compete out of the top 32 for their final positions in the top 16. That's right, we only have 16 teams left that haven't found their way into the top 8 or top 16 that need it. So guys, thank you so much. As always, it's been a pleasure. Take care of yourself. Take care of each other. I'll see you guys on the next one. Peace and love, baby. See ya. And just for those who don't know, today was officially Nighthorde X Mobile Saiyans Qualifiers. Top 32. See you next time.
Ixia reassembles her weapon into 6 small weapons and enters the Barrage state for a period of time. In Barrage state, Ixia's skills can only be cast within the Ultimate's fan-shaped area, but they gain much more range, and her basic attacks can simultaneously hit up to 6 targets, prioritizing heroes within the same area. When in Barrage state, the damage of Siphon Starlium is also increased. In the laning phase, Ixia can initiate by using her second skill to pull enemies together, then use her first skill to deal double damage to the lined up targets. Use the extra movement speed from her first skill to chase and finish off enemies with basic attacks. In teamfights, Ixia should get to a safe position that can cover the most enemies within the range of her ultimate, then use enhanced basic attacks together with her second and first skill to CC enemies and crush down her enemies. Ixia is strong in 1v1 situations and is also exceptional in teamfights by providing CC and AoE damage. Kite enemies with her skills in the early and mid game and wait for a good opportunity to unleash her ultimate in teamfights. Upgrade Ixia's first skill at level 1. Then continue to prioritize upgrading her first skill as the main source of her damage. Ixia's first skill deals double damage to enemies in the center. So, use her second skill to pull enemies together before unleashing her first skill to maximize the damage. Ixia's second skill can knock back nearby enemies, so use it when the enemies try to dive in to keep them at bay. Corrosion Scythe and Demon Hunter's Sword are Ixia's core pieces of equipment because the high attack speed and basic attack bonuses fit her playstyle. Get Windtalker to further enhance Ixia's sustained damage, and Malefic Roar in the late game to increase her damage against tanks. We recommend the Flicker Battle spell for Ixia to make up for her lack of mobility. Ixia's skills allow her to easily kite enemies, making her a great counter to close-range heroes and heroes with no CC skills, such as Fredrin and Bane. Ixia is countered by heroes with burst damage or CC skills, such as Saber and Aemon, due to her poor survivability. Ixia's ultimate can deal a lot of continuous AoE damage, so heroes with CC skills are her ideal teammates, such as Atlas and Vexana. Ixia is great at kiting enemies, but her damage is not high in the early game, so make good use of her second skill CC and the movement speed bonus of her first skill to poke and kite enemies. In the late game, and fully geared, Ixia should find a safe position that can cover most enemy heroes in her ultimate and melt them with her endless barrage of attacks. Don't forget that her high HP lifesteal from her passive can keep her alive long enough to finish off her enemies.
Project Next was born from your passion, fueled by your hopes and expectations. At times, we stumbled, but you were there to support us. And when we succeeded, you were there to cheer us on. Now it's time to start the next chapter together. Creating bigger,